Dobar dan i dobrodošli. Danas obilježavamo 15 godina jubilarnog To Be Secure foruma. Koja je vaša poruka povodom toga?
Pa ja prvo čestitam vam i drugo mislim da je to baš jedan skup koji je jako važan na, ja bih rekao, strategijskoj razini. I evo ja sam tu, ja mislim, 9. put i svaki put sam bio jako zadovoljan, potreban je, u dobro je vrijeme i ja ga preporučam i za dalje.
Hvala puno. Welcome. Today we are celebrating the 15th anniversary of the To Be Secure Forum. What are your expectations?
I'm very happy to be here. This is one of the gatherings in the region and in Europe that has the most potential to contribute towards bridging, in a way, the Western Balkans and other European and EU and NATO member states. So I'm really looking forward to productive discussions and maybe some new insights how we can better work together in this geopolitically volatile environment.
Thank you. Dobar dan i dobrodošli. Danas obilježavamo 15 godina jubilarnog To Be Secure foruma. Koja su vaše očekivanja?
Prvo da čestitam na tom jubileju, to je zaista impozantan broj, 15 godina, da trajete još 115 i još duže. Moje očekivanja su naravno da ovdje sretnemo sve one ljude koji znaju koliko je bezbjednost bitna za same građane, ali naravno i za sve nas iz sektora privrede, ulaganja, investicija i ekonomije.
Hvala puno. Dobar dan i dobrodošli. Danas obilježavamo 15 godina To Be Secure foruma. U čemu vidite značaj ovog događaja?
Značaj ovog događaja je jako veliki. Dakle, čini mi se da se dešava u važnom momentu za Crnu Goru, za njen evropski put, za njen euroatlantski nastavak onoga svega što Crna Gora jeste i što treba da bude. Dakle, ključno je da Crna Gora bude naredna članica Evropske unije i to je želja, čini mi se, dobrog dijela građana Crne Gore. Tako da, pored bezbjedonosnog aspekta koji ima ovaj forum, on uključuje i dodatni stepen demokratizacije, poštovanja ljudskih i manjinskih prava, svega onoga što su evropske slobode i u tom pravcu mislim da je jako važan ovaj jubilej za To Be Security forum.
Hvala puno. Dobar dan i dobrodošli. Danas obilježavamo 15 godina To Be Secure foruma. Danas obilježavamo 15 godina To Be Secure foruma. U čemu vidite značaj ovog događaja?
Pa, znate šta, ja sam na TUBS ne znam koliko, možda 8. ili 9. put, uvijek sam dolazio rado i mislim da se radi o jednoj međunarodnoj organizaciji, odnosno kongresu koji je vrlo značajan ne samo za Crnu Goru, nego i za cijeli region. Jer ovo je potvrda da Crna Gora stremi prema zapadnim vrijednostima. Ova organizacija, mislim Atlantski savez, prvo o tome govorim kao Atlantski savez bio organizator i jeste organizator TUBS. Atlantski savez je odigrao jednu veoma važnu ulogu u putu Crne Gore za NATO, a mislim da TUBS je nastavak tog puta, zapravo održava tu tradiciju i održava jedno saznanje u Crnoj Gori, u regionu i upravo u toj zapadnoj zajednici, da Crna Gora stalno se nalazi na putu na zapad i da će tamo ostati.
Hvala puno. Dobar dan i dobrodošli. Danas obilježavamo 15 godina To Be Secure foruma. Koju imate vi poruku da date publici?
Što se tiče publike koja je danas prisutna na To Be Secure forumu, poruka koju bih joj dao je da je ekstremno važno sačuvati euroatlantski karakter Crne Gore, da je ekstremno važno da i u budućem periodu imamo stabilnu i bezbjednu Crnu Goru i da je ekstremno važno da nastavimo upravo sa organizacijom ovakvih događaja kao što je To Be Secure forum, koji i mlađe generacije uči koliko je zapravo europska integracija, euroatlantska integracija i bezbjednost Crne Gore važna, ali koja sve one malo starije koji su i duže u ovim procesima podsjeća na ovo isto.
Hvala puno. No, this one. It's okay. Welcome. Today we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of the To Be Secure forum. What are your expectations?
Well, knowing the Atlantic Council of Montenegro, I expect a lot of challenging discussions, very good exchanges, and fantastic speakers.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, friends from near and far, welcome to the 15th Jubilee edition of the To Be Secure Forum. Thank you for being here with us for the Jubilee edition of a forum that has become much more than a conference. 2BS is a stage where the world meets to discuss and shape the future of security. And is there a better way to open this anniversary gathering than music? Our gratitude goes to Slaven Knezovic, violinist and internationally acclaimed composer, Professor Mladen Popovic on the cello, and Manja Dragojevic on the congas. With every masterful note, you reminded us of the beauty and dignity of Montenegro, at once a reflection of our heritage and a promise for our future. Please join me in a warm round of applause for these exceptional musicians. My name is Sofia Kirsanov, and I am proud to be your master of ceremony. Over the next 2 days, this stage will bring together leaders and visionaries, heads of state, policy makers, civil society, experts and journalists, each contributing to a dialogue that defines our times. Here, we will not only reflect on challenges, we will dare to confront them. We will not only discuss, we will seek solutions. And together, we will test the strength of our alliances, the clarity of our vision, and the courage of our leadership. On behalf of the Atlantic Council of Montenegro, I extend heartfelt thanks to our strategic partners, our many corporate and media friends whose logos you see on the screens behind me, the new partners who joined us this year, and our Montenegrin family from the diaspora in Berlin. It is your support that made this 15th Jubilee edition of the Forum possible. Please remember, this forum is yours. Download the event app and share your thoughts and impressions with the world using the hashtag 2BSForum. And now, it is my privilege to invite to the stage the founder of the forum and the president of the Atlantic Council of Montenegro, a man whose vision brought us all here today, Dr. Sao Kenter.
Thank you, Sofia. Thank you, Slaven, Mladen, and Manja for a great performance. It was really amazing. So, I will switch now in a local language. Poštovani zvaničnici, ekscelencije, uvaženi gosti, dragi prijatelji. Dobrodošli na 15. jubilarni To Be Secure Forum. Kada smo prije 15 godina pokrenuli ovaj forum, imali smo viziju da Crna Gora, iako teritorijalno mala država, može postati mjesto gdje se raspravlja ne samo o regionalnim, nego i o globalnim pitanjima. Danas sa ponosom mogu reći da smo tu viziju ostvarili. 2BS je izrastao u prestižnu platformu koja okuplja lidere i eksperte iz cijelog svijeta, spremne da otvoreno govore o najvećim bezbjednosnim izazovima našeg vremena. Ovaj jubilej nije samo proslava foruma, već i proslava puta kojim je Crna Gora prošla od 2011. do danas. Svijet se u tih 15 godina dramatično promijenio. Suočavamo se sa povratkom otvorenog rata na tlu Europe, globalnim političkim trvenjima i pojavom novih bezbjednosnih prijetnji, od sajber napada do hibridnog ratovanja i dezinformacija. Naš region također prolazi kroz turbulentna vremena, ali jedno ostaje nepromijenjeno. Naša odlučnost da očuvamo mir, stabilnost i slobodu zajedničkim snagama naših saveznika. Jedna od glavnih poruka još od ranijih TUBS foruma bila je da Balkan ne smije biti prepušten samom sebi ili trećim akterima. Danas to ponavljamo još snažnije. Ako Evropska unija i Sjedinjene Američke Države ne iskoriste ovaj trenutak i ne ubrzaju integraciju svih država Zapadnog Balkana, neko treći će zauzeti taj prostor. A to ne smijemo dozvoliti. Budućnost našeg regiona moramo uzeti u svoje ruke, čvrsto vezani uz evropsku i transatlantsku zajednicu. Na tom putu nismo sami. NATO je naša sigurnost. Naše članstvo u alijansi nije samo papir, nije samo formalna obaveza. To je zajednica vrijednosti i prijateljstava koja nas štiti. To je garancija da se više nikad nećemo sami suočavati sa prijetnjama koje prevazilaze naše mogućnosti. To je dokaz da Crna Gora nije usamljena tačka na Balkanu, već dio globalne mreže sigurnosti. Dame i gospodo, Evropska unija je naš sljedeći ključni cilj. Naš evropski put traje već duže od decenije. Ponekad trnovit, ponekad usporen. Ali sada u velikoj mjeri postoji snaga i jedinstvo da ga privedemo kraju. Cilj da Crna Gora 2028. godine postane punopravna članica Evropske unije. Međutim, to nije samo politička odluka. To je vizija društva u kojem hoćemo da živimo. To je obećanje da će naša djeca odrastati u zemlji u kojoj se poštuje pravo, u kojoj se korupcija kažnjava, u kojoj se pošten rad cijeni više od političke veze. To je obećanje da će svaka mlada osoba moći da se obrazuje kod kuće, ali i da putuje i radi širom Evrope, a da ne napusti svoj identitet. Na kraju, to je obećanje da obavljanje državnog posla više neće biti unosno, već veoma zahtjevno i nepopularno, jer treba zasukati rukavi i raditi naporno. Znam da taj put neće biti lagan. Reformisati pravosuđe, graditi institucije, mijenjati navike, sve je to vrlo bolan proces. Lakše je uvijek odlagati i reći još nije vrijeme. Ali istorija nam pokazuje da zemlje koje čekaju ostaju u mjestu, a one koje se usude mijenjaju svoju sudbinu. Mi moramo odabrati da se usudimo. Mi biramo da idemo naprijed. Biće onih koji će isto tako pokušati da nas zaustave na ovom putu. Biće stranih uticaja koji žele da Crna Gora ostane podijeljena, nesigurna, nesposobna da napravi bilo kakav iskorak. Biće i onih kod kuće svoje kojima odgovara da nema promjena, da se sistem ne mijenja jer žive od njegovih slabosti. Njima moramo jasno reći, Crna Gora neće stati. Svima onima, bilo da su u vladi ili van nje, koji računaju da će radikalnim potezima ili opstrukcijama zaustaviti naš evropski put, poručujem jasno da im to neće uspjeti. Znamo da postoje ekstremističke struje i akteri kojima smeta zapadni kurs Crne Gore, ali njihovi pokušaj bit će osujećeni jedinstvom naših institucija, podrškom saveznika i jasnom voljom ogromne većine građana. Nikome neće biti dopušteno da ugrozi evropsku perspektivu Crne Gore. Naše članstvo u Evropskoj uniji i NATO je strateški izbor i svaki napad na te vrijednosti država mora odlučno braniti. Evropa je naš cilj, ali i test. Ispit da li smo spremni da postanemo društvo u kojem institucije imaju veću moć od pojedinaca. Društvo u kojem zakoni važe za sve, a ne samo za one bez zaštite. Društvo u kojem se politika vodi transparentno, a javni novac troši odgovorno. Ako to uradimo, bit ćemo ne samo članica Europske unije, već i bolja Crna Gora. Ohrabruje nas što i u samoj Europskoj uniji raste svijest o potrebi da se ovaj proces ubrza. Europska komesarka za proširenje Marta Kos nedavno je poručila da proširenje nije samo pitanje teritorije ili stanovništva, već i zaštite Europe od spoljnih uticaja, te da bi Crna Gora mogla već 28. postati članica Europske unije ukoliko do 26. godine okončamo tehnički dio pregovora. Čujemo i prijatelji iz Europske unije koji jasno kažu: sada je otvoren prostor za ulazak Zapadnog Balkana, naročito nakon geopolitičkih promjena usled rata u Ukrajini. I taj prostor moramo iskoristiti. Ulazak Crne Gore u Europsku uniju 28. učinit će i samu uniju jačom i kompaktnijom, jer Europa neće ostaviti ni jedan dio svog tla otvorenim za uticaje koji prijete spolja. Europska unija će tako zaokružiti svoj prostor na jugoistoku i poslati snažnu poruku da projekat Ujedinjene Europe nije završen dok sve europske demokratije ne budu zajedno. Dozvolite mi i da se posebno osvrnem na značaj dobrosusjedskih odnosa u kontekstu europskih integracija. I ne bih mogao naći boljeg primjera, ja mislim, od odnosa Crne Gore i Hrvatske. Crnu Goru i Hrvatsku ne povezuje samo granica na Jadranu. Povezuju nas i vjekovi borbe za slobodu i isti europski horizont kojem težimo. Ivan Mažuranić je govorio da sloboda nije dar, nego zavjet. A taj zavjet su i Crnogorci i Hrvati jednako čuvali kroz istoriju. Zato vjerujem da ćemo kao dvije zemlje sa snažnim vezama i zajedničkom evropskom vizijom naći pravedna i prijateljska rješenja za svako otvoreno pitanje i time poslati snažnu poruku cijelom regionu da se i najteže stvari mogu rješavati u duhu mira i međusobnog uvažavanja. I neka bude jasno svima, zajednički ćemo se oduprijeti onima koji pokušavaju da unesu razdor i posiju sjeme nepovjerenja između naših država. Jer naši interesi su evropski, a naše prijateljstvo jače od svakog pokušaja zloupotrebe i podjela. Naš primjer prijateljskih odnosa sa Hrvatskom pokazuje da stabilan region nije samo interes Balkana, već i interes cijele Europe. A upravo u toj viziji stabilne i ujedinjene Europe prepoznajemo i našeg zajedničkog strateškog partnera preko okeana, Sjedinjene Američke Države. Crna Gora nikad ne treba da zaboravi ko nam je kroz istoriju bio najvažniji partner u europskoj i euroatlantskoj budućnosti. Ponekad se u prolaznim političkim okolnostima može steći utisak da Amerika nije dovoljno blagonaklona prema Crnoj Gori, ali istina je drugačija. Interes Sjedinjenih Američkih Država za Zapadni Balkan je trajan i duboko ukorijenjen, jer stabilnost našeg regiona znači stabilnost cijele Europe i jačanje NATO saveza. Zato sam uvjeren da ovaj prostor neće biti prepušten nikom drugom. Bilo da je riječ o današnjoj ili sutrašnjoj administraciji u Vašingtonu, američko prisustvo i partnerstvo sa Crnom Gorom ostaje konstanta. Duboko vjerujem da su vrijednosti na kojima počiva američka demokratija i dalje snažna spojnica koja nas vezuje. Te vrijednosti, sloboda, vladavina prava, jednakost šansi, univerzalne su i bliske nama ovdje u Crnoj Gori. I kada se pojave sumnje u podršku Amerike, sjetimo se riječi predsjednika Kennedyja, koje je na Capitol Hillu izgovorio. Kaže: neka svaki narod zna, prijatelj ili neprijatelj, da ćemo platiti svaku cijenu, podnijeti svaki teret, suočiti se sa svakom teškoćom, podržati svakog prijatelja i suprotstaviti se svakom neprijatelju da obezbijedimo opstanak i uspjeh slobode. Taj zavjet, dat prije više od 6 decenija, i dalje odzvanja kao moralni kompas američke politike. Dopustite da na kraju da podijelim s vama jednu ličnu misao koja me vodi kroz sve ove godine. Politika o kojoj govorimo, spoljna, bezbjednosna, razvojna, nije samo igra moći ili interesa, već i borba vrijednosti, borba dobra i zla. U toj borbi moramo imati vjere. A ja vjerujem da će na kraju ovog teškog puta koji je pred nama pobijediti jaka Crna Gora. Vjerujem da će vrijednosti demokratije i slobode nadživjeti ideologije mržnje i podjela. Vjerujem da će hrabra i slobodna Crna Gora, ma koliko mala bila, pronaći još jednom svoje mjesto u istoriji. Ako ustrajemo na tom putu, uvjeren sam da ćemo ostvariti sve naše ciljeve. Crna Gora će biti članica Europske unije 28. godine, bastion stabilnosti na Balkanu i pouzdan saveznik unutar NATO-a i Europske unije. Ali više od svega, bit ćemo zemlja zadovoljnih ljudi, evropski prosperitetna i sigurna, a opet ponosno svoja. Dame i gospodo, svaka generacija ima svoj trenutak odluke. Ovo je naš. Ako sada posustanemo, Crna Gora će ostati mala, zarobljena u podjelama i čekanju. Ali ako se uspravimo, ako ujedinimo snagu i hrabrost, možemo ući u Europu kao narod koji je dokazao da veličina države ne zavisi od broja stanovnika, već od snage vizije i veličine duha. Budimo iskreni u dijalogu, hrabri u vizijama i odlučni u djelima. Nikada ne zaboravimo da je budućnost koju želimo dostižna ukoliko smo složni i posvećeni. Ne smijemo dozvoliti da nas razlike iz prošlosti koče. Kao što je rekao Winston Churchill, ako otvorimo svađu između prošlosti i sadašnjosti, izgubit ćemo budućnost. Zato birajmo zajedništvo, birajmo budućnost. I zato danas sa ovog mjesta želim jasno da poručim. Crna Gora neće stati. Crna Gora će ući u Europsku uniju. Crna Gora ostaje vjerna svojim saveznicima. Crna Gora će birati slobodu, dostojanstvo i budućnost. Neka je vječna Crna Gora, živjela nam i živjelo partnerstvo i savezništvo koje se rađa na ovom polju. Hvala vam.
What an inspiring, powerful opening. Now, allow me to welcome to the stage a long-standing partner and true friend of this country and the Atlantic Council of Montenegro, Ambassador of the United States of America to Montenegro, Her Excellency Judy Rising-Ranke. Your Excellency, we are eager to hear your thoughts.
Hvala, Sofia. Thank you, Sofia. Dr. Kentra, thank you for your inspiring opening remarks. And distinguished friends, guests, and colleagues, let me assure you it is my honor to be here, to be able to open this year's 15th Jubilee edition of the To Be Secure Forum. Here in Budva, it's a city that stands both as a historic gateway and also as a strategic sentinel. Over the past few years, I personally have had the distinct privilege to be a regular speaker at this forum, and I've really grown to appreciate the unique role that this event plays in the region, shaping conversations that challenge us all to be resilient, reflective, and deeply committed to peace through strength. This year, at this very unique time, it's important for me to be here to share my own country's national security priorities here in Montenegro, a place where we can see this year's forum theme, the age of transformation, happening in front of our eyes. Since formal accession in 2017, Montenegro has embraced NATO and internalized its policies. As the 29th member of the alliance, Montenegro has worked to fulfill its obligations with clarity and with conviction. And at a time when the alliance is setting higher standards, you've seen it, Montenegro has gone further. It has leaned into the concept of full burden sharing across the alliance. It has created a clear path both to increase investment in its defense and infrastructure capabilities by 5% of its GDP by the year 2035, as well as to fully meet the challenging capability targets set out by NATO, which will fortify its security posture. As the United States Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, noted earlier this year in Brussels, in order for NATO to be stronger, it needs partners that are stronger. And the stronger and more capable each member is, the stronger and more capable NATO will be. And Montenegro is living proof. It is investing in real capacity, from modernizing its forces to conducting specialized training in the mountains around Kalašin and Plevla, all the way to the waters of the Adriatic Sea. I have had a chance to personally witness the Montenegrin and allied forces at work in action during the Defender Europe exercises and other training opportunities. What I have seen is professionalism, precision, an unmistakable readiness to defend Montenegro's sovereignty, defend its people from disasters, and to defend fellow members of the alliance. And that matters. Montenegro's proven capabilities extend far beyond the land domain. In recent months, we've witnessed the Air Force's determination to protect the land and the people from devastating wildfires. Real and tragic sacrifices were made. Montenegro and the United States have invested in regional maritime capacity as well. The recent US donations of 4 patrol boats, as well as a maritime domain surveillance and awareness system, are being utilized by the Montenegrin Navy in exercises and real-world missions. In partnership with other NATO members as well, Montenegro now plays a larger role in protecting the coastline and beyond in the Adriatic Sea, a critical corridor for trade, energy, and defense. Montenegro's proven multifaceted capability showcases a deeper truth. Montenegro is transforming. It's transforming itself into a platform for NATO interoperability and readiness. And the evolution didn't happen by chance. It required vision, it required reform, and it required courage. Montenegro's progress in governance, in rule of law, and in military modernization is a testament to its commitment to becoming a full contributor to Euro-Atlantic security. I will add, for this metamorphosis to be completed, Montenegro must continue with its reforms and execute its spending plans completely, ensuring full alignment with NATO standards. But again, Montenegro's contributions do matter. They matter to the Balkans, they matter to Europe, and they matter to the United States. As we look ahead, I'm convinced that Montenegro's leadership within NATO will continue to grow. Its proven light infantry battalion, its specialization in mountain warfare, its expanding capabilities in the maritime domain are assets for the alliance's future posture. And looking ahead, Montenegro's vision to contribute to fight cyber and hybrid attacks, as well as to build blockchain and AI capabilities to further benefit the alliance, reflects that a small country's determination to play an outside role in preparing for future challenges is real. Friends, let me conclude my brief opening remarks by noting, in an unpredictable security environment, capability and commitment matter. And Montenegro is delivering on both. You can see this through Montenegro's increasing engagement with NATO and its numerous infrastructure projects throughout the country that provide better service to the Montenegrin people and better defense standards for the alliance. So, to all of you who've chosen to spend your time here today, thank you. Thank you for being part of the forum and being an active part of the conversation of these topics. And to our NATO allies in particular, let this forum be a reminder that small nations can make enormous and outsized contributions when their traditional values are strong, their will is unwavering, and their commitment to their people, their sovereignty, and their alliance is kept. This is the age of transformation. Montenegro's metamorphosis is real, and we are witnesses. Thank you. Good luck on this forum. Hvala puno.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, for your compelling and mindful remarks. And now we turn to Europe. Can the Union rise above rhetoric, act strategically, and claim its rightful place on the global stage? And most importantly, can it protect itself during these challenging times? This is the defining question of our time. Guiding this critical conversation is Jelena Jokovic, editor and journalist at Radio and Television Montenegro. Jelena, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Sofia. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our panel, Europe's Moment of Reckoning. Please join me in welcoming our speakers. Thorsten Benner, co-founder and director of the Global Public Institute in Berlin with expertise in global order, security, technology, and EU-US relations. Maggie Fino, Deputy Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of Albania with a legal background in international and immigration law and experience in European integration. Welcome. Marek Kov, Head of the Security and Resilience Program at the International Center for Defense and Security with 2 decades of experience in national security, military intelligence, and international operations. Welcome. And Peter Staraj, State Secretary for Security Policy at Hungary's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, former representative of Hungary to NATO with a long career in diplomacy and defense policy. So, as Sofia said, Europe today stands at a crossroads, facing war on its borders, economic and energy challenges, rising populism, and questions about its global role. So let us begin with the challenging security situation in Europe. I trust the gentleman will not mind if we begin with the lady. So, Mrs. Fino, taking into account the ongoing tensions and border violations in Eastern Europe, do you personally fear for peace on our continent?
First of all, thank you. It's such a distinct pleasure to be with distinguished panelists and in this forum, and it has some perks being a woman, being the first to speak. But so absolutely, I think we already heard a bit from the opening of this forum about the challenges, and it's something that's been echoing for a long time now. The thing that perhaps brings us close or keeps us, working towards overcoming these obstacles is EU's credibility. For Albania, it's quite easy in the sense that we've always been a country who has looked towards the West ever since the fall of communism. We are staunch supporters of the Euro-Atlantic integration of the whole region. And I think the fact that we have been focusing so much on some difficult, comprehensive reforms in the country, precisely, also to overcome the obstacles that the European continent is facing right now, it's a clear vision and it's a clear commitment on how we think we should go forward with this. But absolutely, we need also credibility from the European side.
As for the security, do you believe that the tensions ongoing can prevail and that we should be worried as a continent?
Worrying is something, but I think the most important thing is taking measures and precautions.
What are the measures that NATO has taken so far?
Well,
how do you assess them, actually?
For our side, I can say that for us, 100% alignment with the EU CFSP and CSDP is one thing. Something that we've been committed towards for a long time now, even before the accession negotiations started. It's about, yes, it's a country with small resources, but still trying to, punch above its weight when it comes to unity in defense sector. Working with what is becoming now the most important thing, AI and digitalization, and not against it. And I think for us, that's also been something that's been proven helpful. Be that in defense, we're trying to also modernize the defense sector, but also with regards to the EU accession negotiations, such as translating the EU acquis and the First Minister of State for AI. So I think taking all of this into consideration is not just about being worried, more than actually being resilient, actually showing that, yes, there are these challenges, but the way that we can overcome them is by focusing on this unity.
It is connection, to sum up, connection between the allies and the EU as a whole.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, Mr. Kolb, as we have already said, NATO is facing extraordinary challenges in protecting its allies bordering Ukraine. Some analysts argue that the reaction has not been timely enough. As the expert in security, would you agree? And also coming from Estonia, Baltic country.
Not necessarily. I think that NATO's reaction has been quite adequate and very timely, but we have to also separate those late incidents where we saw drones flying into the Polish territory, Russian fighters violating Estonian airspace, and also what we have seen in the Denmark or other Nordic countries. So these are actually all three very separate incidents. So I think that NATO is actually well prepared for the kind of incidents we had in Estonia, so where Russian fighters actually violated Estonian airspace, and the response was clearly very fast with Italian and Swedish and Finnish fighters also responded very quickly. But
was it a surprise? Was it a surprise for you, for the Estonians, this violation of your airspace? Has it happened before?
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is
so you are prepared.
Yeah. This is the modus operandi what Russia is doing, and we in the Baltic states, in Estonia, have seen this for decades already. So I think this is not a surprise for us. Of course, the scale and the frequency of the incidents is something which is maybe somewhat unusual, but we have to also focus what is going on in Denmark or in the Nordic countries, and I think these drone incidents there are more related to internal security matters. So as we are speaking about building the military deterrence or investing a lot to the defense capabilities, we also have to realize that Russia is attacking us in Europe right now, in the internal security domain. So we cannot forget that we also have to invest into the police capabilities and the internal security services.
Thank you, Mr. Benner. In your opinion, how is Europe handling the current security crisis? And was this the test for the alliance from the Russian side?
I think we face an ongoing test. And first of all, congratulations on 15 years of To Be Secure, and thank you for the invitation. And I do very much think that we can learn from the countries who experienced ongoing transformation ever since 1989, because this adaptability and willing to rethink things we very much need in Western Europe. I come from Berlin, and usually it's the colleagues from the Baltic states that say we don't do enough for security and we're not well prepared, and the Germans who are kind of, in a sense, sweet-talking things. Maybe this morning it's the other way around, because I don't think, at least in Germany, we're well prepared, and we are on the way to re-establish deterrence vis-à-vis our enemies. Right now we face an unprecedented security crisis in Europe.
Sorry, what prevented you for preparing previously, in previous times? I mean, the threats are known for decades. What prevented Germany?
Wishful thinking, I guess. You know, I interpreted 1980...
There were some other priorities you would like to say?
Yes, of course. I mean, preparing for war is not a nice thing, and you much rather do something else. But that's exactly what we need to do. We need to prepare for war in order for war not to expand to NATO territory. And I do think we very much need to become more agile and learn, for example, from Ukraine, which has been kind of so swift at adapting to the changes in technology in warfare. Our procurement, at least I can say in Germany, is way too slow. And these drone incidents, I think we shouldn't overestimate them in terms of the importance. But to my mind, what they show is that we don't have a cost-effective way of dealing with them. Using F-35 fighter or expensive fighter jets to go after drones that are worth a few thousand euros is a bit ridiculous and not sustainable. So we need to innovate very quickly and become able to deal with these threats.
Yes, and NATO is planning to build some drone wall on eastern borders. Do you think that it would be a much better solution than for the planes that you are just talking about?
Yes, I mean, drone wall is a ridiculous concept. I think there's no drone wall that we'll have. But we need to become, like Ukrainians do that, we need to become better at intercepting drones with more cost-effective means. But we also need to think about economic security much more forcefully. China is bankrolling Russia's war machine, but China is also cursing us due to its monopoly on critical raw materials and critical materials that threaten our defense industrial base, threaten our very industrial base. So we need to address both the kind of deterrence and security and the economic security measures.
So this is a great introduction for Mr. Staraj. What I'd like to ask you is EU countries should invest more in their own defense, even at the expense of social spending. What do you think about it? And is it crucial at this moment?
Well, first of all, many thanks for the invitation, and it's really good to be back to TBS. Congratulations. I don't think that the two exclude each other. I think social spending can go hand in hand with higher spending on defense. And Hungary is very much pro-European defense development. That's why we joined all the programs in the European Union. That is about capacity building. Europe in itself is not able to assure credible deterrence. And this is, in the foreseeable future, the situation. This will not change. But that doesn't mean that there cannot be situations where Europe has to act on its own. for example, monitoring the Mediterranean, there you need European capabilities. And if you build more European capabilities, that will contribute to NATO's collective defense too. So I think these two are very much in harmony, and that's why Hungary, as a supporter of collective defense, we are also a supporter of more European capabilities.
And as for the US role in this situation, how do you assess it?
Well, we need a long-term presence of US military in Europe, because, as I said, Europe is not able to defend itself, is not able to deter any kind of threat or challenge coming from any direction.
You think Europe is not able to defend
not
itself?
Not able, and because of that, we
why
need NATO.
Why is this happening? Why isn't Europe able to defend itself?
Because we have limited defense capabilities. We have come a long way since the Wales Summit 11 years ago. We have come up to 2%, many countries almost to 5%. We made a pledge at the Hague Summit this year. Now we have the 5% target, and we will be able to reach that. So I think Europe has come a long way, has done a lot, but still that doesn't mean that without the US we are able to have credible deterrence. And that's why we need NATO, and that's why we have to concentrate on Article 5 of the Washington Treaty.
So, Mrs. Fino, what about Albania? Do you have any plans to invest more in armament?
Yeah, well, a little bit of context. We're talking about a country who, right after the fall of communism, was, bent and committed to get rid of all of its military and defense. Of course, also as being, a member and joining NATO. So in that sense, there's been a mind shift completely for Albania. Now things are changing, of course, all over Europe, but especially in our country, given this historical context. So now it's a priority of the government to, of course, modernize the defense industry. And we are also trying to, as I mentioned, even within the EU and NATO, to elevate our support on drones as well and on digitalization. So yeah, we are committed on that.
Okay, and as for the expenses, how much is Germany actually paying for NATO as an annual fee of your GDP? Is it
this annual fee thing is a bit of a funny concept that you have taken over from Trump, it seems. We don't pay fees for NATO, but we invest in our defense capabilities. And we have long neglected that, and we're now on our way to kind of, rebuilding our military with, restocking the supplies and getting more manpower into our military. Right now, I think we spent a good 2%. We want to go up. That's the pledge in order to not have the guns versus butter problem. For the time being, we kind of abolished the debt brake for the military spending. So we have a kind of an open tab on military spending, and we can do whatever it takes. But the question is, will we change our ways we do procurement, for example, in order to actually get bang for the buck? Will we actually spend collectively smartly in Europe? Because if just every country continues to spend for itself, we will not spend efficiently. And will we convince enough young people to join our military on a voluntary basis in order to fill the ranks of the German army?
So another important question related to this, of course, is the question: what would it take for the EU to be seen as a credible geopolitical partner? Mr. Cobb, can the EU be geopolitically strong without common defense pillar?
So, I think yes. I think when we are speaking about, I will go back a little bit about deterrence. So deterrence is about capabilities, credibility, and communication. So 3 C's. I think we actually have the possibility to build up this credibility, but this has to be coming from capability. So this is something that I think that EU has money, EU has resources, EU has talent, but the problem is, I think that we are not committed to scale up the production, and also I think that some of the countries doesn't have this healthy fear I mean, if I'm looking at the numbers from Nordic, Baltic, and Central Europe countries, then I see that the willingness to defend their own country is above 50%. But if I look the numbers from Western Europe and Southern Europe, they are well below 20%. So the proximity to the threat actually also translates into how you are prepared to protect your country. The question about what Europe can do, I think we have to move from project-based thinking into the capacity building, as the colleague said here. And also I think that we have to mention Ukraine here. I mean, in Estonia, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, Estonian Defense Ministry actually proposed that each, back then it was NATO country, but we can now discuss even that each EU country should attribute 0.25% from their GDP to Ukraine. This creates actually around 40-50 billion euros annually. We can measure it in a different scale also. If we are speaking that we are under enormous threat in Europe, if each European citizen allocates 8 euros per month, and I was staying in the hotel, 8 euros is 1 beer at night. So 8 euros per month also creates 40 billion euros annually. So this is something to think about. And I think that we also have to focus on the single market security. We have to keep in mind that all those hybrid attacks, what we are seeing, are targeting our critical infrastructure, our well-being organizations, and so on. So we have to focus that we have all the measures in place that will protect the ports, the communication lines, and so on, because many of undersea cables are actually built during the peacetime, and nobody thought that this is something that will be attacked. So for the future projects, we need also to think about if we lay down the cables under the seabed, that they will be also protected from hostile activities.
So besides the common security pillar, Mr. Stanovil, the very important issue that European Union is considering is reorganization. So Hungary has several times vetoed the start of EU accession talks with Ukraine. Many in Europe argue that by blocking these talks, Hungary is weakening EU unity at a critical moment. How do you respond to this criticism?
Well, I think that's very important, but still on the previous issue, we have a different view on that. What Marek said, that we have to give our capacities and our money to Ukraine. Instead of that, Hungary says that we have to concentrate on our own defense, because that's the way how we can defend ourselves together. And many countries gave their ammunition stockpiles and their weaponry to Ukraine, and I think this is not the right way, because that weakens Article 5. And I think we have to concentrate on ourselves first and then support Ukraine. On the other issue, well, each and every country that wants to join the European Union has to live up to the conditions. There is a very serious conditionality. Montenegro, Albania, others are in the middle of the process. They have been there for 20 years. And it's a very difficult process, because you have to align your legal system to the expectations of the European Union. And you have to give up, you have to give concessions in every area. Now, Ukraine, which has been a candidate country only for almost 2 years now, still is not there to start accession negotiations, because a lot of things have to be done inside Ukraine. And Ukraine is at war, so it's very difficult to think about starting accession negotiations when a country is at war. I think after the war, that will be a different situation.
Do you
but
think
right
that
now,
EU accession could change things in terms of peace?
I mean, many things will change if peace comes, and that's why we advocate. We have been advocating for negotiations, peace negotiations, ceasefire for a long time. But until we get there, it's impossible to talk about EU negotiations. And we also have a specific Hungarian issue, that's the question of the national minorities. Ukraine has limited the rights of national minorities since 2015, 2017 in several laws. We are in direct negotiations with Ukraine about that. We have an 11-point list. We only want to get back there to 2017, what was the legal framework at that time. But we have not yet agreed on that. So until that, it's impossible to talk about the launch of negotiations.
Mr. State Secretary, you said you want to keep your weapons to yourself in order to be able to defend yourself. I understand that.
Not only to myself, to all NATO. To all NATO.
It's a contribution to Article 5. I totally get that. There's a trade-off. You can't really just send weapons to Ukraine and be defenseless yourself. But are you then now in favor of this new instrument that's being created to use the 300 billion in frozen assets that we have in Europe in terms of Russian assets in order to fund loans to Ukraine so that there's enough military support that can be procured? Because right now Ukraine is also our line of defense. You might think that Russia is not after you because Mr. Orban is good friends with Mr. Putin, but other countries have different opinions on this and very much see the value in Ukraine holding the line and having enough material to defend itself. Are you in favor now of creating this instrument?
Yes, of course.
Well, now you covered a lot of things, but first of all, I think it's a dangerous way ahead to use Russian assets, because that will have a very serious and long-term impact on the international monetary system, you know. So if that can be done, then a lot of other things can be done, which will really hurt the West.
But Mr. Merz said we won't confiscate, we will just use it for a debt instrument.
I have not yet concluded on this.
Okay. And that it would be repaired after the war to Ukraine.
I think it's a dangerous way ahead, and it's not only us who are against that, it's Luxembourg, Belgium, who are really involved in handling those assets, you know. They don't support it anyway, so it's not about Hungary.
So, Mr. Benner, you want to add something to this
And one
topic?
more thing, that the reason why we want to concentrate on Article 5 is not because Mr. Orban is a good friend of Mr. Putin. This is a ridiculous accusation, you know. It's not about that. We want to have pragmatic relations because we know that after the war, anyway, Russia will be in our neighborhood. It's a huge entity. It's a big nuclear power. It's a permanent member of the UN Security Council. So whatever we do, Russia will have an impact on our security, you know. And cutting all the channels, all the communication, this is not a reasonable way of looking into the future.
I agree with that.
We want to have security, we want to have stability, we want to concentrate on NATO's defense, but that doesn't mean, when they say that we have to protect ourselves in Ukraine because the next ones will be us, I think that's not true. That's not true. We have to defend ourselves, and we have to support Ukraine in many ways. But if we give all our ammunition and whatever to Ukraine, that will only weaken us. And the Russians can differentiate between NATO countries and non-NATO countries.
And those are really delicate situations, and as for the decisions that are brought in the EU, do you think that unanimity should stay as one of the instruments for bringing some important decisions, for example, new EU members, etc., or
yes, I'm deeply convinced, and a good example is NATO. Again, NATO, it's really difficult to get to consensus. It's a cumbersome process, but when you are there, then all the member states are behind it politically, and the implementation too will be much stronger. You know, so saying that the EU's weakness is because we have unanimous decision making, I think that's not the right thing, because if you leave behind 2-3 countries and you decide on foreign policy issues, that will only weaken the unity of the European Union.
What about veto? That you have
we agreed upon the rules.
used several times.
Veto, no veto. You have to build consensus, you know. We are not vetoing, but if we have not come to the consensus, then there is no decision. That's the rule of the European Union in CFSP, in most of the areas in CFSP and CSDP. So you don't have to excuse someone that he vetoes. He doesn't veto. He's not yet there with the consensus, and the countries have to make the effort to find common ground, and it is possible on many issues. It's really possible.
So, Mr. Benner, you'd like to add something as for the EU reform?
No, I just wanted to add, to be clear, that it's very dangerous, but when we start to speak about how difficult or dangerous it is to confiscate Russian assets, and that we have to deal with Russia in the future. I think we have to very clearly understand that what we are seeing right now is that Russia is actually changing the borders of independent country by force. And this is unacceptable. We cannot tolerate this.
I agree.
So that's why we have to support Ukraine. And I think that Ukraine is right now fighting also our war. And we already are benefiting from Ukraine. So it's not fair to say that we should only protect ourselves. We are seeing that Ukraine will very heavily come in to help Europe with their experience on countering drones. And I just want to add shortly on this drone counter-drone activities, because I think we of course need to learn from Ukraine what Ukraine is doing well, but there is danger of over-learning from Ukraine, because we have to realize that Ukraine is at war and our countries are not at war. So we are not able to copy all the activities Ukraine is doing during the wartime that we should do during the peacetime. So there are many limitations, and I agree that drone war is actually a bad definition, but we also have to realize that protection against drones and other air threats has to be layered. So it means that we have to very layered systems, from really basic machine guns to very high level fighters, rockets, which are very expensive. But we have to not only think about the cost of this one drone, which is flying maybe 10,000 euros, but we have to think about the target. So if the target is actually some kind of, I don't know, the energy facility, which costs maybe millions, then it's reasonable to shoot it down with fighter rockets also.
Okay, now, Mrs. Fino, from the point of view of a candidate country like Albania, what does a stronger geopolitical EU mean? And do you think that a delay of enlargement can actually cause instability in the region?
Yes, we've been actually echoing this for a long time, even before 2022, that enlargement is important, and there should be a focus on our region as well, precisely with regards to the European security and stability. But I want to also link this to the previous discussion on the credibility, because I think European credibility is existential. It's not abstract. And credibility is when policy meets capability. And I think Europe's strength and security has been tested daily after 2022, be that in terms of cyber attacks, infrastructure, drone incursions. And I think the important thing is also to look at it also from the aspect of defending truth and transparency, which is as vital as defending your borders. And in that sense, I think that's why it's very important to also have the Western Balkans, and enlargement be a focus and be an important topic, and at the very top of the agenda, as we have seen it happen now. But of course, this is a momentum that we cannot take for granted, and that we should continue to use going forward. We have a timeline, with the European Commission. We heard from Montenegro as well, has been doing
and
very well.
And also from Brussels, that this is the best geopolitical moment for the country's candidate to join the EU. So did Ukraine have to happen to realize this?
Listen, I think the process is political, but it's also technical. So it's of course a merit-based process, but it also has to have the political will for it to happen. And by political will, of course, it means candidate countries as much as the EU member states. Now, it's unfortunate that perhaps it took, a war in this continent for the focus to be sort of reshifted to the Western Balkans region as well. But as I mentioned, we have been talking about this since 2003, Thessaloniki promise, but we've been talking about this and the delicate situation for a long time. And I think it's very important now that, what's done is done, but to focus on this momentum and to bring the candidate countries as part of this, because it is a big part of the European security. And also with this regard is the reason why we've also been championing this gradual integration aspect of the process as well.
Mrs. Nara, so the aspirations of the EU candidate countries are the same, to join as soon as possible. But somehow, that's my opinion, the dates that are given are a bit, questionable. Why? Because some of the countries which started negotiations long ago are now at the same pace, like some others like Moldova, Ukraine, Albania also. So do you think that the same standards are for all the countries, and as for reforms, political, and all the others that are taken into account in this regard?
Well, that's a very far-reaching question, but to summarize it in a nutshell, we think that the EU has made a strategic mistake by not having already integrated countries of the Western Balkans, because in terms of stability, security, also economically, the Western Balkans is a strategically important region for the European Union. We can continue later maybe to the east, but first this is our homework. And Maggie is right, because the process of EU accession is twofold. On the one hand, it's all about conditionality, it's very technical. But on the other hand, it's a political process, and at the end of the day, it will be a political decision, as it was in our case, in Hungary's case. 10 countries at the same time joined the European Union. Were they all at the same level of preparation? No, definitely not. But it was a political decision that the EU has to integrate these countries. Now, I think it would be very important to make the next step, especially with Montenegro and Albania, because they are ready, and we have to demonstrate that the process is credible, and that if you perform as a candidate country, you will be able to join and to become a full-fledged member. So I think that's very important. And when they talk about the internal reforms of the EU, I don't think that has to be a condition for the next round of
we disagreed before.
Just
now
be brief, because we are out of time.
Now we really agree, and at the same time, we need to do exactly what you said. And the European Union, we haven't talked enough about that, needs to reinvent itself, rebuild economic strength, technology, do everything that's in the Draghi report, because without that, everything will be nothing. And as we saw in the negotiations with Mr. Trump, the European Union folded just because we were not able to defend ourselves and were not innovative enough, and we need to change that.
Thank you very much. Now, if someone from the audience wants something to ask our guests, please. No questions, so that would be all for this panel. Thank you very much for your attention. So we have said everything, I guess.
We were so boring that nobody...
Yeah. Thank you very much.
What a powerful and timely discussion, full of insights precious for stakeholders across Europe. We continue with an equally pressing issue: the power shifts and the new approach of the United States, the calls for strategic autonomy, and the reality of deep transatlantic interdependence. Where does this leave the Western Balkans, and where does it leave us all together? Moderating this conversation is Alexandra Stojanovic-Godfroy, foreign policy desk producer from TVN1. Alexandra, over to you.
Thank you, Sofia, and thank you all for being here today. About this very important subject in this unstable and uncertain time we are living in, my guest for this panel will be Gorana Gragic, senior researcher and acting team head, Swiss and Euro-Atlantic Security Team Center for Security Studies. Thank you and welcome. Please welcome Edward P. Joseph, lecturer and senior fellow, Johns Hopkins SAIS Thank you. Welcome. Mr. Momčilo Radulović, President of European Movement in Montenegro, is here with us. Please. And last but not the least, Valbona Zenelli, non-resident senior fellow, Atlantic Council. Please be seated. Thank you. Now, I want to start this panel with actually the last word this title has, and that is compass. And it seems that the magnetic field has been shifted, has been disrupted. Compasses are calibrating at this moment. When new administration Washington decided to just show how just powerful United States is and started showing that power towards its allies, threatening even not to fulfill certain obligations like Article 5 if some conditions are not met. The allies started searching, it seems, for a plan B. Thus, the paradox, the power paradox, the more might a power shows, that might be lost. My first question is actually to you, Gorana. What are the biggest challenges in this relation now?
Well, I have an uneasy task to sort of set the stage, and I would say before we even get to challenges, we need to do a little bit of diagnosis of what's been going on.
Yeah.
And primarily to understand that a lot of things that we've seen happen over the past 9 months have a little bit of a continuity from the previous Trump administration, but also some of the changes and I would say some of the amplifications of some of the trends we observed between 2017 and 21. And what I mean by this are really 3 things. First being that there is a clear sense of reprioritization of US attention to theaters that are not necessarily Europe. And here I think it was very clear from the interim defense strategic guidance that was leaked earlier in the year, and we'll see further articulated as soon as the national defense and security strategies are out, but basically making clear that the Indo-Pacific is the theater of utmost interest for the United States, and also that Homeland Security is being brought into the conversation in a way that we necessarily didn't see before in this kind of context. And here there was this one part that had to do with Europe, where it said that US is willing to assume some of the costs in Europe because this means basically focusing attention on where it's needed, this kind of ruthless prioritization of the theaters that I mentioned. But also some of the things that are popping up now in a way, again, that we haven't seen maybe in the first administration, the Western Hemisphere being kind of front and center in a way that it hasn't been, and of course everything that's going on in the Middle East and the way that Trump administration is involved there. So that's the kind of priorities part. And then the second part, I would say, has to do with reorientation, again, compared to the previous administration, but again, it has some continuity with the first Trump administration, and that has to do with the way that allies and alliances are treated in general, right? Reorientation from kind of talks of the values that allies share, this kind of starry-eyed idealism, to something that's very much transactional, right? Where allies are seen basically as sort of instruments, as disposable, and I'm not saying that that's not necessarily part of strategies, right? Like alliances are instruments to some sort of strategy, but in a way that really diverges and departs from what we've seen throughout most of kind of conventional US foreign policy. And then the final part I would say that we need to be cognizant of is the domestic sources of US foreign policy, and this has to do with reorganization. Why is that important? Because basically all that we knew about US foreign policy bureaucracy and the sort of processes, organizations, institutions, norms, rules that sort of underpinned it are being slowly torn apart, if not destroyed, in totality. So things that have to do simply with kind of interagency processes, with certain institutions or organizations ceasing to exist, right? USAID and similar things that did matter a lot in US power projection are now being sort of reinvented or done away entirely, right? We have this, you know, just a couple of days ago, you would have seen what happened in Quantico, the kind of emphasis on lethality of U.S. armed forces in a way that we kind of haven't seen that sort of language, right, with the Department of War and similar, but also the fact that we have, you know, a Secretary of State that now has 4 different functions, being a National Security Advisor, first time since Henry Kissinger, and various other things that are there that, again, make it a bit harder for allies and partners to sort of know where the U.S. stands.
Mr. Joseph, what do you think? I mean, Trump's message is quite clear when it comes to Europe. However erratic it might sound at times, but what is it that he expects, and considering what Goran has said, from its allies here in this continent?
I think there's a clear answer to that, Alexander. First, let me thank you and the organizers for bringing us all together here today. It's a pleasure to be with you all. And, you know, I teach at SAIS, and one of the things I teach my students at SAIS is always begin with the most important thing. So the most important point, and we'll come to expectations in a second, the question that looms over this conference from the previous panel and all day, how can Europe make itself relevant given these very strong and dramatically different expectations from Washington? So how can it do it? So I want to be very clear with this audience about the answer. The answer is Europe can finally tackle the Balkans. That's the answer. That's the most feasible, As we heard in the previous panel, Europe is not capable of tackling the greatest security threat, which is Russia's aggressive war in Ukraine. It cannot. It requires US and NATO capacity, chiefly US capacity there, of course. But Europe is capable of tackling the Balkans, which it hasn't done. And I would emphasize here that this is an expectation not only of this administration, and it is an expectation of this, it's also a continuing expectation going back to all US administrations from the 1990s. So we're here in the Balkans, we're in Budva, we're in Montenegro, proud NATO ally, that's great. But unless Europe stands up and tackles the feasible, it will never achieve this dream of strategic autonomy and tackling the infeasible. Let's come now to, and there's much more we can say about how to do that and why that hasn't been done. But there's clearly Europe has missed its opportunities, vacillating on enlargement and, of course, vacillating on some of these political issues, again, which are feasible. Not Russia. No country in the Balkans has nuclear weapons. No country in the Balkans is some fossil fuel superpower. These are feasible problems. Europe has to step up. Okay, expectations from the Trump administration. We have to here distinguish between through lines, that is the enduring expectations that are not new, and those that are dramatic, and I would use the word erratic. And among those, let's go with Greenland, for example, that the U.S. is going to take over Greenland. This is the type of dramatic, erratic posturing from the administration we have to distinguish from the through lines and the enduring questions, the legitimate questions posed, which are about burden sharing. So this is not new to the Trump administration. The demand for Europe to step up and pay its fair share for security is not new to Donald Trump. And we saw with the very capable leadership of Secretary General Mark Rutte, bringing the alliance, working with the Trump administration, this breakthrough in The Hague of achieving the 5%. We also saw that with President of the European Commission, von der Leyen, in July, that there was an agreement, at least a framework agreement, for the EU to purchase $750 billion in US energy products and invest $600 billion in the United States. So that's under this framework agreement. So those are enduring questions. Those are about getting to a more equitable relationship with the United States and about Europe sharing its burden. The part that is extremely problematic, and here I'm going to refer to the inspiring speech of Atlantic Council President Savo Kentra this morning. He quoted Kennedy, and he said, Kennedy, mi ćemo platiti bilo koju cijenu, we will pay any price. But the reality is, nažalost, nećemo više platiti bilo koju cijenu. We are not going to anymore, we, United States, is no longer going to pay any price. Vi ćete platiti i svoj cijenu, svoj dio taj teret. You're going to pay your price and that portion of the burden. So what is the expectation, Alexander, to your question? The expectation is for Europe to step up, to bear its share, follow through on these commitments, to have a more equitable arrangement. And in the other areas, I'm afraid to say, when it comes to values, because we heard about values, Europe is going to have to lead on democratic values, because you are not going to have leadership on democratic values from the United States. It's not happening. And here, this is not primarily a forum about my country, but domestically, we are going in the opposite direction in the United States in a very aggressive, much more aggressive way than in foreign policy from the administration, but in domestic policy, we are going in the opposite direction when it comes to democratic values.
Momčilo, whilst Joseph was speaking, you were having mixed reactions to what he had to say, I had a feeling.
I was having reactions regarding the famous 750 billion of purchasing of energetic goods and 600 billions of investments. I don't think that it will ever happen, but it's nice on the paper, and it calmed down and it used the purpose of President Trump for a while. But I would like to go back to I would like to read some things here, sorry. Those are the names of institutions. The Political and Security Committee, PSC, the European Union Military Committee, EUMC, Committee for Civilian Aspects of Crisis Management, CIVCOM, the political military groups, PMG, Security and Defense Directorate, I could not read this shortened version, it's too complicated. European Defense Agency, European Security and Defense College, ESDC, European Union Institute for Security Studies, European Union Satellite Center. Those are names of 13 institutions related for CSDP, European Common Security and Defense Policy. 13 institutions just for a start. I will not name, because it will take a lot of time to read all the projects and programs that have different names also. We have expression here in Montenegrin language related to midwives and babies, but the translation in English would be, the version of English is, too many cooks spoil the broth. So basically, if you have I'm not a gambling type, but I can bet for sure there is no person in any of these institutions that knows exactly who is doing what in other 12 institutions, for sure. So basically, this is European Union. It's too complicated, it's too slow, and it's too inefficient, in my opinion, of course. And I will show you some proofs for that. In 2013, they made this DTIB, Defense Technology and Industry Base, and they dedicated zero budget for that. 2016, they made a global strategy. It was just December 2017 when made the first move, CARD, I think they made CARD, and PESCO. So the PESCO started in 2018. Since then, PESCO started implementing projects, I think 60 projects, but but they needed 5 years to start putting the money where they talk. So basically,
So, if I get you correctly, you think that this approach of the new administration in Washington of President Donald Trump is actually good for Europe because it is making it finally do something?
Listen, I will
cross this bureaucracy.
Unfortunately, I'm used to, in that personally, we don't agree on many things and we have very strong debates. But here we have to agree that, unfortunately, we have in our new Rome, currently we have a Nero. Okay, and Nero is unfortunately burning the house from inside and burning a little bit of international relations as well along the way. But sometimes this Nero was quite right, and he was right in terms of waking up the Europe. So if there is a positive things, he woke up the Europe in many aspects. In one aspect was like, guys, we cannot pay for yourself. You have to do something. You cannot sleep. And Europe was sleeping for a very long period of time. And you can see that they needed, from 2013 now it's 2025, they needed 12 years to start defining and dedicating more serious amounts of money. And there are still, even those serious amounts of money that rose from 2023 to 24 for 19%. And it's predicted that they will rise an additional 30-40 billion euros for this year. But they had 341 billion 2024, which is 1.9 of the GDP of EU when combined, what all member states were spending. So basically, even though the European Union, when combined, they are the second largest spender for the defense. But it's still not enough. It's still not it's still below 2% of GDP. So they have to do something. In those terms, fortunately or unfortunately, Mr. Trump was right. So, and I will agree also with that, with Ed there, that also, among other things, guys, you have to clean up your own backyard, including the nivell of the Europe, which is Balkans. Okay, do something, guys. We've done a lot, so you have to do something here.
Yes.
And you can see they're still not doing enough. But that's for
yeah, of course. Alvona, can Europe afford to, at this, is it feasible, economically feasible, to build this, what is required? Not only about spending 5% GDP, but to do it in time, because there is a looming threat of Russia. I agree, Western Balkans can be a threat and has not been tended. But can we do it, I say we, because it's a continent after all, can we do it in time?
Well, thank you very much, Alexandra. I'm so glad to be back. Thank you to the organizers. This is an important anniversary, and I've been here since the very first 2BS. I missed the last two ones, and I did not know that the chairs were so comfortable, and I think they're too comfortable for these important topics. But let me start with the premise. As I was, listening to the conversation of the panel, I think first there is a strategic imperative that we have to accept here in Europe that we live in an age of disruption throughout the world, with so many crises, with crises that have become, threats that have become and challenges broader in their scope, in their nature, new disruptive technologies, climate change, you name it. Europe has turned from a ring of friends into a ring of fire. So first we have to have that understanding. And in this situation, partnerships with the United States, which is has been the longest partnerships, are key. And that has to be, I think, the strategic imperative in our conversations. Now, to return to your question, I think since Russia's second invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, it was a wake-up call for the European countries, for European Union, because the security architecture of Europe, which, if I simplify it, was based on three main pillars. Defense, getting defense from the United States, and the issue of burden sharing. It's not an issue of the first Trump administration or the Biden administration. It was an issue of Eisenhower administration when it says that the American well is running dry. So this is a question a topic that we have known for a very long time. So defense and security. The second one was energy, and we all talked about it, even in this venue, in our previous conferences, that we are too much dependent on Russia on energy, and nobody was taking action on what needed to be done. And then the third point is the economy, its markets, and we know that the big challenge is China when it comes to flooding our markets with their overcapacity, and we tend to overlook the importance of the transatlantic economy. We tend to look at trade, and of course trade conversations and negotiations have been very important, but it's not trade the most important element of the transatlantic economy. It's mutual investment. If trade is $1.3 trillion a year between the United States and European Union, foreign direct investment is $6.3 trillion. So it's much bigger, and it's the backbone of the transatlantic economy. So I believe that to answer if Europe is really capable and can be sustainable, we just need to take the Draghi report, which it seems that everybody read at the very beginning, but nobody's taking notes on what's written here. And I think the main issue for Europe is lack of competitiveness in the future, both compared to the United States and compared also to China. So I believe it's even more important to be in a strategic partnership with the United States. We can go deeper and we can discuss the negotiations, because I'm more optimistic. I see that it was a good deal even for Europe, because Europe, what has happened in the last 2 decades, and that's an issue not just in relations with partners economically, but also inside the European single market, is the increase of non-tariff barriers. And those are those that reduce the competitiveness, the economic competitiveness, and do not keep talent also here in Europe. So the fact that we have a 15% tariff base, but the non-tariff barriers were not touched, I think that should serve as leverage for the future, in future discussions, negotiations with the United States, to really achieve a convergence of standards and reduce those non-tariff barriers, because those are where the benefits will go to small and medium enterprises, which make up 98% of the EU economy. So I believe, yes, it's strategic partnership with the United States. There are ups and downs. There might be a different narrative sometime, but I think we should focus on what needs to be done to increase competitiveness of Europe. And alone, I think it will be very difficult.
Is that really the priority if we're talking about security, to increase the competitiveness? Because, small enterprises are not making guns.
Yeah, but can you pay for security if you don't have income, if you don't have economic? If the GDP of the different countries, which in Europe, will go down, and we have slower growth rates, of course they can spend 5% on defense, but it will be a smaller amount on defense spending. So I think, yes, you need to have economic growth in order to have money also to pay for defense. And I think we have the return also in Europe of the concept of economic security, when we really connect economics, with security.
Gorana, do you agree with this?
I don't think so.
Because you seem not to.
There are several things here, and I think that there are certainly, I would absolutely underscore that trade and investment, that kind of distinction is really important one, and investment being really what fuels future growth, and we shouldn't, in any kind of exchange, solely look at that exchange, and that goes also for the obsession that President Trump has with trade surpluses or deficits, because they don't tell us necessarily about the healthiness of that particular relationship. But what strikes me now in terms of our discussion, we are pointing to some of the issues that are perennial in the context of transatlantic relations, right? We have that beautiful quote from ages ago that Stanley Hoffman put forward, that the history of transatlantic relations is a history of crisis, right? And we've been through a lot of crises over the past almost 80 years, right, in this kind of modern context. But I think that there is something that is quite tangibly different this time around, and I don't want to be the kind of, tyranny of presentism. It's never been as bad, but it strikes me that it is a little bit worse than previous times, because truly what we've seen over majority of this year is this sense of antagonism towards Europe, European unity in the way that we necessarily haven't seen in the previous iterations of different types of crises that have come about. And again, I think that we need to go back to those kind of macro structural things, and I'm going to press on that really, because that calculus, if you just think about this sort of idea that the paradigm has changed in terms of international security and has been different for now nearly a decade, right? The idea of strategic competition, of the return of great power rivalry, where now I think, going back to that point that you made, Alexandra, in the beginning around the kind of profound sense of uncertainty, we are not quite sure whether we are now in the time of great power competition or sometimes great power collusion, and where United States actually falls on certain days, and how that impacts Europe. And what I mean by this is basically the idea that there is a fear that, in the sort of world of G2, that Trump and Xi make some sort of deal where Europe is in all of that, right? Is it a player, or is it merely a playground? How can it get its act together? Because for all of its competencies and strength that it has on the economic side, we've heard already on the security side, and being perceived as an actor in terms of kind of conventional military and security defense issues, right? It doesn't speak with a single vote and single voice. So what are the sort of changes that are necessary on that front? But even, things where it is strong, where it does have competencies coming from single market, there are still things to be done and pretty much left wanted. And I mean, we can refer to Draghi report. There are plenty of reports that have been published by different Italian prime ministers of former years that have been sort of idly writing these things. So there is that part. And then not just structurally, but again, in terms of the agency of President Trump and his stance towards Europe in general, very, it's the sort of delicate play that Europeans now need to do to keep him engaged, not enraged, right? That's the sort of message from the NATO summit in The Hague, where basically, and again, some of the imagery coming after that, right? Where the idea is to just try to keep President Trump happy for the time being, while Europe tries to sort out what it needs to do, and hopefully it gets there. We don't know. But that's sort of, again, the factor that you have in a single person, but also the kind of cabinet around him, is something that is a challenge, and I'm not quite sure that we can really kind of ascribe it to this being just another hiccup, because again, there's a lot of things these days that are pressing Europe from all sides that I would argue that make it tangibly different to where we've been over the past number of decades, and certainly since the end of the Cold War.
Mm-hmm. Joseph, I would like to go back to something you said. I mean, you quite clearly said that it is not a new requirement, and Europe has to, well, basically, the child has to grow up, get independent, and fend for itself in a sense of security and all other senses. But isn't there a kind of a logical consequence of that? Then it says, bye to America, if that is the foreign policy. Or you think that's, would it solving the Balkans be enough to impress Washington?
I think it would be a quite significant step. I think it would. And it goes to this question, Alexandra, that you put to me before about expectations. And the expectations are, deal with the areas that you have the capability to deal with. And yes, when it comes to Russian and nuclear power, you need U.S. backup. Let me quickly say something about, in the short time we have, the fundamental distinction and the difference between the Trump view of Russia, Ukraine, and his predecessor, immediate predecessor, Joe Biden. The biggest single difference is the perception of a threat to the United States. Joe Biden perceived this as a threat not just to Ukraine and to European security, but also a threat to the United States and our wider interests. And President Trump does not share that view. I think that's very clear. And the revelation of that, I think, came in that February confrontation with President Zelensky in the White House when he said, you don't hold the cards. And he framed this, and then President Zelensky came back and said, you will see the threat. And President Trump dismissed any connection. So you saw this in this very raw, dramatic term, the difference. And that's significant. That's not just optics in the Oval Office. That's significance. And the approach of the Trump administration towards Russia has been, and I think this is quite defensible, is to try to end the war. But not end it out of this deep-set belief that American interests are deeply implicated in the outcome. And so that's a fundamental difference, this perception of a threat. So when it comes to, okay, what can Europe do? And Europe is, as speakers in the previous panel mentioned, it's a bystander in some of this, simply because of capacity. You heard President Trump lecture correctly the Europeans, stop buying Russian oil. That's something...
And start buying ours. That's another kind of dependency.
Sure. Well, yes, but are we...
friends.
Right. Are we going to, other than Greenland, are we going to take European territory? Other than Greenland. Okay, but let me, Alexandra, permit me here in the 13 minutes we have left. Let me pivot to the essential. Okay, we're in the Balkans. We're in Budva. We're not, here on the Munich Security Conference talking about, Russia, Ukraine. What is in the capacity of Europe to do? It's the Balkans. And the Balkans are at the same time the greatest demonstration of European incapacity. So this is where Europe has to step up, and let's be concrete about it. Yes, there are problems in each of the WB6, every single one, including Albania, which doesn't have any ethno-national issues. It's an ethnically Albanian state. All of them have their issues, and all of them have their responsibilities. But there are two, let's be very clear, there are two overarching obstacles to the progress in the region. What are they? They're Serbia and Bulgaria. Serbia and Bulgaria. Those are the overarching obstacles because in Serbia's case, refusal to commit its strategic orientation to the West, okay? Refusal to, as nominal, we are an EU member, doesn't want to join NATO, undermining. And Bulgaria, which exploits its role in the European Union to block a country, North Macedonia, that has done everything asked of it. And of course, France contributed and opened the door for this by blocking North Macedonia in 2018 after it changed its name. So those are things, Alexandra, those are tackling those issues, dealing now with this unprecedented potential for political change in Serbia, having a consistent approach, a values-based approach towards Belgrade. At this moment, this is a great opportunity for Serbia, for the European Union. And it's an opportunity for Serbia.
And this is a question now for all, is how about Europe solves this the way the America is solving Europe right now, saying to the Western Balkans, now you grow up and tend for yourself. If you don't, we do this. Forget about the values, make it open
Maybe they should
sectional.
do that. Maybe they should be clear in the language, should have been clear in the language over the last 20 years that countries were in the waiting list there to get to EU. But I agree with Edward. It's like if we're talking about a geopolitical Europe, the European Union cannot be geopolitical if it cannot get the act together on the Western Balkans. It looks like now we have this strategic urgency after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, because the European Union understood that enlargement has been a tool of peace and stability. And that is the best tool and the only tool that the European Union actually can use for security in Europe. What I'm afraid a little bit is that while we saw that urgency at the very beginning, and I agree there might be countries such as Albania and Montenegro that might get by 2030 to the European Union, but still there will be other countries left behind. I believe that with, if the moment that the situation will be better from the security perspective, then we're going to go back into that slowness of the European Union. So I think that is an issue for the future. So yes, the EU should do that. Should just be clear in the language and speak in one voice. And I think that is one of the challenges that we have. It was mentioned in the European Union, that there's really, when it comes to security and foreign policy, we don't have actually a unitary voice in the European Union. And I think that's why the EU is trying to reform, even with the qualified majority voting that has been proposed by member states. So let's take it, we're talking about the United States. Well, let's take it maybe as an opportunity. It looks like the European Union functions better under crisis. We saw that during the financial crisis, we saw that during the COVID crisis, so maybe let's not lose this crisis to get better and to be more relevant in the decision-making process.
Well, we had to come to this. I wouldn't put Serbia and Bulgaria in one sentence in terms of interruption of European integration ever.
Historically, it's a bad idea.
No, it's no, but because you cannot measure the negative impacts of Serbia and Bulgaria. First, let's talk about lesser of a problem with Bulgaria. Bulgaria was not alone. Okay, there was other players inside European Union, much bigger players than Bulgaria, that allowed Bulgaria to act like that. Okay, we will not mention them, but we are aware of it. At least two of them, and they were very transparent for us who know what we are talking about. Unfortunately, if the consequence of that is what you just said, but if European Union players, biggest players, want to resolve problems with Bulgaria, between Bulgaria and Macedonia, they can resolve it in 1 month, let's say. Not today, but in 1 month. But the bigger problem stays, and the bigger problem is not only Serbia. The bigger problem are basic European values that are completely in a hypocritical position when it comes from biggest players. We are talking about French influence, we are talking about German influence, and we are talking about bags of money going out from Serbia towards these centers, and Brussels as well. We are not talking only about, lobby companies in Berlin, or at least 3 companies in Brussels. We are talking about huge investments, huge business deals between these major players. And we are working with let's say, the biggest Russian proxy, not in Western Balkans, but in Europe in this moment, along with Lukashenko.
Which is, name it.
Which is Alexander Vučić.
Yeah.
So basically, as long as we have this approach of Brussels and the biggest EU member states towards Serbia, we will not have completed common foreign and security policy in place.
And that is a challenge to making the
It's not a challenge.
Sovereign architecture.
It's not a challenge, but I would dare to say, as long as Vučić is in power in Serbia, there will be no common foreign security policy of European Union, not only toward Western Balkans, but on a much bigger scale. Vučić is a lakmus paper. Is it lakmus paper?
Litmus.
Yeah.
Litmus.
Litmus. I was using our word. Litmus paper for common foreign security policy for EU on a much bigger scale. If they don't get, if they cannot get rid of Vučić, sorry, mate. And also, let's go back to very shortly about United States administration. We had huge expectations from Biden administration in Western Balkans. See what happened. The things went reverse.
Correct.
Reverse. In reverse, completely. And now, let's talk about, again, Nero came here, and there was a great expectation of this patronizing policy in Belgrade that now the Serbs can burn Balkans again, thanks to, along with Trump. But look what happened. Completely opposite. Trump's policy in Western Balkans is much more efficient in first year than Biden for 4 years. And we have a removal of, even though they are in a complete retreat from Western Balkans.
But the Trump's policy I don't know about the Western Balkans in general, but what we experience in Serbia is that he is basically ignoring and making corrupt side deals through his whatever relatives and stuff like that. That is not a very...
You have all the right. You have all the right from a visible point of view, but I do believe that certain things on a much deeper levels are not going in favor of Mr. Vučić for sure. You know, I do believe that. I can see that. Maybe Ed can add something, but I do believe that something is moving strongly, and I think when this move starts to happen in Washington, I think it will be tectonic to the detriment of Mr. Vučić.
But we should not also forget that was during the first Trump administration that the agreement was reached between North Macedonia and Greece on the name issue.
Yes,
so,
it's true.
And the famous economic normalization and all that, we've seen where that went.
But Alexander, to your point, which is the right one, is where is the Trump administration now? And from your perspective, you see some support. It's actually, I think Momčilo has a good point. It's a mix. It's a mix. It's very interesting. It's very interesting because exactly, there were all these expectations for Biden and fears in Belgrade. Yeah. Fears. We saw Alexander Vučić almost had a nervous breakdown when Biden won the election. And then it turned out exactly as Momčilo said, you had this complete craven weakness towards Vučić during this period. And that's the reason why there was never any progress at a time when Europe and the United States were in unprecedented alignment because of the threat, the Russian threat, which should have brought alignment here. It did the opposite because we were weak. And now it's very interesting, Alexander. It's a mix with the Trump administration. The expectation in Belgrade was, now my guys are in power. But we saw we saw Secretary Rubio. We saw Secretary Rubio. He fired a direct arrow at Milorad Dodik. They have not been, they've been anything but supportive of Dodik. They have not rushed to Vučić's side in those moments of greatest domestic peril. It's a mix, strategic dialogue. But not, the other thing, real quick, tariffs, which are the centerpiece of the Trump foreign policy and approach to tariffs. What country has the second highest tariffs in all of Europe?
Yes, Serbia, of course.
Serbia, and so they haven't.
I have to interrupt you all. Just a sec. We have to give
30
the
seconds.
opportunity.
30 seconds.
You will have
that
your
will
30
benefit
seconds.
to your opinion about situation in Serbia. The last two visits of Vučić to Washington were complete disaster for him. And trust me, I wouldn't be like to sit in that chair across Rubio when he met him. I'm not sure that he got very positive messages at all.
I'm sure he didn't, but is there any questions from the audience? I think I see some hands. Yes. Gentleman in the fourth row. The microphone is coming.
Hello, everyone. My name is Željko. I come from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and my question is for Professor Joseph. Looking at European practice, can it be taught? Can the EU be taught, or should it be trained? Why I'm asking this is, we heard on the past panel that the scary thing about Russia territorial changes started with Ukraine in 2022. What about Transnistria, South Ossetia? What about Crimea? Those were all practices where European leaders should have stepped up. And why am I mentioning that is because Obama, Clinton, they were teaching. Trump is training. So when looking at the American practice towards Europe, according from your point of view, what gives more results? Because again, coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina, comparing the two models, we have effects rather than promises. We have actual realization, like you said with Secretary Rupio towards Dodik, instead of empty words. So my question is, because in the European Union's practice, we never saw anything being taught rather than trained, because if President Trump is Nero, what are those leaders? Caligula? That's my question. Thank you.
Please try to be very brief. Thank you. That's Željko Vukša-Fezić, and I hope you all will join Željko at 3:30 today, the side event, where Željko and other leaders of the Western Balkan Six, including Sofia Kirsanov, will join us. Hope you can join us. Both. The answer is both are necessary, but really more than training or teaching practice is European Union leadership and unity. The biggest problem with the Balkans is it's not the only one for Europe, but they don't take it seriously. And until there's a crisis, and then of course we look to Washington. So again, and this is my first message, it's going to be my remaining message. We're here in the Balkans. This is the most feasible. I don't say it's the most important threat. Of course, Russia's threat to Ukraine is much more serious and a much greater threat to Europe. I don't say that. I say the Balkans are the most feasible place where the European Union, working with the United States, but can take a leadership role. That's my answer.
There is another question that I saw, and that is the one we... Yeah, please. There is a man without... Yeah. Please.
Thank you, Professor Giray Sadık from Ankara. My question goes to my colleague from Johns Hopkins, but maybe Gorana also relevant. We talked about allies and burden sharing. We are on the same page, and in terms of pragmatic approach, I can relate with you about Trump and continuity. Two questions relevant. What about his style, and to what extent do you think that burden sharing debate relates with strategic autonomy at EU level, relating to Balkans as well? Because the more capability, is Trump ready to allow EU and other allies in terms of strategic autonomy, and how you relate to that? So we may have ladies first, Gorana, and then the colleague. Please.
Thank you for that essay-type question, because that requires, a dissertation and sort of a look into. I'll be very brief, but you used exactly the right terms there, right? There is the debate between burden sharing and strategic autonomy, right? And if we look at the past, for all that the United States has been talking about the need for burden sharing, and that started actually in the 50s already. There are even like Truman National Security Council papers that said these Europeans aren't doing enough, right? And all of that. But at the same time, how many times have we heard from the US side every time that Europeans wanted to integrate more, right, become more autonomous? No, right? 3Ds, the PESCO as poison pill, all of these things, right? I'm not going to refer to the whole laundry list, but there is this peeve, right? Because if Europeans, God forbid, start doing their own thing, are they going to be a competitor? How are they going to interact and all that? But again, I would say structurally things are different these days. There is, I think, from this administration, a lot less emphasis on these types of questions. Where they do arise, I think, have to do with all things that include defense industrial cooperation, and I think that would be the space to watch when we start talking more and more about integration of Europe with all of these announcements, right, that have to do with actually coordinating more internally, right, to not just jointly procure but also produce, and what that means for the relations, because this will be a shock to the relationship that has been so dependent on US supply of material. And if I may, just one last thing, I think on the question of European Union, it's not So the Balkans are just a symptom of what European Union is dealing with internally, QVM being one of the major things to actually start getting to a point where it can speak with that single voice, but also the fact that we've had such an enlargement fatigue, and we can't just say Europeans should just, as if it's the easiest thing. This is the biggest thing, right, to, just get their act together. I'm not quite sure with, again, the composition of the member states and where they are leaning to, and some of them, where they might be heading as well, kind of part and parcel of this broader trend towards more kind of populist and far-right, hard-right sort of parties in power, that this is going to be just an easy issue to solve. So unless and until that's sorted, I don't necessarily hold too much hope, but hope is all that's left, I hope. So maybe
Let's hope
point.
not.
Yeah, let's hope.
Yeah.
Let's hope not.
Your 30 seconds, and we are
just
over the time.
sentence.
Yeah, sorry.
Even though we have maybe a Nero type in Washington or many small Caligulas in Europe in this moment, this is not time for divisions, okay, of any kind. This is a time where we have to all address strategic autonomy for Europe, but not as a sign of exclusivity or breaking up with United States or our other partners. So SAFE program is excellent example where European Union, I said we, European Union, soon to be we, dedicated 150 billion, including and opened that program for Canada and for United Kingdom. That's excellent example how we should do. But I do believe there is a lot of spaces for improvement of the joint efforts between US and EU in achieving European Union strategic autonomy that will benefit to all.
Very quick telegraphic 3 points. When it comes to, we talk about burden sharing, I think we should talk more about capabilities and resources. So has the European Union ever had the resources to both go for European Army and PESCO and NATO? No. The answer is clear no. So the 5%, it did not come from the United States. It came from European countries when they did all the work to understand where they needed to go in terms of security and defense capabilities. That's where the 5% came up. And then the third point is that I think we should not talk more about strategic autonomy. We should talk about strategic responsibility. And that goes to the point that, the importance of partnerships.
Thank you all, and sorry to the organizers, and sorry to all of you that we ate in your coffee break. I suggest that we move all these discussions on our coffee break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guiding the dialogue on Montenegro's future, regional perspective and challenges is international presenter and journalist Ali Aslan. At a time when Montenegro is moving through both opportunities and challenges, hearing directly from heads of state offers essential perspective and guidance. Our conversation with the president has become a valued tradition at 2BS, a testament to the forum's commitment to dialogue at the highest level. Now, it is my distinct honor to welcome the President of Montenegro, Mr. Jakov Milatovic. Ali, Jakov, the stage is yours.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's great to have you all here in a packed house, and of course, the President Jakov Milatovic, great to have you with us. Thank you for your time. We are meeting here at a very crucial period for the world, for Europe, but also, of course, for Montenegro. Let's start by tackling perhaps the most pressing and most obvious issue pertaining to the future of your country, namely Montenegro's path to the EU. Your country has submitted EU membership application in 2008 and was granted candidate status in 2010. Negotiations started subsequently 2 years later, and Montenegro is now advancing towards EU membership, aiming to become the 28th member state by 2028. Mr. President, where do you see the process today? And perhaps more importantly, what are, from your perspective, the biggest remaining hurdles to full EU accession?
Well, thank you very much for the question. And I just came last night from a big event, the summit of the European Political Community in Copenhagen, and I took the opportunity to ask all the leaders from the European Union to start drafting the accession treaty for Montenegro. I believe that it is the right time, it is a due time, and that was my message, because I do believe that this would basically be a very strong signal also from the side of the EU that Montenegro is entering really the final stage of the process. Whenever I'm being asked about Montenegro being a front runner, I always answer that I believe that everybody is a bit tired of front running. We do want to come to an end of the race, and I believe that to answer your question directly, it is the fact that we are now entering the final stage. Obviously, the final stage is also the most difficult one. You know that Montenegro is the only out of 10 candidate countries that has opened all the chapters. There are 33 when it comes to Montenegro, and so far we have closed 7. I believe that by the end of the year we are expected to close a few more. Now, whether that's going to be 5, 6, or 7, it doesn't really matter that much. The big picture is that we should be able to close all the chapters within the next 2 years, with the big aim, which is an ambitious goal, to become the 28th member state of the EU by 2028. And I believe that it was myself, immediately after the presidential elections, who came up first with this sentence. It was basically a pitch, which I believe is a very symbolic in terms of becoming the 28th member state by 2028. It's an easy sentence, for the President Macron to remember it, or the German Chancellor, and that's the target now. I believe that, especially given the geopolitics and a bit a new wave of energy that we are definitely seeing in Brussels, also in the other European capitals when it comes to enlargement, the ball is definitely in the yard of Montenegro. So it is now up to us to intensify the final steps, to intensify the reform agenda, and to come to an end of the running process.
Yeah, absolutely. The ball is very much in our court, you say, and that is something that the EU, what I would say, would fully back up. They are, of course, insisting and keep emphasizing that candidate countries must demonstrate progress in reforms, the rule of law, human rights, anti-corruption measures, and media freedom. How do you think you're faring on those issues? You've talked about some outstanding chapters that are still to be tackled. What concrete reforms is your country prioritizing, particularly perhaps with regards to the rule of law and judiciary independence?
Well, as you know, that especially according to the new methodology that has been adopted and accepted by everybody also in the EU as well as in the candidate countries, without major progress in the rule of law, you cannot advance on the chapters that are a bit more technical. So this is why the last year in Montenegro the buzzword was the so-called IBAR, which is interim benchmarks related to the rule of law. It was assessed that the country has made an adequate progress in the rule of law, and this is last year what enabled us to basically make the progress in the other chapters. I believe that the biggest hurdle that the country was having when it comes to the rule of law is institutional consolidation of the judiciary institutions. As you remember, as the audience could also recall, that the country wasn't able to make a political decision in the parliament for some time when it comes to the appointments of the highest officials of the judiciary, including the head of the Supreme Court, the head of the state prosecution, and this is what indeed happened last year in Montenegro. And I believe this is really what I do want to say, that it was not only because of the parliamentary position, but also because of the constructive role of part of the opposition, that there was an adequate consensus in the parliament, the majority which was needed, which was needed for those appointments. And this is what really was the major step ahead when it comes to the institutional consolidation of some of the most important judiciary institutions in the country. And that was really a major step forward, as it was assessed also by our European partners. I think that together with a number of other laws that have been adopted in the parliament, this is really what enabled the country to progress. As you may know, the country last year was able to continue, closing the chapters. We have closed 4 of them. I was saying that it wasn't enough because I believe that the pace should have been quicker, faster, and it was probably because of the energy of the society, especially because of actions of different political actors, was moved to certain other areas rather than really finalizing the EU integration part of the country. This is why I always call and ask all the political actors in the country. It's obviously that responsibility is always bigger for those who are having the power rather than those who are in the opposition, to really focus its full focus and energy on the EU accession agenda of the country. And that basically means on the reform agenda of the country, because one thing which I believe is very important, the EU accession is this great external anchor that we as a country have. So it's not really that the EU is the goal on its own. The EU is an instrument. The EU accession is an instrument. It's how I call it. It's an anchor which is reminding us all and pushing us always forward on the reform agenda. And this is how I see the process. ultimately we don't do it, because of the EU. We do it, for the sake of our own citizens, for the quality of life of the people of Montenegro, rule of law, our institutions, and the economic convergence with the rest of the EU, so that we stop a very negative demographic trend of our own population that perhaps we can also talk about.
Yes, most certainly. Listening to you here today, it's very clear that you are very passionate and very convinced about this progress, European progress that your country is on.
I'm very passionate, and by the way, when sometimes when my wife asks me, there are difficult days when you are the president or the prime minister, I guess. And when my wife asked me, okay, why are we doing this? Because it's not always easy to be under the attention of the public the whole time. I always answer to myself first of all that really the mission of my political life, the way I see it, is to bring the country into the EU. And when I say that, I do believe to basically at least be this at least small part of a bigger process, which is ultimately a reform process. And this is what keeps me in the job, in a sense.
So it's very good to know that the passion you're displaying here, you're also displaying at home when you're talking to your wife about EU accession talks. That's always good to know, of course. But your passion is certainly not in question here, quite on the contrary. But would you say that the current government in Montenegro is fully aligned with European values? Is the current government fully behind becoming the 28th member state of the European Union by 2028?
I think that the wording is right, but very often the actions that follow are not fully aligned with the wording that the parliamentary majority, those who are having the power in the parliament and the government are speaking about. So this is why I always say that the actions should be more aligned with the wording which exists. And sometimes I even wonder what our politicians, what our political subjects will be speaking about the day after we enter the EU, because it's constantly that the EU accession is a buzzword, and nobody is speaking really about the reforms. This is what I do want once again to remind us all. The EU accession is not the goal on its own. When I speak about my mission, when I speak about the EU itself, I always speak about the reforms. The reforms when it comes to the economic convergence, the reforms when it comes to the rule of law, the reforms of our public administration, institutions, etc., etc. This is where I would want to see more actions. Let me give you an example. This country still doesn't have a functional constitutional court. This country still doesn't have a law on government. This country still doesn't have a law on parliament. This country, especially the actions that we are seeing, still has a government and the parliamentary majority which is really keen to control institutions. They are very, often unhappy with what I say, because they do want to control also the president. They do want to control, the media sector. They do want to control our central bank. They do want to control, different, police, army. So there is the modus operandi of the current government is very similar of the modus operandi of the former regime. There is always a need to control the institutions that on paper and de facto should be independent, because that's the only way that we progress forward. And this is what I believe is very unfortunate.
Yeah, certainly. I can sense a certain disappointment, to put it mildly and diplomatically, perhaps, that not everybody is fully aligned with the process for now. Still some work ahead, of course, for you. That is for certain. Some say there's enlargement fatigue in Brussels, and that is slowing the process. But at the same time, you've also said here today that you yourself, you're getting tired of being called a front runner. It would be good to actually see some concrete actions and steps forward. Now, how do you maintain momentum and full public support here in your own country, despite this uncertainty? I've read somewhere that in 13 years of negotiations, support for your membership here in Montenegro has never fallen below 70%. If that is correct, that's quite impressive, considering how long the process has already taken.
Well, absolutely, and I think that this is the fact that we should all cherish very much, because as you know, this is not really the case in many other countries of the neighborhood. This is why I ultimately always remind all the political subjects, to focus on the EU accession, because this is ultimately what is the expectation of our citizens. But just to remind you. And this is what I said yesterday to the politicians, about 50 leaders from the European continent that gathered yesterday in Copenhagen, and especially to those leaders of the EU member states. And I do want to repeat it here also in front of your audience. When you really zoom out a bit, the EU accession was never really only a gift to a candidate country, but it was a visionary decision of the politicians and the political leaders of Europe to invest in the stability and prosperity of the European continent. Let me give you an example. So in the 70s and 80s, when it was about the accession of southern European countries like Spain, Portugal, Greece, it wasn't really because those countries back then were really ready for the EU. They were not. It was the time when those three countries exited from a very difficult period of dictatorship in those countries. But it was a decision of the EU leaders to invest in stability and prosperity of Southern Europe. The same happened in 2000s, when there was a second big wave, which was the one related to Central and Eastern Europe. Immediately after the fall of the Berlin Wall, and immediately after those countries exited from a communist past, it wasn't really that many of them were ready, but once again, it was a decision of the EU leaders to invest in stability and prosperity, not only of Central and Eastern Europe, but of the whole European continent. And this is what I also reminded yesterday the EU leaders. You're never ready, in a sense, because it's the EU accession is a target which is constantly changing. So from the perspective of the EU, accession of the Western Balkans, accession of Ukraine, accession of Moldova is more about those countries. It's also about security, prosperity, and stability of the European continent.
Yeah, at the end of the day, as you say, it's you have to jump into the cold water at some point to see whether you can swim
Absolutely.
or not. Yeah.
And related to that, where I see the role of Montenegro. Montenegro is the smallest by far out of 10 candidate countries, and we are not biggest country in terms of the population or in terms of the economy. We can't really change our neighborhoods, but what we can do, we can be a role model. We are already a role model in many aspects, but also we can be a role model in terms of the accession, where the accession of Montenegro in the EU could be a story bigger than Montenegro, because in this way the EU would also be able to show to those other countries that reforms pay off, that the new political culture, the one which I'm representing here today, is being paid off. And this is how I see Montenegro. I see Montenegro as a genuine role model in many regards. And when I say that I'm disappointed sometimes, I'm very disappointed because I believe that we are not using the opportunity, which is there to be in all different ways a role model to its potential.
And the potential is, of course, something that everybody's in Europe is at some point looking forward to absorbing and having 2028, perhaps a bit later, but the goal is very clear. And it's also very timely because, of course, the last country to join the EU was Croatia, and that was back in 2013. But the EU, of course, has been making a renewed push to bring in new members, such as Montenegro, since Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Which brings me to my next question, and an international organization that Montenegro is already part of. You are trying to become a member of the EU, but you are, of course, already a full member of NATO since 2017. And Russia's war against Ukraine has forced Europe really to reconsider its security architecture. As a NATO member, how has that war impacted and influenced your country and you as a leader?
So once again, to zoom out a bit, I think that my mind is also the one of analysis. So when Russia decided to attack Ukraine, which did not happen for the first time in 2022, but it happened in 2014 with the annexation of Crimea, the result of it basically was enlargement of NATO towards the two Balkan countries. One was this country here, Montenegro, and the second one was North Macedonia. Then the next time when Russia continued its war against Ukraine in 2022 with the attack on the east of the country, the result of it was enlargement of NATO once again in Finland and in Sweden. And I think that as unfortunately, as a result of unfortunately for Ukraine, obviously, but as a result of this Russian war against Ukraine, the positive thing was that NATO became even stronger and more united. Our position on this war was at least my position. I can speak only in my name. Was very clear. Although I believe that all the governments have followed the same line. Was the support of Ukraine from the very day one. You know that there is a very complex discussion also within the NATO. Now there is a bit of a different approach, especially given the change in the White House. How to sort of approach the whole situation. This is something that was heard yesterday in Copenhagen.
And President Trump, of course, he is forcing European countries such as yours that are members of NATO to step up, to increase their defense spending. Used to be 2%, now they raised the bar to 5%. Is Montenegro meeting those goals?
Well, I think this is Trump's policy when it comes to increase of the spending. Was also his flagship policy during his first mandate. Naturally, it continued now during his second mandate. And as you all know, we have decided to increase direct military spending to 3.5% of GDP. On top of that, there is an extra 1.5% of GDP that is sort of a wider security-related spending, which should make all the countries more resilient in different ways. Montenegro is currently at about 2%, and we have made a commitment to follow. What I do want to emphasize here is that when you actually compare the military expenses of Montenegro in comparison to some of the countries in the neighborhood that are currently following neutral security and foreign policy, they're actually paying more than what we are currently paying. And to repeat again, I believe that being a member of NATO is by far the most efficient way for country to have a very strong security umbrella on top of the other things that are obviously, politically and economically related. So, I do believe that Montenegro has proven and showed that we are a credible NATO member, committed to all the decisions that ultimately we all together make.
So clearly Montenegro is a very valued NATO member since 2017, will hopefully become an EU member by 2028. You just came back from New York, where you addressed the 80th session of the General Assembly at the UN, and you made a very strong case. I listened to the speech. You made a very strong case, not just for the UN, but also for multilateralism. At a time when really it's not really trending, is it? We do see increased nationalism. We see a lot of countries going it alone. We see frictions. That must give you grave cause for concern.
Well, that General Assembly this year was also quite interesting. It came, in a time when we as a world are celebrating 80 years, so 8 decades since the establishment of this great organization of ours. And it is a very unique one because, that's the only platform and only organization in the world which consists of all the countries where each of one, despite the fact of its size, has one voice. I'm a devoted, in the same way as I'm passionate about the EU accession of the country, I'm, in the same way passionate about, multilateralism and the world order, which is rule-based world order. Unfortunately, what was obvious is that the new American administration perhaps has a bit of a question mark when it comes to the efficiency of the UN organization. Perhaps it is a legitimate question to answer, and as a result of that, as you may all know, the UN Secretary General has launched a big initiative, which is the one to reform the UN system. It is, a topic that has been open. It is a topic to create a UN system which should be even more efficient and more effective, to all the challenges that the world is facing not only today, but also that the world will be facing in the future. But one thing that I do want to say here, we should not be blaming the UN for the actions of the member states that are, not all the time fully in line with the UN Charter. So yes, UN is the one who, is promoting and advocating for everything which we all have agreed to be part of the UN Charter, but we cannot blame the UN for the actions of the member states that are, as you can see throughout the world, very often not in line and not fully in line with the words of the UN Charter.
It is, of course, just
so
a mirror.
It is all of us, to blame. In order for the UN to be better, every single member state should probably, behave more towards what has been written in the UN Charter.
In an ideal world, indeed, it's very clear you believe in multilateralism, you believe in cooperation. May other countries follow suit, particularly also in this region.
But can you imagine the world without the UN? Can anybody here, just whenever you ask a question about, how efficient something is, ask yourself a question, about the world where we don't have UNICEF, or where we don't have UNDP, where we don't have World Health Organization, where we don't have, some of the standards related to the air traffic, etc., etc. What would our world look like without the UN? I genuinely believe it would be a world where we all would be worse off than what we are now. This is not the perfect thing, but we need all to work together to make it better. And I believe the only way to make it better is through UN.
Well, I tell you what, the UN is looking for a new Secretary General, I believe, next year.
Well, you know.
So after having listened to this speech here, you have my vote for what it's worth. Though I think they're looking for a woman this time, so may not pan out altogether. But you would be, once again, to use one of your favorite words, you would be a front runner, at least if I have anything to say, which I rarely do. But Mr. President, we're almost out of time, but I do want to quickly come to just a couple of things to wrap up. Obviously, you talked about cooperation. Cooperation is something to be desired. Also in this region, of course, the Western Balkans is never a boring minute in this region. There's Donald Trump says, make America great again. Perhaps we should make the Balkans, Western Balkans, boring again. It is, of course, a very challenging region, and you're president in this challenging region. You're also, you represent also a very young generation of leaders here in this region. You're 38 years old, youngest person to ever hold the office of president in this country, and if I'm not mistaken, the world's 6th youngest serving state leader. If you are meeting with your counterparts in Denmark, in New York, all around the world, probably who are considerably much older, what distinguishes you from them? How does your youth play into your leadership style?
Well, perhaps, you know, one thing that I have noticed is that in comparison to many of them, I'm still, and you know, maybe I hope to, you know, to stay like that. I'm an idealist. And,
that's very clear from this talk today.
And I think that it is, you know, it is obviously, I believe it's genuinely good to be an idealist because, you know, otherwise you lack the energy to push, you know, to change the things that are needed to be changed.
So more young people in power, is that what you're pleading?
Well, you know, you know, it's natural that I fight for the young, and this is why, you know, a few weeks ago I have also for the first time in Montenegro have created the Youth Council, which is now in charge of advising me as a president. You know, I must say that that when I saw the CVs of about 20 people that I now have in the Youth Council of the president, I do want, you know, to say to everybody here that I feel very optimistic about the future of this country as well.
Well, my goal to end on an optimistic note has therefore been reached. So I'm very happy that we managed to end on an optimistic note at times that are anything but. But I think it's become abundantly clear here throughout the last 30 minutes. Still a lot of work ahead for Montenegro, for Europe. But if your passion is any guidance and any indication, I think we can look optimistically into Europe's and certainly Montenegro's future. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of Montenegro, Jakov Milatovic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the strong messages of resilience and hope for Montenegro and beyond. We now continue with an exploration of Europe's silent defenses in the age of rapid transformation. Guiding this important reflection is Jelena Jokovic. Jelena, with great pleasure, the stage is yours. And it is, of course, our privilege to welcome Daniel Markic, Director of the European Union Intelligence and Situation Center.
Thank you, Sofia. Good afternoon again. So, short introduction. Our next discussant is Mr. Daniel Markic, the Director of the EU Intelligence and Situation Center since 2024, after serving 2 terms as Director of Croatia's Security and Intelligence Agency with a career spanning from special forces and diplomacy to leading national and European intelligence cooperation. He has been a key figure in strengthening Europe's resilience against hybrid and cyber threats. Mr. Markic, please. So, at the very beginning, a general question which is very specific at the time being. What do you see as the most immediate security risk for Europe today?
Interesting question to start with. And actually, during summer, we had a lot of selection process to get our new officers and management coming from the services, the intelligence security services of EU member states. And that was one of the questions I had to ask to those people. So I could answer clearly with a list.
Is it difficult?
I'm sorry?
Is it difficult? I mean...
It's actually, unfortunately, it's not so difficult. Yeah. There is numerous challenges, but I think what is important today, and I've been listening to very interesting discussion this morning, is to mention for now the most acute one, the most important one. It's the Russian aggression in Ukraine, and the follow-up, that means the Russian hybrid actions against Europe, as we have seen these actions building up. Besides all the traditional, I would say, challenges in the Middle East or other places of the world, and different challenges like terrorism, which are still ongoing, I think it's the main one. And you know, since the EU is a global actor, meaning that it's present all around the world, so it has to tackle all the security challenge globally, and even most importantly, internally to protect the EU and the European continent as a whole, the list is quite long.
So how well is EU prepared?
Well, I think the EU is well prepared, but it's never enough. We need to do more, so which might not be very logical, you know, in the EU mindset. You know, in Brussels you have two big entities, NATO and EU. NATO is the traditional political military alliance tackling security. EU used to be traditionally a political economical alliance. So EU slowly started to understand that he had something to do on the security part, and he started already before the aggression, for example, with the strategic compass. We talked about certain document again this morning. The strategic compass is a key document to understand the shift in the mindset of the EU tackling security question, and more specifically in my role now, tackling the question of intelligence.
Is it shared enough in the EU, or national interests still dominate over European solidarity?
So to share my optimism in this environment, I would say yes. Talking to my colleagues,
is it optimism or fact?
No, every day I complain. Okay. It's never enough. It's never enough. We have to do more. Obviously, you know, intelligence, it's a specific issue. So in the EU environment, you have a lot of entities working, and a lot of exceptional people working on security matters. On these certain matters, you might even see some redundancy inside the EU. There is only one thing that does not have redundancy in the EU, it is intelligence. So intelligence is done by the member states. You know, we can quote the Article 4.2 of the Treaty of the European Union, saying that national security is the remit of the member states. So it concerns most of all intelligence. So we don't do operation at the INSEN or at the EU MSINS, which is the military intelligence in the EU. We work closely under the same roof, the single intelligence analysis capacity of the EU. So we don't do operation, but we leave out of the contribution of the member states, and obviously we need more.
And you're talking about cooperation inside within the EU. And when it's about EU candidate countries, specifically Montenegro, what is the cooperation at the moment?
It's a very important point. So it's a different type of cooperation.
Indeed.
But my goal, and yesterday I had a meeting with Director Janovic, the director of ANB, I think it's very important for all the services of the countries that wish to join the EU to have a good cooperation with the EU and the INSEN, and to share as much as possible. And the INSEN can be a good echo room in Brussels to to tackle specific security challenges that are present in this region.
So is there willingness from our side?
Oh, definitely, definitely. I think it didn't start yesterday. I think for a long time, the Security and Intelligence Service in Montenegro is trying to do a good job. I'm saying it's trying because over the years there was a lot of political instability, which impaired the work of the service. Obviously, it has repercussion, and it's always difficult to work in that environment. And since I'm present in this forum, and I'm very grateful to be invited, but I remember 3 years ago, I think I was with the director of the ANB, and during our panel, I was then the Croatian director of the National Security and Intelligence Service. The director was fired live on a panel. So it was an important moment. It's not about a director being fired, because in our business we're used to it. When you are a director, you regularly get fired. But being fired live is a type of a signal. So not only the director has been fired, but it was a signal given to the people of the service potentially that someone up there was giving a warning. But hopefully it's still working.
Okay, let's stay in Montenegrin borders. You know that we have faced paralyzing cyber attack. And from your perspective, is Montenegro sufficiently resilient? And to what extent is the EU supporting that resilience?
So no, I don't think anybody is resilient enough, specifically on cyber. If it was the case, I guess in the United States there would be no cyber attack. And there is.
Does it mean that the one on the opposite is a step ahead?
Always. The attacker is always a step ahead. And even more on cyber. So definitely Montenegro, as all the others said, are building resilience, but it's never enough. You will always tackling new attacks, different ways of attacking, and it will be an ongoing challenge.
And how much less, of course, it is, you will agree with me, Montenegro vulnerable after joining NATO? And do you expect obstructions to follow when it comes to following EU membership?
Well, learning from history, and there is a lot of history to be learned in the Western Balkans. Actually, it could have been helpful to understand what's happening now in Ukraine. I would guess that there will be some temptation of certain actors to stop Montenegro's way to join the EU.
So you are coming from Croatia, as I said in the introduction, where you served as Director of Security and Intelligence Agency. Given the complex history between our two countries and occasional political disagreements, how resilient is security cooperation between the two countries, and how important it is, taking into account that we are close neighbors?
From my own experience, and I was director almost 9 years, so I worked with quite a few directors from your side. I must say I only have had good experience. First of all, in all the reforms that were made here, they asked for our help, especially after the attempted coup, where my service was very helpful to the ANB to present what happened to all EU intelligence and security services, and in all the later reforms needed to enter NATO, and even still today, very supportive. So intelligence, it's a lot of dirty work, but what we don't have in mind very often, even if at one moment two states have some issues below the surface, we are still working together.
You want to say that intelligence rise above political disagreements?
We try to, yeah.
Yes. And as for the Western Balkans, how vulnerable is this region to foreign influence operations at the moment, particularly from Russia and China?
Oh, I would say it's extra vulnerable, needless to say. Again, I mentioned earlier history, the fact that sometimes you wonder when you listen at the public debate if the year is it 1990 or 2025. You wonder how those 35 years went by, and sometimes you don't have the feeling that anything changed. So it means that there is an issue. when there is an issue, obviously it's the perfect ground for certain actors like Russia to do something. But I might even add that is it for now necessary for Russia to do anything? Because first of all, Russia is very busy in Ukraine itself and tackling other challenges with EU member states and NATO member states. It has different activities, for example, in other continents like Africa. What they need is a state of emergency in this region, and they don't have to invest much. The question would be, if they wanted to do more, would they be able to do it? But for now, I might even say that somebody else is doing the job for them, creating that uncertainty in the region.
Do you think that the special field, let's say, for Russia or other actors to have influence in this region is because we are still not EU members? And would it reduce when we do become, as for your opinion? When
you look at the way now the hybrid actions of Russia are going in Europe, it would be a good question. Mm-hmm. But definitely, it's better to be in the club than outside of the club. So belonging to a community of now 27, then 28, can only be an advantage for Montenegro and its people. It's absolutely no question.
One of the stability matters, of course.
Exactly.
And we have seen reports of recently, foreign powers, not only recently, but in the past as well, recruiting or training individuals from the Balkans and elsewhere, elections in Moldova, for political influence or even military activities, paramilitary. How real is this threat, and how familiar are you with this to prevent such things?
So I would say we are very aware of the threats and of all the elements. So obviously, and coming from the EU side, you have, I would say, the political point of view and optimistic messages being given to the region to motivate those countries and their population to still continue doing their best to join the club. But it doesn't mean that we are not aware of what's going on. Especially the communities of intelligence and security services of the EU. We are all following what's going on, and it's not only that, there is a lot of element. And obviously, and we heard that earlier, Serbia has a key role in this. Mr. President earlier talked about the chapters that Montenegro had opened, the 33, 7 temporarily closed, maybe 6 more before the end of the year, and maybe all the rest by the end of next year. So one of the things you have to do when you want to join the club is to align yourself to the policy of that club. The concept of neutrality and playing with all sides cannot work.
So is that you want to say that our democracies are still too vulnerable?
Democracies are always vulnerable.
Especially these in the region.
Especially. When I talked about the history of this region and the fact that it might have helped to understand even earlier what happened then in February 2022 and the brutal aggression of Russia on Ukraine, you have certain concepts as Ruski Mir. It maybe took times in Europe to understand that concept. You have similar regional concepts like Srpski Svet. It's not a peaceful concept. Yeah. And those concepts, especially in Montenegro, are not necessarily giving the good message for the population. Because we are running out of time, and one question for you to conclude this conversation is, do European citizens trust their intelligence services enough? And would you just say a few words about how do you ensure independence as for the political influence on intelligence everywhere? Well, intelligence, it's a bit everywhere a dirty word. It's good
Thanks
to be...
for admitting.
It's good to be an intelligence officer in the US, in the UK. Well, it's well regarded. In EU, a bit less, and in our region, even less. So it's not easy. But that's why you have to be accountable, you have to have a certain visibility, you have to participate in fora like this and give some clear messages to make people understand the job you're doing. So intelligence will never be the main tool of any democratic leaders, but it's a very specific tool, a very important one, that can help them take the right decisions.
Okay, brief but concrete answer. Thank you very much, and see you on some other occasion. Thank you also.
Thank you, Mr. Markic, for your insight into this ever-important topic. Our next discussion brings NATO's commitment into focus. At a time of rising threats, how does the alliance strengthen unity and partnerships? Moderating is Minna Olanda, Associate Fellow of Chatham House. Minna, the stage is yours.
Then, please bear with us. We're very painfully aware that we're between you and the lunch that is already a little bit delayed, but I promise you this will be worth your time. So please stay and listen to us. So first, I'm happy to welcome Piers Cuzzaly to the stage, the Director of Defense and Security Cooperation at the Operations Divisions at NATO. After him, Karin von Hippel, Senior Advisor at Strategia Worldwide, but also known as the previous Director General of RUSI. And our third panelist, Federica Mangiamelli, who is Program Manager and Policy Fellow at the Future Security Program at CLOPSEC. All right, I'm happy to kick off with you, Piers, on some happy topics. So we for sure have seen an excessive and accelerating action, actually, both within and outside of the alliance. Actually, just to bring you a little bit of news from Finland, the second newest member of NATO, and just to sort of highlight this action that is taking place. It was just in the Finnish news this morning that the new multi-core land component command has become operational, and the sauna has been used already. So very important Finnish news from the eastern flank. But if we first sort of zoom out and look outside of the alliance, the Russian war in Ukraine has obviously changed the context of NATO's partnerships quite a bit, especially with Ukraine. But NATO has also been really innovative about new cooperation formats and has been really responding to this challenge. So could you walk us through, like, what's the state of play? Let's say, for example, with the JTEC, that is a very interesting new thing that NATO has set up. And could some of these innovations in cooperation with Ukraine be also applicable to other partners?
Yeah, sure. Thanks very much. Thanks for the question, and congratulations on the Land Component Command. I think I'd like to start just by saying, if we cast our mind back a few years, so before even Finland was a member of NATO, partnerships were a kind of nice add-on in terms of NATO activities. So NATO had its core business, and then it was working with partners in separate fields. I think that has changed radically over the last few years, and in particular after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, where allies then began to understand the importance of partnerships, the importance of building and maintaining partnerships, the importance of shared interests, shared approaches to tackling shared challenges. And this has really grown dramatically in the last couple of years. Ukraine, of course, is the focus of this in terms of how NATO as an alliance cooperates with and works with Ukraine, but this has an impact on other partners as well. With Ukraine, the relationship has changed dramatically. In political terms, we've set up new political structures and mechanisms to be able to discuss with Ukraine at the table on a very regular basis, much regular than we had before. But in terms of practical cooperation, we've really stepped up the support that we're giving to Ukraine through NATO mechanisms, but also working through other multilateral mechanisms as well. And this has been very effective. But then there's also a point where actually now as an alliance we're beginning to understand that we have something to get back from Ukraine in terms of learning from Ukraine's terrible experience with the war. JTEC, which you mentioned, the Joint Analysis Training and Education Center, which is a joint NATO-Ukraine center, the first joint NATO-Ukraine body ever to be set up, is now operational in Poland. And it's pulling together all sorts of analysis from the war in Ukraine. And it's something that then we as allies, but Ukraine can benefit from learning from that analysis. So that's just one example of how we're now changing the relationship in terms of not just giving support to Ukraine, but actually learning something back from Ukraine, which is a benefit to us and to Ukraine as well. But if we look at other partners as well, Moldova is another example, which has faced Russian aggression in the past. They still have part of their territory occupied by Russia. And throughout the war with Ukraine, they've also suffered drone incursions. Again, working with them over the last few years, we've been able to learn from that. We're helping support them with drone incursions, but also it's given us experience that we can draw on in terms of thinking about our own defense. And we had the discussion earlier in the session today talking about some of the drone incursions into Allied airspace. So that's been a benefit to us as well. So I think it plays across a wide range of partnerships, not just with Ukraine.
Sounds like a partnership indeed, so which is like mutual cooperation. And this is, I think, extremely welcome in the context of Ukraine, for example, that is not only aid flowing from NATO countries to Ukraine, but that it's actually going both ways. So this is, I think, a great development. Karin, coming to you, given that you have quite extensive professional experience and background in both the US and the UK, I have to ask you, is this special relationship in this room with us, like, is it real? Does it exist? And then maybe just to like follow up on that from your perspective, we've heard a number of times today that Europe is not really able to defend itself alone, or like generally not very capable of doing much of anything maybe. But what if it has to? And like what will it take to make Europe more capable?
Okay, well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with everyone. Thank you for the invitation to join you. And thank you, Minna, who she and I keep meeting in various countries on these panels. You know, let me just start out. I'll get to this special relationship later, but I want to follow up a bit on what Piers was saying, because I think, you know, we're all going through this very difficult period. We've been tested significantly by Russia. I think the cover of The Economist this week is Russia's testing us. In the last few days, we've seen increased activity. And I think one of the reasons they're doing this is they're trying to see, or Putin is trying to see what America will do. Now, whatever America will do, we don't know. I think we've seen that President Trump is quite unpredictable in his response. And I think Putin is also aware of that. But I do think the Europeans can do a lot more together. I think the Europeans do realize that they are in an existential moment right now. It's not just Europeans, it's the Canadians, it's the Australians, New Zealand, Korea, Japan, other like-minded allies are all in a very similar place. And I think all of these countries do really appreciate that partnerships matter, that most of these challenges we can't handle on our own. So it's not about being antagonistic to the United States, but it's, I think Momcilo said earlier, it's about coming together and working on some challenges. Now, with respect to what's been happening with Russia, you know, it's everything from cables to drones to, you know, attempted assassination, arson, etc. You know, there have been a number of responses, and I'm sure you can share more about it. I mean, not just the interesting election point you made about Moldova, but so there's obviously covert activity, but then there's, you know, support for Ukraine. There's using Russian, let's just say the interest on Russian loans. There's sanctions. There are a number of tools that we've been using, but I don't think, I think we need more creative tools, and I don't think we have quite figured out what to do, because I think we need to push back in a much more significant way than we have so far. I think that's the only way to stop Russia. And the more Russia pushes in this gray area space, the more confident they will get, I think, about their military as well. And so I do think we need to stop that. And I think the Europeans, plus, let's just say the like-minded countries, are very aware that they need to do a lot more. I'm not involved in any of those discussions, obviously, but it would be very interesting to hear more about what the plans are to come together. And I think I'll stop now. I want to talk about the public involvement, but maybe when you come back to me, because I would like
I
to
do
hear
want
from
to just
Federica.
ask you a follow-up
Yeah.
question. Like, how do you think that we should be more sort of decisive in pushing back? Like, what kind of creative methods could we? Do you have any suggestions there?
Well, I mean, I think there's a lot more we can do, and certainly we could do a lot more covertly. I think we could do a symmetric response when they smack us with cyber. We do the exact same thing back. We don't have to do it publicly. I think it's not always accepted in some countries to do it that way, but I don't think we're pushing back as much as we should. And we're sort of watching this problem evolve and expand, and it's getting pretty bad right now. But I think a related piece is that throughout the European continent, you have a range of views on how important increased defense spending is, increased threat is. And you have Spain that doesn't want to spend the 3% or get up to, what is it, 2.5 to 5, 3 to 5. And then you have other countries like the Balkans, or let's just say other countries that are more aware of the Russian threat because they're closer, as we heard earlier. And then you have countries like the United Kingdom and maybe France and Germany that are, I think the governments are more seized, but I'm not sure the populations are more seized, and they're more interested in maybe, different types of program, different types of spending. And I think that we're not doing a very good job at reaching out and explaining why defense matters and why our security matters and why resilience matters. And there's positive ways to explain that. It's investments in innovation and research and education. And a lot of these investments can be used for dual use purposes. But there's also the negative side and what the ramifications are if the Russians keep doing what they're doing and we don't respond. So I think we need to get better at those two things. We need to get better at coming up with new tools beyond sanctions, etc. But we also need to get better at communicating with our populations.
Since you're suggesting more covert action, could it be that we just don't know about it?
It's possible. I just don't.
Let's hope so.
It's hard to see that there's any evidence because the Russians are doing more and more. So it kind of makes me think that they're not.
Absolutely. Federica, coming to you. So one question that is quite important for the Transatlantic Alliance is at the moment this question of sort of division of labor between the EU and NATO as well. And I was wondering because one of the topics here in this panel is this question like whether NATO really is still equipped to sort of act as a guarantor of also democratic resilience and not only territorial integrity. I think this has been already sort of questioned on the previous panels. So would that actually be a better, would the EU be better suited for that task? And how do you view this kind of, is there some kind of good division of labor? Is it like a zero-sum game that if we do more EU, it's away from NATO and vice versa, or is there some kind of sort of plus win-win division of labor here?
Wow. First of all, thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here for the first time in Budva. I think there's work to do, which I know it doesn't come as a surprise. And I also think that we cannot work in a scenario where EU and NATO do not act jointly. Because each organization has its own instrument. On one hand, you have the EU who has sanctions, rule of law mechanisms, and funding programs to protect democratic resilience, for instance, and just go so beyond the nexus of conventional defense. But on the other hand, we need NATO that brings the military structures, the military knowledge and expertise. So I don't think that the NATO and EU should work as competitors, but rather work together. And if we have a look at the history of EU and NATO relations, this probably is one of the most, can we say, controversial, but kind of complex relations. They signed the first declaration in 2016. We had the last one in 2023. The growth in terms of the expansions of competence went from 7, it was the initial areas of shared cooperation, to over 70 now. And they've done a lot of work on, for instance, hybrid threats that, and even way before the war in Ukraine, 2015, 2016 are the first documents where we have had last year, for instance, also joint exercises. So we see NATO and EU in certain areas are working together already and bringing what they can do best. The biggest issue in my view is that most of the times people forget that in these equations there's member states on both sides. The EU and NATO are organizations with members, and we can't. When we look at it, it's not two organizations in Brussels taking decision. It's our capitals who are doing the work or not doing the work, and these are the actual actors that most of the times represent an obstacle to the efficiency of mechanisms. So if we get into, because we hear a lot about inefficiencies on both sides, but then we have to also look at whose responsibility is that, who's not doing the actual work. So, and I want to connect because I really like the point that Karen was making on the public opinion. I'm Italian, but I've been working with Globsec and I live in Slovakia, and of course, threat perception, completely different. I mean, I come from Southern Europe. My country has very different priorities than the Slovak government and the Eastern flank countries. And when I measure the awareness of the audience in Central Europe and compared to Italy, we are talking about two different worlds. So if there was the Stratcom strategy that should be implemented, has to target countries like Southern European countries to raise awareness on why it is important to buy more capabilities, why it is important to spend money. And I've heard it in a previous panel about the social security. It is true that one of the biggest issues for countries in Southern Europe is why do we have to spend money to buy capabilities if educations or healthcare systems are not really good? And it's as simple as we have to. There's no other choice. And also it is the responsibility of the capitals, of the government, to actually make sure citizens are informed. It's their responsibility to create a system where the money can also have some social and economic advantages for the countries, because investing in defense could also lead to new jobs, could lead to new economic advantages for the whole economy of the country. But this is a strategy that countries have to come up with in the defense planning, and this is just not happening.
I think that's a good point. I think that this 1.5% that was included in the Hague NATO defense spending pledge, so that the European NATO allies and Canada pledged to spend 5%, of which 3.5% is on the conventional capability or the sort of direct defense investment, and then 1.5% this creative sort of area where it can be something defense related, like infrastructure, something. I personally think that if you don't use this money actually for bridges to Sicily, that perhaps, anyways, but for example, if you invest this into dual use, as you mentioned, Karen, as well, so if you invest also in, like, let's say healthcare sector, like hospital capacity, that's relevant in peacetime and even more so in wartime. So I think this can be a way of like getting also like other, because resilience is not only about war, it's about many other types of crises as well. And this actually brings me back to you, Piers, because as I mentioned, there's been a lot of action, both within and outside the alliance in the European theater. So we've seen a number of new sort of initiatives, how NATO has reacted to the new sort of sub-threshold threat environment. Can you walk us through a little bit like some of these, and like how well is NATO adapting to this? Because obviously NATO is like the Article 5 is the core piece of NATO. So how does NATO deal with this sub-threshold challenges?
Okay, thanks. I'd like as well to link that to a point that you mentioned earlier and Karen responded on in terms of the one of the remarks in one of the earlier panels about Europe not able to defend itself. And I think, at all levels, Europe is able to defend itself. And in a way that's been very much proven over the last couple of years. It's true that there are areas where Europe has weaknesses in capabilities in terms of, for example, strategic lift or intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance. So there are areas where we still rely on quite a lot on US support and US capabilities. But beyond those areas, and in particular in sub-threshold threats, I think actually Europe has done really well. European NATO, European countries have done really well. It's partly the cooperation with the European Union, where again, if we're dealing with sub-threshold threats, then the links between the two organizations can make a big difference, and working together, we can have joint impact. We have different sets of tools that we can bring to bear and make very, very effective. But even just looking back at some of the most recent incidents that we've had, so whether it's, for example, the severing of cables in the Baltic Sea, the recent drone appearances across Danish airports, disinformation, cyber attacks, whatever you want. There's a whole range of these activities. They've all been dramatically expanding in recent years, but we found ways to respond each time. We found ways, we built our resilience for a start, which has been a help in terms of just being able to resist some of those attacks, but then also finding ways to respond. Attribution is very important, so being clear that we think a particular country has been responsible for a particular attack, which then calls out the nation and calls out the activities that they're doing. So we're doing that. We're defending at different levels, at that sub-threshold level, but also at the conventional threat level as well. So again, earlier there was a discussion on the drone incursions into Polish airspace, but also the Russian jet incursions into Estonian airspace. There was a robust but well-controlled, well-planned NATO response. And this is what NATO is for. This is what we've been planning for many years. The response was effective. It did what it needed to do. End of story. So I think actually we can be proud in terms of what we're able to achieve, and we've been able to see the effects of that in recent months.
I agree with you that the European response, or how it worked actually both in Poland and in the Estonian case, it went by the book, it worked as intended, and NATO is of course a defensive alliance, so the proportionality question is of course also an important question always. Karin, actually, now that we talked about sort of resilience and the European capability or ability to respond, obviously the defense industrial and technological base is one very important part of this, and that's something that Europe has been sort of lacking, or it's been at least very fragmented in Europe, and we depend a lot on American equipment. So the EU is actually here again, we're supposed to talk about NATO, but we keep coming back to EU, so I think this highlights how intertwined these two organizations are as well. So now the EU is becoming an increasingly important player or actor in the especially defense industrial field. How do you view this, maybe from a British perspective, or how do we make sure that the defense industrial base actually remains coherent and efficient and doesn't exclude European countries outside of the EU?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be one of the bigger challenges. I keep this chair. Couch is a bit too comfortable.
Yeah. I agree.
Falling asleep, but this will be the challenge going forward. I mean, we've seen with the Germans is quite interesting. Of their new spending, only 8% will go to United States defense equipment, which means that they're really focused on building up European capacity. I think the French are thinking the same. The Brits are also talking about that. They've just published their defense industrial strategy. And so I think we're getting to where we need to go, but the two challenges, the one I mentioned earlier about, even if the British defense strategy mentions we'll be at a war pace, we're going to move at war pace, I don't think the public has bought into that yet, so I think we need to work on that, and that's probably something NATO can help with. But the second piece, of course, is how the Europeans and the non-EU Europeans come together to make sure that they're not just duplicating and that they're complementing each other. And we've heard lots of different European leaders talk about this. Maybe this country can focus on this type of equipment, and this country what they're very good at. I haven't seen much leadership in that space, and maybe Piers knows more about, or Federica knows more about, what countries can provide that leadership to make sure that people. There's plenty of money out there. Let's just say, and the Europeans have plenty of money. It's just how you spend it and how smartly you spend it and how quickly you can spend it, and being quite aware about the very rapid pace of innovation that we've seen in Ukraine, that whatever you invest in, a lot of it has to go into more into technology and platforms that can adjust to this rapid pace of, every 2 or 3 weeks in Ukraine, we're seeing innovations and by the Russians and the Ukrainians. And so, it's very fast paced, it's moving quite quickly, and we need to be moving away from these big clunky systems that take 10, 20 years and to become more agile. So those are big challenges. I think the Europeans certainly can rise to that challenge. And NATO is incredibly helpful in that space because it can also assign countries different roles. But we do need to see some leadership and focus.
Very good. Federica, so speaking of which, like the defense industrial base and all these developments, Americans often mention that they would like to see more of burden shifted in the alliance, so that the Europeans would fully take charge of our own security. This is what we hear repeatedly from the current administration. How do you view this burden shifting? Like, how will that impact the alliance as well? Because a burden shift in that direction will mean that Europeans are maybe also more capable to operate independently, and will we still have this like US leadership in NATO, or will the leadership also be more equally divided in the alliance?
Well, I think, and I want to connect to 2 key words that from the speech of the US ambassador we heard at the beginning of the conference, which is commitment and capabilities, which I think that is the key for the European countries within NATO. The way I see burden shifting is having European countries taking more responsibility of their security, not necessarily a complete shift in a way of United States completely disengaged from that. I don't think that's what the United States want. And the issue or the challenge remains how European countries will be able to take up this challenge. And because now we know what are the capability gaps when it comes to conventional defense. And there's so many instruments that, and here again we go to the European Union. The added value of the European Union is the capacity to mobilize funds, to create instruments that allow countries to spend money quickly and in a more efficient way. But then again, it has to be countries who actually spend money and procure weapons, right? It's not the EU or NATO doing that. So I think the key words here would be how quick we will be in being able to actually spend this money we are unlocking, and how smart and efficient it will be, this expenditure. Because I'm not sure we actually need a country who's going to lead it, because in talking about leaders in Europe, it kind of, if we analyze the European bloc, it goes back to 2-3 countries always, and if we go, or if we want to go at the European level, the UK as well. But I would say we all have to, unity is the added value of the European continent. So us working together and doing what we can do best in our capacity, and the ambassador also was saying the role of all members committed with their own capabilities have to contribute or can contribute to the success of the alliance. So I believe the future of NATO is definitely a stronger European pillar. I know that many people don't like this word, but I do. The European pillar within NATO with more capabilities, with modernized armed forces, with more armed forces in terms of personnel. I think that's the direction we have to go. We have to go, and we have to convince our people that there's no other choice.
Will Europe play a role in the Indo-Pacific then, or is that going to be sort of the
well, I think we should do one thing at times. I think we should focus on the immediate threat at the moment, but not to underestimate the influence that players like China already have on our continent, because underestimating our adversaries is usually the first mistake.
Absolutely. We have 3 minutes, so I want to see whether there's any questions. There are 2. Let's take the lady in blue.
It's hard to see.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Yada Canada, and I wanted to ask, there's been a lot of discussion about burden sharing with the US and sort of shifting more of those capabilities to Europe. And there's also been acknowledgement that the US has capabilities that Europe has not yet developed. So should the US decide, as President Trump has threatened on and off over the years, to fully step away from the NATO alliance, is there any sort of day after plan for NATO or the European Union in terms of what that would look like?
Who feels like starting? Should we go in the same?
Okay, well, maybe let me start on that very briefly. And I would say that if you look back historically to US administrations, and for example, we had President Kennedy, who was quoted here earlier, you look back at some of the stuff that he says about NATO, and European allies need to step up. So it's been a consistent message across all US administrations. The current administration, the message has been quite strong. At the same time, the US administration has also been very clear that it stands by NATO, it stands by Article 5. So I think, from that point of view, there's not a concern. There is a concern about European allies needing to step up, but European allies have accepted that. That was accepted in particular at the Hague summit. We saw that with the commitment on 3 plus 5 plus 1.5%, which is now being put into place. So these discussions continue, that work continues, and I think, for the future, we're going to get to the right place. It may take a bit of time, but we'll get to the right place with continued US commitment.
I just want to add, I think it's a good question to ask, because I think, yes, Trump has said that Article 5 matters, but he's also probably been more publicly supportive of Qatar's security more recently than he has of NATO in a systematic way. And I just don't think we can rely on President Trump in case some part of NATO is attacked. We just don't know what he's going to do, and that's why it's so important for the Europeans to really seize on this existential moment. It is existential for Europe, and I think that there is focus, but I don't think we're quite there yet. And so, it doesn't mean that NATO is going to be dead. I think NATO is still the most important security alliance, and will continue to be that way. But it has to, Canada needs to do more. A lot of other countries need to do more to keep it in the right place.
Federica, last
Yeah.
word.
I mean, I think that simply as that, the allies will do everything possible to keep the US engaged, because at the moment there's still no alternative to that.
Well, I would say we're getting there. And on that positive note, thank you so much for. No, I don't think that anybody left early to the lunch. So thank you so much, and big applause to the panel.
Thank you to all participants for Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a great lunch break and took the opportunity to connect. We are now ready to dive into the second half of the day. Our next discussion is one that links security and prosperity. Security as currency. Why stability attracts investment. To lead us into this incredible session, I once again hand the floor to Ali Aslan. Ali, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Always getting a good workout in, trying to get to the center of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, very much looking forward to a very timely and interesting discussion with none other than the founder of MR Noon and Eagles Hills. He's also the creator of Dubai Mall and a visionary behind numerous landmark projects worldwide. Please welcome Mohamed Alabar.
Ali, thank you so much.
Good to have you.
Good to see you.
Likewise, please.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
This will be a rather short but insightful session, one I'm very much looking forward to, because I'm sitting across somebody who's truly left his mark all across the world. As a matter of fact, with a global presence across more than 18 countries, you have transformed skylines and supported local economies. Of course, the Dubai Mall, amongst others, stand out. And I'm very much interested, of course, the first and foremost and perhaps the most obvious question. We meet here today in Budva in Montenegro. Clearly, you have your eyes set on this beautiful country. Why? What attracted you to Montenegro in the first place?
First of all, I would like to thank you so much for inviting me to speak to you. Such a pleasure. Well, it's very simple, really. I come from a country where, we started from nothing. And I think this region, I don't want to say they started from nothing, but, this region is also moving upward like us. So it's more relevant for me. I think size-wise, I come from a small country with 2 million, 3 million population. So these countries are my size. And please, I don't mean to insult anyone, but, if I go to America, to West Europe, I feel like I'm treated like second citizen, second class. Here, I think we're treated with respect, and that touches my heart. And please, no insult to any German or Parisian, but that's how I feel. So I feel more comfortable. People are kind, warm, and great opportunities.
Yeah, we appreciate your candor, of course, and of course, no insults taken.
No.
No offense
I'm
taken.
an open speaker.
Sure.
I speak openly.
Yes.
I don't,
And
so
I think
that's how I feel.
The point you're trying to make.
Plus, you don't ask me for a visa. Over there, they ask me for a visa. So I like to come here.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
I like to take my money here. I don't want to go there where everybody's asking me 16,000 questions when I enter to invest. No.
Well, there you have it. So for all the countries that are looking for investment from Mr. Alabar and requiring a visa,
but honestly, because it's a good investment environment. If it's not good investment, even if I love you, I'm not going to put any money. But it's a good place to invest.
And it is, of course, a country that has attracted you. It's a good place to invest.
It's so beautiful, no?
You say it's a beautiful country without any doubt. But of course, when you are identifying new countries, new objects, new places to invest in, of course, stability. We are at a security-dominated conference here today. Stability is, of course, if you will, the unnegotiable factor. And if you're looking at this region and this country in particular, what do you see in this regard?
Well, when it comes to security, you mean?
Well, stability and security, which of course go hand in hand.
First of all, I think we should not negotiate on security. This is not a negotiable item on any agenda, right? So that's a must. Again, also security in a narrower form, which is basically as you walk around Tirana or Split or say Budva, is very critical. I used to wear Rolex watch. Now I only wear plastic watch because it's not so secure in London to watch with a Rolex, to walk in Rolex watch. So, but I think in Tivat, I can wear my Rolex, which is really great, you know. So this is my answer.
So,
you know how I feel about security.
Yes, and we plucked the phone for Apple here. They certainly need advertisement.
No, but
for
really,
sure, yeah.
but really, security. I mean, even 6 years ago, I used walk around Tirana, walk around, Tivat, Budwa. It's so secure, so comfortable. And again, it's the type of people we deal with here. And I'm sure it's management too.
Yeah, and certainly the stability, you made it clear, is the foundation then, obviously, of prosperity. Yeah. And you said you've been to this region before many times, even during earlier times, when it was in many ways an undiscovered, a hidden gem. True. It's changing, though.
Yes. And it's changing, and I mean, that's really my argument is that, see, I come also from a place, if I can share the first slide with you. See, I come from a very interesting place where I'm not a typical investor. I mean, if the slide is on, I come from a place that there's no oil, there's no water. There's a lot of heat, a lot of sand. I mean, as I remind everybody, that my mom and dad, they don't read or write. So no education even. So I associate, and I don't forget that. I don't want to say that these people in this region are like that, but that's where I come from. But on top of all this, which reverse the whole concept of security, we live in one of the most unstable places on earth. We are the cause of the survival of CNN and BBC. Yes, people love to listen, and they always listen to bad news. We are the source of dangerous bad news. Afghanistan, Iran, Yemen, Baghdad, Syria, Israel, Gaza, pick which one you want. It's come from our neighborhood. It reversed the whole concept. But then on top of that, with dedicated, honest leadership and willing society, and for a long, long time, you have to do this for 40 years to beat the odds. I don't want to talk about wealth, but for the wealthy people in the world to select spot number 1 globally, to come to a country from the US, from Mexico, from France, from Milan, you name it, from India, actually we don't have enough space for them anymore. That's why property prices are going through the roof. But these people, by the way, they are so careful with their money. They will never consider you. They don't care about you. They care about, is it secure? Is it transparent? Is education for my kids is good? Is the streets, cities clean? Crime, no. Rule of law, transparency, and my money is safe. Otherwise, I have billions. I don't care. I love you. I don't love you. That doesn't matter. So what I'm trying to say is that sometimes you can actually go against the odd by strong leadership, dedicated, long term. Again, maybe you do 100 things right, but you will do a few things wrong. It's okay. But I really believe the other thing, Ali, that we need to stress on, and what I want to share with you, is that security absolutely is a must. But there is another security that's much more important. I really believe that the true future is that it is not the US military strength. I think if society do not have great economic progress, we run the risk of, today, 50% of the world are poor. We have to worry about the uprising of the poor. which means economic evolution and economic development, Ali, is a must. Because no matter how powerful we are, army, and we can never use the army against our own people. Look what's recently is happening in places like Nepal and other cities where a lot of people are uprising because of health services, infrastructure. The army cannot use the army against the public. Therefore, I really believe that the real danger is that if we do not participate in true moving forward economic progress to uplift society from what they are, and that's something very close to my heart. I started my business. I want to elevate, my family from poverty. That's where I came from. But then after I made some money, I said, listen, every city I touch, I push GDP by 5% up. And I'll ask NATO, any member of yours can give me a project if I don't uplift the GDP of the city by 5% and create 100,000 jobs, I am not who I am. I've done it many times. Total value of project that I've done in the past 30 years close about 400 billion US, market value close to $1 trillion. And honestly, I did it at the beginning because, Ali, I want to make some money. I want to buy Rolex. But after you buy the Rolex, you have to be a good human being and say, listen, I need to take care of my society, my family, my country, my neighbors. So, we have to have some of that in us. Not only we just want to get rich and move on. And therefore, Ali, I'll stop here. I really believe that to help NATO and help security, I propose to the world that the rich people should just pay 2% more tax annually, will eliminate poverty, will bring security. 2%, I challenge you, go search it. All of us rich people, we just add 2% more tax on us. We provided, Ali, the 2% goes to very responsible institutions, that can do honest job. There'll be no poverty in the world. But then again, I guess, the world have democracy, different people have different opinions, but we need to create economic progress for our people. And my last comment, I think it's shame on us that we have to worry about getting visas for our kids and our grandkids to go work in Germany or work in United States. It's a shame on us. Why? We're not big enough? We don't care enough that we build up our economies, that we're proud? That maybe some German people will come and work in Montenegro, maybe? No?
Well, NATO is a strategic partner of this conference, so I'm sure they're listening very carefully to the challenge that you just laid out there. Let me in, and I'll raise your standard of living immediately. But I think, all joke aside, I think the point you're raising is a very valid one. All statistics and numbers indicate towards the widening gap between rich and poor, and with that, of course, the turmoil that comes with it. So I'm sure your words are very much appreciated here in this very audience. You have proven your vision and you have proven your work in...
But I'll share with you my mistakes in the future, Ali, as well. I made a lot of mistakes as well.
We'll leave that for another session. We'll do that, but I'm sure it's very worthwhile to learn from a proven business leader such as yourself, of course.
I thought I was in real estate business. But then, like, for example, talk about Dubai Mall. I never thought when I built it that there'll be 120 million people visiting a year, like the most visited player on earth. Not in my dreams. But that's economic progress. There are 40,000 people working there. There are 1,800 companies creating jobs, doing business, paying taxes, paying VAT, creating tourism. Whoa, I never imagined that. But it was really built from the heart.
And across those 18 countries that you are currently operating in, you have, of course, seen how stability attracts capital and how instability in return and obviously deters it. So what lesson can this country, what lesson can Montenegro draw from your global experience, having operated in 18 countries successfully? What pitfalls can Montenegro learn to avoid?
Of course, we agree that security is a must. I mean, we don't negotiate on that item.
Sure.
But I really believe that, easy bureaucracy. I think the politics in Montenegro is a bit complex. it's the most difficult country for me to work in because of all the politics. People like 500,000 people like fighting each other. Like, are you kidding me? Like what's going on? Like you know, I mean, so many. I mean, is this democracy? What is that? So my thinking is that you have a gorgeous country. I don't want you to get upset if I tell you you need to have more business and more progress in your economy. You have an incredible, 200 kilometers coastline, is it? 200 kilometers? Or? Yeah. Now, Dubai has 25 kilometers. 25 only. And 6 months, so hot, unbearable. And we only get about 20 million visitors. I'm not saying get 20 million visitors. I'm saying get 4 million visitors. I'm saying instead of your hotels charging $90 a night, $100 a night, please charge $400 a night. Can you do better business so the government get more VAT, so you can get better quality of tourism and better progress? And there will be hotels for $100. I'm sure there will be. But I'm saying that this place is too gorgeous. People are so beautiful. Food is so beautiful. Your beaches are so beautiful. Your mountains are more beautiful. For me as an Arab, by the way, the mountains for me are more beautiful than the beach because, you know, we Arabs don't like our women to go wear bikinis on the beach. We don't like that too much. So we send them to the mountains, you know. but
to each its own.
Yeah, but really the truth, this is just an incredible country. As an investor, I really hope you guys organize your politics. And I think you should organize, you know, like who's running the country. Sometimes I mean, is it the parliament running the country? Is it the media running the country? Is it the NGO running the country? I would like to know who's running the country. There ought to be a decision-making process here. Now, are we going to make decision process that's 101% correct? Only in one condition, if you want to do 101%. You either call on Jesus, call on Moses, or call on Prophet Muhammad, or I don't know who, or call on God. But the rest will always make mistakes. Some people will be playing here and there. We need to move on. Why? You think US politics is clean? Are you kidding me? You think Europe politics is clean? Are you kidding me? Come on, guys. We are adults, no? But we need to move our society. We need to create better, well-educated workforce, more jobs, more businesses to be in line with the world. We don't want to be better than the world. We want to be in line with the world. I'm talking to you not as a businessman. I've made enough money in my life. I don't need to make money. I'm talking because I really care about humanity. I care that 50% of the population are poor in the world. I care that the revolution will come because the rich is getting richer and the poor are suffering. Who cares? Every politician cares about election. Election, that's the only thing they talk to you about. This makes me sick, honestly. What about the people? What about the students? What about my grandkids? Oh, I do visa for them to go work abroad? Shame on us.
Well, in the chair that you're sitting in, about a couple of hours ago, sat the president of Montenegro. And he spoke so passionately that I proposed to him to run for UN Secretary General. After having listened to you now, I may have to reverse my decision. A man who is selflessly working only to lift humanity.
No, because you see, Ali, I come from there.
Yes.
I came from poverty. I go to my mom's neighborhood. I see my mother. You know, by the way, my mother only 10 years ago, she started reading. She learned reading, you know. So I live there every day. And, you know, even though I make the money, I buy the Rolex, we need to know where we come from. So please, of course, politics is more complicated. I'm not a politician. I'm just a decent person with a lot of mistakes. Trying if I can help 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people, I honestly will do it. If my profit goes lower, no problem. I've made enough money. Lower profit is okay with me. But you have to make profit. Because without profit, the bank will pull the trigger on me.
Sure. Absolutely. We can't defy the logics of basic economics. But do think about the UN Secretary General job. I think it might suit you.
I like living in New York. It has been fun.
In New York? Yeah, New York is always fun, for sure.
But will they pay for my apartment or I have to pay?
I think with your budget, you don't have to worry about that. I think you're fine either way. You probably have some buildings in New York.
Thank you, Ali.
Before you wrap up, of course, when it comes to buildings, developments, you know better than anyone, there's always an element of sustainability, of environmental concerns, not just here, all across the countries, all across the world. In this country, as you say, untouched nature, and some people might be concerned that if a giant like you comes in, that it might take away a little bit of that untouched nature. How do you counter those concerns?
You see, we started our business, say, 28 years ago. And the good news is that we learned the right way. Because, you know, if you go to the coastline of France, coastline of all these developed countries, they've done all their development without the rules that apply nowadays. Thank God the rules have changed nowadays. So the good thing is also that globally also, all municipalities, they've become really careful about sustainability, the environment, all of it. So it's really embodied in how we do business. Plus, even if you don't behave well as a developer, the rules don't allow you anymore. Because you cannot just take land and do whatever you want. There are percentage of open space, number of trees per person. By the way, everything we do, especially when it comes to, for example, number of trees, we are double the EU. Why? Because we also care about our name, Ali. When you come and live with us, okay, we made a few dollars, but we want to be proud of our name. So automatically, you have to respect the environment. You have to respect, your customer. You have to, we are going to leave this place for our kids and our grandkids. So for us, environmental issues, sustainability is not negotiable. And I always tell my developer friends, I said, guys, we're all making money. Why don't we do it right? There's enough money to be made. Why don't we do it right? And by the way, when you do it right, guess what happens? You make more money. It's crazy. So it's a must.
Yeah, it's a must, and I think it's also in line with the UAE's vision itself of becoming a much more sustainable
on
hub.
UAE, just want to tell you, Ali, you're right. One of the things I really want to tell you that how much I learned from my country. That, for example, it's crazy, like 40 countries had planes full of medical supplies from UAE during COVID. There was no reason. There was no UN decision. It's just the goodness of a country. It's a culture like that, including Montenegro, by the way, that reflects on me, that I have to learn from. We're very tribal people. I have to learn that I need to be good. With the recent fire in Montenegro, there was no reason for some country in UAE out there to send its planes to help with helping with the fire that's in the forest in here and in Albania. But this is the culture where I come from. Yeah. There's no rule. There's no government regulation. We're human beings. Earth is very small. We need to take care of Earth. We need to take care of each other. We need to forgive each other if we can.
And I think that's a very, very beautiful message and lesson to end on. Mohammed Alabar, I think I speak for everyone here in the audience when I say we could have listened to you for hours.
Oh, you're so kind. You're so kind. And my mother would be very proud to hear that.
No, for sure. Please send her our regards.
Thanks.
And for sure, one of these days, we'll do a second session where you will tell us.
But that lady is bothering us. She's
no.
to stay on time.
She's fascinated. No, she's fascinated.
Please, Ali, thank you also. You are very special.
No, thank you. I appreciate it very much. Mohammed
Alabar,
Alabar, ladies and gentlemen. Much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Such a pleasure.
Thank you, Ali and Mr. Alabar, for the extraordinary and dynamic conversation. We now shine a light into the shadows of global power, examining China's playbook below the threshold. Moderating is Mareike Olberg, Senior Fellow at the German Marshall Fund. Mareike, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to welcome our two distinguished panelists who will be joining me for this panel. First up is Dr. Anna Kristinovska. She is the president of ESTIMA, which is a think tank in North Macedonia, which focuses on foreign policy and EU integration, and her research is centered on the relations between Southeast Europe, the EU, and China. Welcome. I am also delighted to be joined by Saman Nazari. Sam is an open source intelligent researcher who has built the Pan-European Counter-Disinformation Network, which is a coalition of 65 organizations and over 300 people providing actionable insights for European governments and other actors. Welcome. So I was really happy to see that China is on the agenda here as well. We now have 30 minutes to convince everybody in the audience who isn't convinced yet that this is a topic that is really worth paying attention to. It's a topic that has, I think, gained some attention in recent years, certainly compared to when I first started studying it some 15 years ago, but that's still often elusive in Europe. And that topic is the many ways in which the People's Republic of China tries to influence and shape and interfere in policy in Europe through, be it economic carrots and sticks, elite capture, trying to divide and conquer, information manipulation, or sometimes outright interference. We pay a lot of attention, I think, to what Russia is doing in this space, but so far we have, I think, by comparison, paid much less attention to what China is doing, and we now have the next 29 minutes to change that. So without further ado, let's get into it. Let me start with you, Anna, and ask you if you can lay out the scene for us a little bit and explain what are the main levers, channels of influence that China has here in the region, in the Western Balkans, that we should be paying attention to. And as a tag on to that question, if you could also talk a little bit about what changes have you been seeing in recent years in this space?
Let me start by thanking the organizers. It's really a pleasure to be speaking on China in front of such a distinguished audience. And it's really indeed interesting to take a rather longitudinal perspective of what China has been doing in the region. Because arguably the environment in which China operates in the past 5 years or 10 years is constantly changing. And we can describe China's approach as being one of learning, with a very steep learning curve, I have to say, adaptation and resilience. And why am I saying this? Because China in the Western Balkans has arguably become a bit less welcome compared to 5 or 10 years ago. And that, we have to admit, it's largely under the pressure of the US, NATO, and the European Union, who have become aware or more wary of what China is doing and have been transferring these concerns to the region. So it was not a genuine awareness among the region, but most of the governments, and here I would single out Serbia and maybe Republika Srpska as being outliers, but the other governments in the region have become less welcome of Chinese economic projects, infrastructure and investments. However, that has not translated to the grassroots level or the societal level. And this is where China managed to use its adaptation skills to basically change its approach and orient its activities more towards sectors and segments of the society that are not controlled by the governments. Let me start by local authorities. And in democracies, unlike China, they are not directly accountable to the government. So China has been approaching local governments with donations, and they are low-hanging fruit. So with 10,000 euros, you manage to get a twinning city arrangement that basically goes under the radar, and central governments are sometimes not even aware of this. China has been also approaching academia and universities who also have their own freedom and are not always aware of the risks that cooperation with China poses, something that is very topical now in Western and Central and Northern European countries. They have stepped up the work with journalists and media outlets, co-opting journalists through training, through media partnerships, even directly putting them on China's payroll. And now, with the withdrawal of the Voice of America, Radio Free Europe struggling, we are anticipating an even bigger surge of Chinese attempts to co-opt media outlets. And even we see them directly communicating with civil society, because China, until now, was not aware of the use of civil society in different countries, but now they have been learning from the playbook, not of Russia, but of Western democratic societies who do engage with civil society to pursue different objectives. So all in all, 5 or 10 years ago, we were talking about China as a state-centered player. Now we see it operating at a very decentralized level, in a very below-the-radar way. So basically, these stakeholder groups are not even encouraged to advertise or talk about their activities with China, but China is using it to shape public attitudes and to also shape the context of policymaking.
Thank you. That gives us a good overview of the full spectrum. You mentioned that China has learned from Western countries and how to reach out to civil society. And of course, an argument that when I talk about this that I often get as well, America does this, Europe does this, everybody does it, why can't China do it? Now, I want you to talk a little bit about what you see as legitimate channels and illegitimate channels of influence and interference, and where China falls on the spectrum, or rather different activities that China engages in.
I would not label them as legitimate or illegitimate, because from China's perspective, they are legitimate, and the question is also very legitimate. But I think we need to understand that we are not operating in isolation, and we are not an island in the Pacific that has an equidistance with the US and with China, so needs to balance both sides in a rather equal manner. We are in Europe, surrounded by EU member states. We are aspiring to join the EU, all the countries in the Western Balkans. 3 of them are already NATO members. So we have our own geopolitical allegiance, which does not necessarily coincide with China's geopolitical objectives. So these objectives are oftentimes at clash, and we need to be aware of that. That would be the first argument. And the second one is the values. If we aspire to be a part of the liberal, democratic, European family, Euro-Atlantic family, then we want to uphold democratic values, and those are the values that our societies aspire. We certainly have our own shortcomings that we strive to overcome, but it would be completely against these values if we accept what China is proposing, if we accept the vision that China is spreading, for instance, in the UN, on what the internet and freedom of media should look like, if we accept its own version that human rights are not universal, etc. So in terms of values, we should acknowledge that we do not share the same values with China.
Yeah, so basically the approach would be we're not actor neutral when it comes to this. It matters who is doing this, and we're certainly not value neutral. Now, we've done a little bit of a deep dive in the region. I want to flip things around. Sam, you've been working a lot on information manipulation, social media, the kind of disinformation that's being spread there. So I would like to let you have a bit of a deep dive into the disinformation topic, but from a more global perspective. I think you look at various different regions of the world. So I want to ask you, one of the things that I often hear when it comes to foreign information manipulation and interference is that, oh, well, China is quite constructive and they're really just trying to build things, whereas Russia is destructive, causing chaos. So really in this space, we should only be paying attention to China because to Russia. We should only be paying attention to Russia because China is not doing quite as much. What are China's patterns of action when it comes to information manipulation? And what would you say to people who argue that what China is doing is not as relevant as many other actors?
Thank you. Very happy to be here. Thank you to organizers. Yes, China. So as a researcher, I have been working both on China and Russia for the last whole bunch of years. And it's quite clear that while the actors share some similarities, their approaches and their realities are quite different. Looking at Russia like as a threat actor, they are very much in the lamplight. They are under sanction, there is actions being taken against them, and very much due to this, they are acting quite rashly. They're doing quite violent actions. While China doesn't have the same lamplight on them, and because of it, they're acting much slower, but managing to penetrate in a completely different way. Similarly to how in the past Russia was relying on oligarchs and building up people and assets in the long term, now China has been doing so for quite a long time. You were talking about elite capture, and this is also very much what China is doing in relation to their influence operations. They find people that are either journalists, influencers, people who are trying to make a living off the internet, and that are receptive to the ideologies and values that China is publicly, mind you, promoting, and then try to get them into their information space, giving them benefits, giving them visibility, inviting them to travel, giving them a platform and visibility that will benefit these people without directly paying them. Well, now they do sometimes directly pay them, but the crux is in when they do not. And the actions that we have seen is quite interesting when they not only target this very specific, these public figures, but also the people and movements who are more in the background. So actual elites, like actual wealthy people and movements, end up being targeted and end up being brought into the Chinese information space and are being co-opted and used in the campaigns to give legitimacy to the voices of China. To give you two very concrete examples, we have Roy Singham, an American tech entrepreneur who sold his company for, I think, 700 million, 800 million, moved to Shanghai. He's a Maoist, it's always been clear. He knows the founders of Ben & Jerry. He married the leader of Code Pink, which is a big American women's rights movement, and donated tens and tens of millions to different foundations and created a whole bunch of NGOs, media entities, and a wide range of union movements and so on, all around the world. His influence, which has been covered by the New York Times, for example, is very rarely spoken about. And it's just one of the actors that China is using to exert their influence. And what he is likely getting is benefits within China, business opportunities, and in general being given a seat in the discussions within the CCP. We have another movement, the La Roche movement, which is a personality cult almost, who has been also co-opted in a way where they are giving this movement a platform. They're giving them the legitimacy of, for example, creating a Belt and Road Institute in Sweden, by the way, to bring it home a bit, and organizing events with them and things like this, giving them visibility that they otherwise would be hard-pressed to get. And all of these things, in the end of the day, result in these people creating spheres around them, creating their own networks and their own groups of people that they can mobilize to then further China's interests in the information space, but also, as we discussed, also in other sectors. And this, to give you one very concrete example, what this can lead to, when one of these influencers that China had managed to capture was made aware of an article that is highlighting China's discrimination against LGBTQ people, he managed to rally his following to flood this newspaper, this Canadian newspaper, with hate and comments and backlash until this publication removed the article. So it has real consequences. And if you don't know who this guy is, if you don't know how this is working, as a journalist, you're just seeing hundreds of people commenting and saying that you're wrong.
I think that picks up a really important aspect that we don't often talk about when we talk about the information environment, and that's what China is doing in Europe is not just geared towards what narratives, what things, what information to promote, but also what information to suppress, whether that is via harassment, via flooding the inboxes of people, or in some cases doing worse. I do want to follow up, since you mentioned the LaRouche movement, and they have a bit of a connection to Germany. I think the wife is originally German. And one thing that I've looked into them, and one thing that people would tell me when I said China is trying to network with these people is they would say, well, yes, but they're on the political fringe. So what they're doing doesn't really matter. So obviously, I disagree, but I want to ping the question back to you and to ask, what are the patterns that China uses for picking people to work with? And what do you say to the people who would argue that China working with somebody like the LaRouche movement doesn't matter?
I mean, the way they pick these people, at least from what I can see, is based on their susceptibility to their, public ideology, like the image that they're spreading about themselves globally. And their willingness and their need of being seen. Because they are, as you say, they're fringe groups. They're not being seen in society. And when a major media outlet, for example, like China Media Group, CGTN, ends up approaching them and wanting to do a conference with them and a series with them, asking them to join panels, they feel seen. And all of a sudden, a fringe group that is more or less, falling apart, that more or less is, is incredibly radical, might end up feeling, engaged again, and they might pick up momentum again. And in the end of the day, even if they are small and fringe, they do have a lot of money that they can use to do a lot of different things that is not very much in our interest as European democracies.
Yeah, and in some instances, I guess we've seen the fringe move to the center as well in a lot of countries. So we can't just say something is on the political fringe. We're not going to pay any attention to it. I did have one more question for you, Anna, before we slowly open up for Q&A, and that is, you mentioned that one of the changes you have seen is moving from governments towards broader levels of civil society. What are those patterns? Where would China rather go for the government? Where would it go for civil society? Is there a larger strategy behind that you've been able to identify in any way?
I think we have to emphasize that China is a very pragmatic and opportunistic actor. So I do not see any broader Chinese strategy that has been defined in advance for the region, but China has been seizing every possible opportunity to somehow win over the space or any vacuum created in different countries. So if we talk about Serbia, for instance, there the government is very pro-China, but also the population is pro-China due to historic legacies. But it's interesting to see this synergy, how the government has been making the public opinion further pro-China, and that was very visible, for instance, during the pandemic. China was portrayed as the biggest donor to the country, which was not true, by the way, but somehow the government is driving public opinion through its control over media outlets to make public opinion further pro-China, and in turn, this pro-China public opinion is somehow giving legitimacy or enabling further activities of the government with the Chinese, be it investment opportunities, be it the allocation of infrastructure contracts, or even the use of Chinese loans for infrastructure, because Serbia is the only country that has been actively pursuing this path, whereas other countries like Macedonia or Montenegro have already learned the lesson to a certain extent.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I have one more question for you as well, Sam, and that is you work a lot on social media as well, and you analyze a lot of the operations on social media. We spend a huge amount of time on social media. Sometimes when I open up my social media, I actually get ads from Chinese actors that are being pushed at me. So what patterns have you noticed on social media that China uses for information manipulation? Anything that we should be particularly aware of?
I think there's two things that's worth highlighting. One thing that everyone keep insisting is completely harmless, and another thing that I think is quite is a very, very powerful tool on top of it, but that people do acknowledge actually. The first thing is China's use of the beautiful China narrative, portraying China as this wonderful, beautiful, amazing, kind country where there is, amazing people that are helping each other, food that is just mind-boggling, and so on. All of these influencers, who are living these cottage lives in the countryside and so on. This is public diplomacy in the end of the day. I mean, every country does it. But what the Chinese are doing is they're kind of trying to greenwash the horrible things that they have done, for example, to the people in Xinjiang, where they have influencers now that are basically, posing as Xinjiang, as Uyghurs, Uyghur minority population, and then trying to again launder the image of these people. And by portraying this, China as so beautiful, they manage to capture more and more people, making people curious about China, having them engage with the information. It's maybe seeking out travels to China, studies in China, where they might be susceptible to being co-opted and brought into the Chinese information space. I myself studied in China. I did a double degree with the Gothenburg University and Fudan University, and I could clearly see that there were attempts to try to convince us and try to get us to like China and to interact with the professors and so on, and it wasn't. I mean, Fudan was quite good in comparison to many others I've heard about, but it's, still there. And lastly, the influencers. The influencers are a very powerful tool, not just the regular beautiful China ones, but the political ones. There are entire groups of them who are on the payroll of China that are just operating and promoting Chinese interests online, and they are usually not attributed or known, despite being journalists or hired by the state media.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's, I think, whole troll factories or bot networks, just like with Russia, but paid for by China, that do comment on social media, and it's quite a bit. Just for anybody in the audience who doesn't know about Xinjiang, it's basically an ethnic minority region in the northwest of China, where China put huge numbers of people in so-called re-education camps, which were essentially concentration camps, and later fed them into forced labor systems. And in order to cover up for that, they had people travel the region to show how beautiful China is, but of course what they were leaving out was that part. Now I feel like in the past panels we didn't have enough time for audience Q&A, so I want to give our audience a first chance and open up for the first round of questions if there are any. If there are none, we can keep going, but I just want to give people a chance to ask some things. Yes, we have the gentleman over there and the lady in the front, please. And we can maybe pool the two questions and then go into a second round if there's more questions.
So shall I? Okay. I'm curious as to the influencers that you were talking about, predominantly Chinese. Have you structurally seen that there have been spread through around the rest of the world, or these are just in China? And where predominantly?
And I think we take the second question together.
Thank you very much. My name is Alan Musa Efendic from the Swedish Psychological Defense Agency. My question regards the China's strategy when it comes to information manipulation. Do you see any correlation between China's economic activity and investments as they relate to information manipulation? Does it mean there is more or less activity on the psychological warfare front if there's a lot of economic investment? Thank you.
You want to start with the question about the influencers, and maybe take the second one, maybe can go to both of you.
Definitely. So actually, there's two sets of Chinese influencers. The ones that are portraying China as being beautiful and living in the countryside and so on, yes, they're usually Chinese, but a lot of them that are operating in and outside of China are also Western influencers. There is a very famous New Zealander influencer working for Shanghai Daily who has his own channel and does a whole bunch of different types of content. And these ones are usually, I would say, more impactful because they're more relatable to Western audiences. And that was it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. They're also, I think I used to track them, and sometimes if you go into certain topics, you can literally find China have influencers from every country. You'll have a Malaysians, Singaporeans, Ugandans, and they often then talk about the same topics.
Yes, one more point to make. A lot of if there's a CGTN or CRI, as it used to be, Channel Radio International station in a country, there used to always also be an influencer attached to them. So Italy, for example, has an influencer that is purely speaking Italian. There's a whole bunch of them across Europe as well. They have their own brands, their own studios, and everything. And for the longest time, they had like 10 views per video, up until a point when they went onto TikTok and all of a sudden exploded in viewership, with the exception of the Italian one, who also was very popular.
You want to take a stab at the... Yeah.
Yes, on the influencers, we do see them quite a lot in the Western Balkans. Maybe we don't label them influencers because when we say influencer, we usually think of someone who is young and good looking and doing some advertisement for something that's maybe commercial. But China has gone the extra mile to co-opt quite a lot of influential people. So that's what I would call influencers also in the region. And here you have former politicians or very prominent high-level officials. You have university professors that have a lot of constituents, students, etc. And if we talk about their individual stories, you would see them becoming more interested in China in recent years. You would see them increasingly writing op-eds about China, posting constantly on social media how great China is, that in China there is no corruption, that everything is basically rosy, and that we should be learning from China. And I think that to link it to the next question, they are actually doing the job that China would be doing. Normally, so the Chinese, what we recognize as Chinese outlets and vectors of influence usually tend to focus on the economic aspects. The biggest strength of China's soft power is the promise of economic opportunity. And that's what they have been using to somehow make themselves more welcome in the country, emphasizing in the region, for instance, look what Serbia got, look how many Chinese investments they got, look how well, for instance, the citizens of Bor are living now with all the Chinese mines being overexploited around them. Now, this was just a joke, but they are selling the narrative that closer ties with China do lead to more economic prosperity.
I would open up to another round of questions, but we are slowly running out of time, and I have one more question for both of you that I would like to ask, and that is, what policies, what tools do European countries need? Do we require, especially smaller countries that have a smaller population, smaller economies, what tools and policies do we need in order to deal with this kind of challenge of relatively subtle but pretty consistent and incredibly well-funded influence and interferences in our societies? Anna, do you want to start?
Yes, I can start with the policy aspect, given that I come from a policy background and have been involved in policy making. The governments in the region, and the governments, I mean all branches of government, not just the executive, but also the parliaments that do have an important role to play, lack the expertise and what you would call in Germany the China competence. So if Germany complains about not having the China competence, you can multiply that by 100 to understand how much the region of the Western Balkans and Southeast Europe more broadly lacks expertise on China. And that is not an expertise that you gain overnight. So if the governments do not have it within, they should probably cooperate with civil society, with academia, so with trusted institutions and organizations to basically develop this expertise in order to be able to understand what China is doing, not just in the region, because a lot of what China is doing in the region is basically a translation or mirroring what China is doing at the global level and mirroring China's domestic objectives. And then there should be also a lot of coordination, because the governments are not always aware what is happening within the country, because China has basically switched to working a lot under the radar. So there should be a lot of coordination, recommendations. Of course, in a democracy, you cannot impose a control over different stakeholder groups, but you can provide recommendations. You can raise awareness about what goals China is pursuing in our own countries. And finally, work more with those partners, allies in NATO and in the European Union who do have the capacity in order to understand how they have been adopting different tools and instruments, be it the foreign direct investment screening mechanism, be it the foreign subsidies regulation, the hybrid toolkit, etc.
Sam, you get the last word. We just ran out of time, so very briefly, what tools, what policies do we need to better combat this?
Looking at how we've been working now as Alliance for Europe on Russia, the key thing that has worked for us as a very small organization, where I am the only researcher, has been to band together with other organizations, civil society, media, academia, fact-checkers, OSINTers, and working together with governments in a true whole-of-society approach, operatively. So actually exchanging, working, analyzing, and going after the threats that we see. And we need long-term funding to be able to do this continuously, especially if we are to be able to understand the threat that comes from China due to the very, very slow and very methodic and very under the radar approach that they usually use.
Yeah, those are all excellent suggestions. We are unfortunately out of time, so please join me in thanking our speakers for their excellent input at this panel.
Thank you, Marek, and distinguished panelists. And next, we shift our focus to a very important topic: sanctified influence, Russia's soft power by stealth. The session will explore how Russia's soft power works through stories, symbols, and influence, making it one of the most dangerous fronts of competition today. Moderating this panel is Eto Buziashvili, Research Associate of the Atlantic Council, DFR Lab. Eto, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to be joining you all today in Budva for these very important conversations and to moderate the panel. We have an all-star panel. Today we're joined with Kadri Lik, who is a Senior Policy Fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations. She is focusing on Russia, Eastern Europe, and the Baltics region. And we have Miroslav Sazdowski, who is a Senior Analyst at the European Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats. He focuses on influence operations targeted at Balkans. So, the Balkans region. It's a very active link on Russia's hybrid infrastructure when it comes to Europe. Russia, unfortunately, uses its territory for territorial gains, for logistical channels, for local actors to conduct Kremlin operations targeting Europe broadly. We have seen Kremlin operations that were kind of organized on this territory, which were paramilitary trainings, for example, targeting elections and aimed at disrupting elections. We have seen a wide range of false flag operations aimed at destabilizing Europe and sowing division. And we have seen some surveillance operations conducted from this region. So before we dive deeper into specific tactics that the Kremlin uses to target the region, let us zoom a bit and see the big picture. And Kadri, I want to start with you. So what is the strategic value that Balkans has for Russia's geopolitical ambitions, and how is the Kremlin actually aiming this region into its broader hybrid operations?
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here and address the audience and learn about the country. I really appreciate being invited. As to your question, in my view, Russia has always viewed the Balkan countries as allies in the anti-Western policies. I don't think it has had any grand plans for the Balkans. It doesn't intend to dominate the Balkans the way it tends to dominate some countries in the neighborhood. But Russia has always viewed the Balkans as convenient allies in anti-Western policies and activities. Paradoxically, in that sense, I don't think Russia's policy has ever even changed. That was the case already in the 1990s, when Russia itself was aspiring to join the West. But I remember conversations in Moscow in mid-90s with fairly influential people who said that, yeah, Slobodan Milosevic, he might be unpleasant, but he's our strategic ally. And I didn't understand it at all, because at that time, Russia's own nominal policies were focused on joining the West, holding up human rights, democracy, etc. And yet they were lending their support to someone who was doing the exact opposite. So in that sense, I think Russia's outlook on the Balkans has been fairly stable. But of course, as Russia's relationship with the West has deteriorated, they have tried to use the Balkans more as anti-Western bulwark, using the opportunities that open up. And we can discuss, how many of these operations are really Kremlin's policy. I think we have also seen a lot of political entrepreneurship, people improvising, hoping to please the Kremlin with their actions done here. But that sort of thing has always been happening. And now, of course, when Russia really feels that its standoff with the West is existential, we can only hope all that to intensify.
Let me turn to you, Miroslav. Kadri has been describing how actually the politics hasn't been changed, and Balkans has always played a big role when it comes to Russia's geopolitical ambitions. Let us zoom in a bit on the tactics, like how Russia, and I have two-dimensional questions for you. First, like how is Russia instrumentalizing the Balkans to destabilize Europe more broadly? And the second question is like, at the same time, how is Russia targeting Balkans itself?
Well, this is sort of a timely question, and it would have been quite difficult if... What? I guess it doesn't work?
Yeah, I think so.
Should I try to speak louder, or should we try to fix this?
Maybe we have an additional backup mic? Because Miroslav should mention very important topics so that everybody should hear that.
Hand microphone, maybe.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, this is better. So, it's a timely question in terms of recent development. It would have been quite difficult to, it would have been more difficult to explain this question previously, because we would have to quote some reports that we are following as a counter-hybrid community, but these days is quite maybe easily. We have two, wave of arrests that has happened in Serbia, which quite easily depicts how this region is actually being handled by hybrid actors, by world hybrid actors. So the first one was that two people were arrested for organizing trainings, actually for quite a lot of Moldovans, to prepare them for the elections which have just finished, to prepare them for unrest, to prepare them to destabilize the country, to prepare them to conduct unrest on the elections day and around elections. And interestingly, however mimic this or however blatant these arrests we can discuss that, how mimic they are, but they quite precisely depict how what we as a counter-hybrid community have been speaking about, and that is that the region of Western Balkans is actually being used as a fertile ground for nurturing and training such activities. Second one was actually again in Serbia. Arrested 11 people who, the story behind is that they have been the one that have organized and implemented the Paris or around France attacks, hybrid attacks, on Muslim communities. So they were putting, I don't know, pigs' heads in front of mosques, or they have written anti-Islamic narratives on walls with pain and everything. And these hybrid activities were part of a larger, that we know, a larger hybrid attack, a large hybrid campaign. And they were again arrested in Serbia. So this quite depict that Western Balkan has been used for a longer time, not only as a training camp, but also as an experimental area where hybrid activities are being experimented before they are implemented in the more, let's say, resilient societies. And that's the first line, like direct attack of what Europe is actually faced with here in the Balkans, where they don't have, they have like the middle ground, or say, let's say the gray area. The second one is actually that Russia is trying to keep the Western Balkan as some kind of unstable area, so that EU has a problem nurturing this instability, right? And this is something that we have heard on these panels. This is something that has been their goals for a long time, maybe from the beginning when we say beginning when the dissolution of USSR probably. And this goes in line with one, I want to explain this, one pattern on which Russia actually works. And this pattern is that Russia does not really impose, does not really create its own like genuine policies. It takes some Western institute or policy or activity and practice, and then, put it in a formula, and then creates its own similar one. And this has been done from the very beginning. Like they take some, and they strip it out of, I don't know, liberal values, and they do whatever it takes in order to serve the Putin's regime. And that's the pattern that they're using. This is the formula. So that's why when we speak about soft power, which is the subject of this panel, we need to consider that when Russia is doing soft power activities, it's actually not the same as soft power activities that we are used to in the democratic societies. Soft power is a luxury of very strong countries, rich countries, countries who have power, but also who have values and have attractive power. That's the power to attract societies like Montenegro, like North Macedonia, to become part of that group. Russia does not even try to do that, because it's not their goal. They have took that, let's say, practice of soft power. They have created their own, which serves their regime. And that is, on the contrary, they are just trying to fight all the elements which create prospect for the region to be part of that alliances in order to keep it away. And this is the basics of how we follow hybrid threats and activities. And this is what I find is the most, let's say, a direct involvement of Russia in the region in order to keep this region away from the European integration.
Yeah, you mentioned many interesting tactics in your introductory remarks, and I want to touch upon one very important topic, which is religious institutions when it comes to this region. religious institutions in Balkans carry more political weight than in broader Europe. What is the current role of the religious institutions, and what do you think it should be when it comes to democratic resilience? Kadri, let's start with you.
Well, when it comes to Russian Orthodox Church and the way it acts inside Russia, but also in foreign policy, I think sadly they have completely allied themselves with the Kremlin and its goals. Partly it is traditional to Russian Church historically. They have always tended to side with the state, but hardly ever as absolutely as now. You could see how the Patriarch Kirill, he still tried to sort of hedge between his religious community and the Kremlin when Putin announced annexation of Crimea in 2014. In that big ceremony in the Kremlin, the Patriarch didn't turn up because he realized that it hits hard his congregation in Ukraine. However, I think by now he has entirely clearly sided with the Kremlin, and Orthodox priests are blessing the missiles that are used to hit Ukraine. There are still probably some clergymen who serve the God instead of the Kremlin, but they are quite quiet, or they have been sacked. A number of them have been asked to leave, not to serve. And I find it very sad because I think the Orthodox Church would be much more powerful if it actually focused on serving the God and believers as opposed to the Kremlin. And I really wonder, I think they will take a strong hit when President Putin departs eventually and something changes in Russia. So, yeah, that's the case, and it really makes me sad. I think their own standing would be much stronger if they did what they are called for.
Absolutely. Miroslav, could you follow up on the role of the religious institutions? And I will follow up with my question about Russian Orthodox Church's role in this region in general.
Well, let me continue where it was mentioned, the role of the Russian Orthodox Church. You know, we need to take into account one thing, that out of 2009, Russia is actually the official peer firm of the Russian military. And that has been imposed with the law and with an agreement done by President Medvedev in 2009. And previously, let's say in 2003, there was a working group between the Russian Orthodox Church and the Foreign Affairs of Russia for their joint operations everywhere. Russian Orthodox Church has its own Ministry of Foreign Affairs as well, which is, okay, let's say, with such a big institution, it has to have some kind of unit, but the operations are different. Anyway, what this nexus between Russian Orthodox Church and the Russian country actually created is bridging the gap between the values which Russia lost with the loss of the big Soviet country with high influence. And the Russian Orthodox Church actually came as ideology of duchovnosti, of spirituality, so that it gave values to what actually those regimes were trying to impose. And that's interestingly when we speak about the Balkans. There's also one correlation which is quite obvious, and it is with the dissolution of Yugoslavia. You find a lack of, how to say, a power to impose policies of Serbia inside the sphere of influence that it feels that it had belonged to. And those two elements actually created a quite firm bond between the mechanics of how those countries actually impose their policies. So you have the Ruski Mir, which is the Russian world, which implies that the Russian Orthodox Church should not only take care about the Russians, but rather to all Orthodox citizens or all Orthodox communities around Russia. And they have specifically even mentioned how they will do it in Ukraine or in Belarus or whatever. But they don't stop there. They create partnership with the Russian Orthodox Church, or with the Serbian Orthodox Church, sorry. And then they impose that, because it will be difficult for Russians to go and work here in the region. Of course they do, but that's really the smaller portion. The bigger portion is actually the nexus, the partnership they create with the Serbian Orthodox Church, for them to impose the same policy as they're doing it on the global level, for Serbian Orthodox Church to do it in the regional level. And to be honest, that's not only limited to the church, but rather to different type of institutions which are present here in the region.
Yeah, and as Kadri was mentioning, the representatives of Russian Orthodox Church are blessing weapons intended for 3-day military operation in Ukraine, which is already continuing for 3 years, and it seems that it is not working, those blessings. But do you think that the narratives that are spread by the representatives of Orthodox Church resonate in this? Because the narrative that we are observing is like traditional values, which they claim that do not really correlate with the EU and the West and the NATO. Do you think that these narratives correlate in societies when it comes to the Balkans?
If I may build up on what Kadri actually mentioned previously, that it would be nice if we can see the religious organization working more on connections of the people with God, rather than create politics. So even in this regards, protection of the Eastern values, which is the main narrative of what Ruski Mir and what actually Serbian world should create in the region, and Ruski Mir should create in globally, are actually again mimicking what true meaning of imposing values should be. And let me be honest, they're not really attracting anybody. People are not attracted by the opinion that they will want to join that kind of narratives and be part of that system, network of values. They are more afraid of the conspiracies, of the hostile narratives, that by embracing the Western societies, by embracing the Western allied network, they are actually more importing the deviant form of Western societies. And these are the narratives that actually communicate more easily, and these are not narratives of attraction, but rather narratives of fear. They're coming and to get you, you will lose your ground. So it's a narrative of fear, and not a narrative of attraction. Even the biggest Russophiles in the region are not really attracted by Russia, let's be honest. They're just, cautious not to be infected by the deviant values that come from the West.
Please, Kadri.
Yeah. No, on traditional values, I find it really ironic that Russia now poses as upholder of traditional values. Because I remember how it started. I mean, the narrative started as Putin's way to marginalize Russia's urban intelligentsia back in 2011, when people came out to demonstrate against his return to the Kremlin. His announcement that they will swap positions with Dmitry Medvedev launched the protests, and that led to this kind of rhetoric emanating from Russia. So it was actually a domestic PR move to start with, and I think they themselves were surprised to see that it actually worked very well as a foreign policy instrument, because it coincided with certain trends and certain cultural wars in the West, and then they started using it more consciously. But as to Russia and traditional values, well, it's a very mixed picture. I mean, if you look at even at the Kremlin, there are people there who are in same-sex relationships. There are people there in extramarital relationships. I mean, I won't go into details, but you can Google. We all know that.
We can Google together.
Yes, yes. So I would say that Russia's cultural heritage, when it comes to that, is sort of distinctly Soviet. Homosexuality has been stigmatized, whereas abortion was main means of family planning throughout the Soviet time, and I think well into independent Russia. But yeah, they made that the rhetorical line But we shouldn't buy it at face value. Also, the notion that Western liberalism is all about sort of transgender ideology. It's not. It is true that there are cultural wars in the West around these issues, but reducing the whole Western democratic liberal model to that is caricature.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to elaborate on what Miroslav was saying. The fear is very strong sentiment. Another thing that we are observing in the broader Eastern Europe, the narrative that Russia is pushing is the fear of war, that if you are not with Russia, there will be a war. We're seeing the same in Moldova, in Georgia. Even now, we have heard these narratives in Hungary as well, since Russia's reinvasion of Ukraine. And with this, I want to turn to another important topic and kind of player when it comes to this region. It's EU. I want to ask this question to both of you. Like, how do you think EU can support local actors in this region, those actors who are resisting democratic erosion? And if we look at the situation through security lenses, how should Brussels be setting up its priorities when it comes to the Balkan regions? Kadri, you want to start?
Well, I think democracy actually starts at home. And the EU can do a lot to help it, but it cannot do everything. I mean, we have seen that when also EU countries themselves have strayed from the path and succumbed to authoritarian tendencies, the EU cannot do much. I mean, yes, it can do statements, withhold money, we have seen that, but ultimately it's up to the population, and I think it's tricky. I mean, you need strong political leaders who can live in the circumstances of democratic scrutiny, who don't mind checks and balances regardless of their inconvenience, and so forth. So I think in the big picture, the best thing the EU can do is actually to rejuvenate democracy in its own countries. Because democracy needs to be reinvented once again, now that we are in the era of, social media, AI, big corporations, so forth. Everything is changing, and global power shifts. So I think it's important to actually make democratic governance model fit for these times, and that's much more than just observing rules and procedures. We should really go back to being, ancient Greece or Iceland and discuss, is democratic government best for us and why, and what it should deliver and how. And then I think it should give the Balkans clear accession perspective and make democracy attractive and make it clear that Balkans can be part of it. All the rest is technicality. Yeah, I mean, you can support pro-democracy, civil society groups, offer training, etc., etc., etc. And that is being done already, but I don't think that's decisive. I think there are more fundamental things that need to be fixed.
Yeah, you mentioned the support, and I think that there is this global tendency where we're seeing that the Western funding when it comes to democratic resilience is shrinking, and I guess the same goes to this region. So this area remains one of the challenges when it comes to the support, the actual support on the ground. Miroslav, what would you say?
Well, I can agree that building democracy actually starts from home, and but we have to be clear that there's a quite powerful, I'd say not that powerful country, but rather powerful hybrid actor, which tries to stop that. And yeah, there are things that Brussels should do. First of all, it's their neighborhood. And usually when I speak about the role of the Western Balkan in the European security architecture, I usually have a picture of where is Western Balkan inside the EU map. And, because from back in the days, EU had some kind of impression that enlargement process is actually happening somewhere in the periphery of the continent. Well, actually, it's not. Because European Union has enlarged already in terms of dimension. Now it needs to wrap up the process. And because Western Balkans is now inside Europe. That's why when we were talking about how is Russia actually destabilizing? It's destabilizing within this region because it's inside, geographically, it's inside Europe. And this is why I still find that the role of the European Union in development of the Western Balkans is very, very much important. And as the history has taught us, and when I speak history, I speak the recent history which goes decades back, that the accession process, the integration process into the EU is the most powerful transformational force that we have seen so far anywhere in the world. And we should not limit Western Balkans of that force. On the contrary, that's the soft power that should be cherished. That's the soft power that actually attracts all those countries. Even today, all the panelists has actually speak about how can European Union actually be more relevant player in the Western Balkans by using its soft power. And that's the power of attraction. That's the real soft power, not the mimic one. In these regards, I see two approaches really important for the EU. One is the strategic approach, which they have all seen it. It was discussed previously, and that is in terms of the position the European Union is going to take on those countries that are not now in a negotiation process, which can be a game change for them. Because if they feel disappointed, that will open the door for a lot of hybrid activities. But if they have been accepted, that will close a lot of doors that are now open. And this is true, it has been said.
Yeah, it's a security lens.
Yeah, second one is, there is integration process behind the lights, which actually connects the institutions of the countries in questions with the EU institutions. And this process is the real integration. It goes with the stabilization and association agreement. It goes with negotiations, depending on which country where it is. That process can be fueled. That process can be increased even without membership. Because we all speak about membership. We create slogans, 28 countries, but there's integration even without membership. And that integration means being part of the foreign policy, EU foreign policy, being part of the security network. Montenegro, North Macedonia are now part of NATO. They have now felt how it is to be inside and being part of the security network. They should be part also as negotiating countries and countries who are quite close to become members, Albania as well, as they should be part of the process of defining EU policies. And this is not a new subject. It has been mentioned from once in a while. It should not be in exchange for the membership, but it should help the countries become more part of this allied network. And yeah, I think that can be done. And Brussels should take more, I think they should take more emphasis on this policy.
I wanted to quickly check time. I'm a Georgian and we have time management problems in Georgia. I just have like very brief question before we turn to the audience. I wanted to follow up with the mechanisms that the governments can use in this region to fight foreign malign influence, but also to not undermine the civil rights and civil liberties, because there is always this thin line to be walked. Miroslav, please.
Yeah, this is something that we, the Hybrid CEO, we are actually quite engaged on. That is creating the counter-hybrid posture of the countries. We work on enhancing capacities of our member states, which are all NATO and EU countries, to create their own counter-hybrid posture. This is our job. So basically, we have this core model, which is a comprehensive resilience model, which focuses on the key values that we as a counter-hybrid community are protecting. And those values are democracy. Those values are the essence of what makes our society democratic, like political accountability, stability, predictability as well. And what these countries can do. First of all, they need to raise the questions of organizing themselves to counter hybrid threats more seriously than they're doing. And that's, let me be honest, there is a change. Because we're monitoring, in particular, I'm monitoring the countries of the Western Balkans. We are constantly in contact with them. They're creating units, they're creating their force to analyze, to predict. And so that's the basics. And I think that we are past now the basics. Now, there's like a logical structure of what every country is doing in order to protect itself. That is, create alliances first, because in hybrid threats, it's the most important alliance is inside the country. So we have constantly mentioning, we need to create the whole of the government approach. Well, do it. Create your units under the prime minister, under the president, doesn't matter. Create your agencies, like Viginum in France, like everywhere it's created in the Western societies. Create your agency of coordination, because hybrid threats do not attack a single cell. They attack from everywhere. You need to create the whole of the government approach first, so the government can be coordinated. But then again, the most important part, because Hybrid CO is located in Helsinki, in Finland, and so I always try to present the comprehensive, resilient model of Finland, or total defense of Sweden. I think there was a guy here from the Swedish Defense Agency. They have mastered the whole of society approach. And this is what creates stable and long-lasting resilience to hybrid threats.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Let me turn to the audience to collect a couple of questions, which I very much invite you to answer very briefly. Any questions from the audience? Yes, please, gentlemen, in the middle of the row.
I took the mic.
We have the mic.
Thank you very much. I'm Gregor Meyer. I'm a correspondent for the German press agency based in Belgrade and Budapest. I don't know if the distinguished panel feels competent in answering my question. My question is rather about negative influences coming out from Western countries into peripheral transformational countries, like business interests. For instance, in German companies bought a lot of Serbian media and Bulgarian, and then they resold them or gave them over to autocratic regimes. Or there's a EU country, Hungary, which has a quite openly pro-Russian orientation under its present leadership, which is buying huge interests for these small countries, huge economic interests. Like here in Montenegro, one of these mobile companies is owned by a Hungarian company which is under control of Prime Minister Orban, and there are many of them in the region.
Thank you, thank you. So basically the question is, if you could elaborate on some kind of negative influence when it comes to the Western part of the world. Kadri?
Yeah, I think there can be negative influence, but again, in that case, I think it is crucial to have a strong and legitimate government at home that can actually regulate also results of business processes, or decide to whom they privatize something or not, and by and large know what they are doing. I mean, for some reason, I think the Baltic states in that time got it right. I have followed how the Kremlin blames the West for bad economic advice that they got during the 1990s, and I think some of it is true. I think Western policy towards Russia focused very much on macroeconomics, whereas the plight of ordinary people was left out of focus, and I think a lot of what we are seeing in Russia reflects that. Then again, I remember Estonia also got quite some bad advice from Western institutions. Good advice as well, but bad as well. And somehow they had wisdom to ignore the bad advice. I don't know how and why, but they passed the test. They acted as they should have in the interest of their own country.
Thank you. Miroslav.
Yeah, in terms of hybridity, so I really don't know the example that you have asked for, whether or not it's been identified as hybrid activity or not. But let's be honest, the Western society, even though more resilient, are not immune to being penetrated, either through useful idiots, either through economic influence, or through other types of hybrid activity, and then backfire that, let's say, in the Balkans. That's okay, it can happen. And that's why they also need to work on, enhancing their posture and create more resilient societies. And to be a little bit more connected with the Balkans. The thing is that hybrids are, they work, the tools that they are using in their work are quite on the fast pace. And the inertia that the European Union is having in their decision process actually is a vulnerability. So when you speak about security, you need to create mechanisms which can be more fast. And there is one, actually, which is quite good. It's called Common Foreign and Security Policy. And that is actually working, even though it can be amended, of course, it's working quite good in protecting the European Union. And in the accession process, the European Union have asked the countries of the Western Balkans to align with that policy, which they, on like 4/5 of them, have aligned. Why are we tolerating? Why is the EU tolerating that? It shouldn't be a question whether or not you like it or not. There are some policies which you are not asked to be joined. You should done it or not, you are on the other side. And the European Union, as a political actor now in the region, if it wants to impose its own policy, it has to be more serious when implying that their policy has to be respected. Common security and foreign policy is one of that.
Thank you, thank you. Just to sum up the panel, 2 clear messages, clear integration promises, the clear plan, and reinventing democracy, as Kadri said. This conversation can be continued for many, many hours, but unfortunately we have to wrap up. Thank you so much, and join me in applause.
Eto, thank you so much for this exciting debate. Strategic communication, foreign interference, hybrid threats, and disruptive technologies now converge in ways that reshape borders and alliances. And the Western Balkans is no exception. To discuss this important topic, we welcome the Minister of Public Administration of Montenegro, Mr. Maras Dukaj. Moderating is Marko Banović, Chief Analyst of the Digital Forensic Center of the Atlantic Council of Montenegro. Marko, Mr. Dukaj, the floor is yours.
We'll switch to Montenegrin language. So, prvenstveno, ministar, želim vam se zahvaliti što ste danas ovdje sa nama. Vi ste uvijek rado viđen gost na tu bijesu, evo sada i učesnik.
Hvala vam puno na pozivu. Veliko je zadovoljstvo biti tu sa vama i sa svim učesnicima. Ogromna mogućnost da kroz komunikacije, prvenstvo naravno sutra i kroz saradnju imamo i konkretne rezultate. Na početku želim vama kao organizator da čestitam na 15 godina ovog veoma bitnog događaja.
Hvala vam. Ja ću odmah krenuti, neću neku veći uvod da bi iskoristili maksimalno vrijeme koje imamo. Čuli smo danas tokom brojnih panela koliko je važna digitalizacija, koliko je važan cyber security i zaštite kritične infrastrukture, posebno u ovom integracionalnom procesu. Vi ste neko ko zaista ulaže velike napore u ovom segmentu u Crnoj Gori, vi i vaš resor naravno. Kako ste zadovoljni brzinom implementacije tih reformi?
Znate kako, u svakom poslu čovjek na početku treba da zacrta ciljeve, kratkoročne i dugoročne. Ja sa svojim timom i naravno zajedno sa našim partnerima to smo i učinili. Da budem otvoren i iskren sa vama, nismo ni blizu onoga što su naši ciljevi, ali ono što mogu potvrdno da kažem da imamo ogromne rezultate za ovaj kratak period i to su konkretni rezultati. Mi smo kao ministarstvo, ponavljam, i kao vlada zajedno sa našim partnerima napravili ogromne korake. Počet ću od nekih osnovnih stvari pa do nagrada koje smo kao ministarstvo i kao vlada dobili od najrelevantnijih europskih institucija iz ove oblasti. Također želim da se vratim i ono što je bilo, odnosno što se desilo 23. godine kad smo imali onaj ogroman cyber napad i pitati se šta smo mi uradili kao članica NATO-a do tog perioda.
Upravo to, koliko smo trenutno otporni u zaštiti od cyber prijetnji i od drugih vidova hibridnih
Možemo
prijetnji.
slobodno reći i otvoreno da nijedna zemlja u svijetu nije 100% sigurna. Mi smo kao zemlja napravili ogromne korake, mogu reći slobodno više za ovaj period nego zadnjih 10 godina. Mi nismo imali kao informaciona infrastruktura zaštitu 27/4, odnosno 24/7. Danas je imamo. Mi smo formirali vladin CIRT i GSOC. Završili smo zakon o informacionoj bezbjednosti, odnosno to je bio jedan od ključnih zakona da se zatvara poglavlje 10. Mi smo potpisali Digital Europe, znači ja sam ponosan kao ministar što smo u ime Crne Gore potpisao i time mi smo i kao vlada i kao ministarstva dio digitalne Europe. Ponavljam, nismo zadovoljni. Mnoge zemlje i u okviru Evropske unije imaju i manji rast digitalizacije, ali to zavisi ne samo od jedne institucije, prvenstveno od građana i svih drugih relevantnih institucija. Tako da mi smo za ovaj kratak period postigli odlične rezultate. Nije dovoljno, ali ponavljam da su konkretni rezultati koji nas čini ponosnim i ovo je prilika da se zahvalim našim partnerima kada je bilo najteže. Mi smo zajedno sa NATO partnerima kreirali sve ove projekte. Podsjetit ću vas na jedan veoma bitan projekat i ponavljam Zakon o informacionoj bezbjednosti gdje smo imali ogromnu podršku britanske ambasade zajedno sa DCAF-om i naravno američki, francuski, njemački, slovenački partnera i tako dalje. I posebno želim da naglasim da je Crna Gora i dobitnik VB3C-a, regionalnog centra za cyber capacity. I iako smo imali ogromnu konkurenciju i od zemalja Evropske unije, mi smo uspjeli da dobijemo taj centar. I danas Podgorica, danas Crna Gora je centar ovog veoma bitne oblasti, ne samo Crna Gora, nego i mnoge veće zemlje, kao što je i Njemačka i ostale zemlje Evropske unije, imaju problem sa kadrovima u ovim oblastima. Zbog toga smo mi sistemski ulagali u ovaj proces i naravno ne samo, nego zajedno sa Univerzitetom Crne Gore na naš prijedlog kreirali i programe za IT i cyber security. Tako da ove su neke konkretne korake koje smo uspostavili i za koje sam baš ponosan i želim također da naglasim da smo ove godine dobitnici estonske EGE Partner of the Year. Mi smo prva zemlja Zapadnog Balkana koja je dobila to priznanje i baš sam zadovoljan i srećan što sam ja dio toga.
Zaista je ohrabrujuće da čujemo da imamo značajan napredak u oblasti cyber security. Spomenuli ste zakon o informacionoj bezbjednosti, kao i da je za implementaciju tog zakona potrebna saradnja različitih sektora i institucija. Kao neko ko rukovodi implementacijom cyber security u okviru zakona o informacionoj bezbjednosti. Kako ste zadovoljni odgovorom drugih institucija? Da li su pokazale spremnost za reformama ili dalje postoji, s obzirom da znamo da je to kod nas malo problem, da imamo skepsu prema reformama i prema novim stvarima, pogotovo u pogledu digitalizacije i upotrebe novih tehnologija?
Digitalizacija je proces koji se mora dešavati. Znači, ne zbog političara, nego zbog građana, zbog ekonomije. Ali to uporedno mora da prati i cyber bezbjednost.
što se zakona informacione bezbjednosti tiče, jedan od najmodernijih zakona, ponavljam, koji je usklađen sa NIS-2 direktivom, jedina zemlja Zapadnog Balkana koja je skladila ovaj zakon sa evropskim direktivama i ovaj zakon je ključan za ključnu infrastrukturu. Oni koji su eksperti iz ove oblasti znaju da ključna infrastruktura je temelj svake države. Mi danas kao država nemamo zaštitu ključne infrastrukture. Zašto? Zato što nemamo formiranu agenciju za cyber bezbjednost. Ministarstvo javne uprave je sve što je u njenim nadležnostima završio. I moram također vas upoznati da dio koji se odnosi na informacionu infrastrukturu, mi imamo zaštitu, odnosno mi smo dobili evropski projekat GSOC i Government Security Operation System i vladini CIRT, gdje 24/7 štitimo tu infrastrukturu, zahvaljujući se Evropskoj komisiji. Ja ću vas podsjetiti da je taj centar otvorila uvažena gospođa Evropske komisije, gospođa von der Leyen, i zajedno sa premijerom. Tako da u tom aspektu mi smo kao država dosta zaštićeni što se informacione infrastrukture tiče, ali ključna infrastruktura je po meni, zato se zove i ključna, jer smo mi kao država, znamo svi i naši partneri i ljudi koji dolaze tu da smo turistička zemlja. Zamislite da sutra se desi jedan ogroman cyber napad na aerodrome, recimo, vodoprivredu, elektroprivredu i tako dalje. Tako da veoma je bitno da se Agencija za cyber bezbjednost formira što prije iz mnogih razloga. Ja bi 2-3 razloga tu naglasio, to jeste prvenstveno zbog evropskih integracija, jer mi smo i reformskom agendom jasno definisali značajna sredstva koji ćemo dobiti ako budemo formirali agenciju u punom kapacitetu, također zbog bezbjednosti građana i ne građana samo, nego i turista i ekonomije, jer će, odnosno agencija mora da bude ključna institucija, odnosno krovna institucija koja će štititi našu informacionu infrastrukturu. Želim da ponavljam i još jednom se zahvalim partnerima da imamo ogromnu podršku u tom aspektu, ne samo u dijelu koji se odnosi na podršku u financijskom smislu, nego što je ključno po meni u dijelu koji se odnosi na ljudske kapacitete i mi u kontinuitetu to i tražimo i naravno imamo podršku.
Da, Zakon o informacijskoj bezbjednosti je predviđeno da samo ljudi sa sertifikatima mogu voditi računa o kritičnoj infrastrukturi i o zaštiti upravo kroz različite segmente kao što su GSOC i CERT. Zadržao bih se malo oko Agencije za cyber bezbjednost. Na vladi je 2024. godine u decembru donijeta odluka o formiranju Agencije za cyber bezbjednost. Prošlo je 10 mjeseci, što je dosta dug period. Koji je razlog zašto još uvijek nije? Rekli ste da bi nadati se da će brzo, ali možemo li znati šta je kočilo? Da li je neko namjerno pokušao da zakoči taj proces?
Mislim da ovo nije pitanje za mene, odnosno za Ministarstvo javne uprave. Sve što je bilo do Ministarstva javne uprave mi smo uradili u rekordnom roku i očekujem da će se što prije agencija formirati zbog ovih razloga koje sam već naveo i naravno postoji i mnogi drugi koji su off record, što bi rekli.
Hvala. Sada bi se osvrnuo malo na nešto što smo također danas čuli nekoliko puta, a to je povećanje izdvajanja za odbranu, odnosno 5% koji su rezultat posljednjeg NATO summita. 1,5% tih 5% je predviđeno za zaštitu kritične infrastrukture. Koliko je to značajno za Crnu Goru?
Veoma je značajno i mi to moramo da shvatimo kao građani prvenstveno, naravno i kao politika, da ovaj zahtjev NATO-a nije povećanje za NATO, za njih, to je povećanje za nas u svakom pogledu. I baš mi je drago što se i cyber bezbjednost jeste dio ovog procesa. Po prvi put I mi smo to jasno definisali i kroz ovaj zakon za informacionu bezbjednost. Mi moramo da shvatimo i pokušavati da pratimo trendove, iako uopšte nije lako. Danas pričamo o AI i mnogim drugim alatima, ne da se vratimo u procese koje su već odavno neke zemlje završile. Tako da mi moramo, pogotovo u dijelu koji se odnosi na cyber zaštitu i na kritičnu infrastrukturu. Jer ukoliko ne budemo pratili te trendove, imat ćemo ogromne probleme. Moram vas podsjetiti, pogotovo rat koji se dešava u Ukrajini, koliko godina, kako je počeo. Znači počeo je cyber napadima i ne samo rat u Ukrajini, nego sad ovi novi ratovi, žalosno, tako počinju i to je najveći problem, jer cyber bezbjednost ne poznaje, odnosno cyber ratovi ne poznaju granice i mi se moramo družiti, prvenstveno kao region i naravno kao buduća članica Evropske unije i dati svoj doprinos kolektivnoj zaštiti od cyber ratova, odnosno cyber napada, jer će se desiti i u buduće još više. U ovom momentu na koji sad mi pričamo, dešavaju se mnogi i kod nas. Znači, pokušaj raznih phishinga i tako dalje na informacionu infrastrukturu. Tako, koliko budemo ulagali kao zemlja, ne samo u dijelu koji se odnosi na softvere, hardvere i tako dalje, zaštitu, nego i u ljudske kapacitete, toliko ćemo biti štićeni. Tako da moramo da imamo ozbiljnu politiku u tom aspektu i da strateški radimo stvari.
To je također jedan segment koji je jako važan, koji ste vi na početku vaše sada izlaganja kazali, a čuli smo ga i na prvom panelu, da to izdvajanje nije za NATO, već za nas građane. Nažalost, ta odluka o povećanju od 5% je česta meta dezinformacija, ne samo u Crnoj Gori, već u svim zemljama članicama NATO. Koliko je važno pravilno komunicirati sa građanima, upravo da bi razumjeli šta znači povećanje tog izdvajanja i da li, vidim da vi to praktikujete, ali da li na nivou vlade postoji određena strateška komunikacija kako bi se građanima približila ta odluka.
I ovakvi aktivnosti su veoma bitni da bi na ovoj temi pričali javno, otvoreno i ja sam siguran da svako iz svog domena rada trebalo da taj svoj posao završi, onda i građanima bilo lakše da shvate. Potpuno sam saglasan sa vama, moramo više i treba i više i iskoristiti i mogućnost saradnje i sa medijima, ja uvijek kažem, i sa NVO sektorom i sa raznim organizacijama da bismo građanima približili ovaj aspekt, odnosno reći kako stvari stoje u svakom pogledu, a njihova bezbjednost je ključna, kažem i ponavljam, razne zemlje svakodnevno imaju takve napade i počevši od osnovnih napada pa do, kako da kažem, individualnih. Mi smo imali priliku, recimo, jedan naš susjed je imao napad prije nas i oni su imali ogromne posljedice jer su i lični podaci građana izašli, tako da mi moramo voditi računa o tome jer to je naša obaveza kao institucije sistema.
Ministre, mi smo iscrpili naše vrijeme za razgovor. Prvenstveno hvala vam puno i zaista čuli smo poruke koje nas ohrabruju da Crna Gora napreduje u ovom pogledu, a svjesni smo koliko je važno da imamo jaku cyber bezbjednost upravo zbog naših europskih integracija. Hvala vam još jednom.
Hvala puno vama.
Thank you, Minister Duka and Marko. Our last discussion of the day examines the diverging futures of the Western Balkans, a region where uncertainty, great power competition, and competing visions collide. Moderating is Sabina Lange, Director of Think Europe. Sabina, over to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Sophia, and thank you for the organizers for organizing this panel and for putting it at the end of the day. This means that ours will be the conversation at the reception, but we have to get there first. A generation of a shrinking size has come to an age during the fog of delayed enlargement promises. 18 to 20 years is a generation size. Now, the question is, how big is the risk that the fog of delayed promises turns into friction? What drives the pursuit of alternative futures? Is there a serious alternative, or is just another delay in the future as such, and maybe an empty future? Can the EU, and in particular, I think we need to talk more about the member states, step up to deliver, as we heard several times today, step up to deliver on the promise of Thessaloniki 2003. Let me answer these questions, or attempt to answer, and launch that reception debate with my wonderful panel. So let me invite the panelists, and please welcome them. We will illuminating on these questions with Kenneth Morrison, Professor of History, Director of the Institute of Global Challenges and Cultures at the Montfort University. Welcome, Kenneth. Frauke Siebers, Associate Fellow at the German think tank DGAP, based in Brussels, and a member of the BIEPAC network. Welcome. Zlatko Vujovic, President of the Governing Board of the Center for Monitoring and the Associate Professor at the University of Montenegro. Welcome, Zlatko. And our last panelist is Marian Šarec, member of the European Parliament and a standing rapporteur of the European Parliament for Montenegro, and if I may add, former Prime Minister and Defense Minister of Slovenia. I'm saying this because these experiences will come handy in our next 45 minutes. So instead of a steady progress delivering on the 2003 Thessaloniki promise, I think uncertainty over accession has dominated, as I said before, a generation, but let's just say too long. At the same time, social and economic reforms that were supposed to and are supposed to bring about better living standards for people in the region have taken a snail pace and given an argument to the president that we heard before and showed how closely related the accession path and the reforms are. And thirdly, competing influences from third parties started to suggest that this another way is possible. Some type of another way, and no longer there's just one possible future. Let me put some numbers at you, and then I'll turn to the panel. Very often quoted numbers, but rarely put together lately. In the latest special Eurobarometer on enlargement, 83% of Montenegrins expressed support or trust in the EU. We've heard of this high number before, and this is contrasted to only 37% of the Serbian interviewees did so. At the same time, in the regular spring standard Eurobarometer, 72% of Spaniards and 69% of Lithuanians supported enlargement, but only 41% of Czechs and French did. The Austrians and Germans with 42 are just 1% over. Now, this is not just a difference in opinion, right? This is an idea of a diverging orientation. And in some cases of the member states, I'm afraid it's also a difference or a disparity between the political class, the elites, and the public opinion. And this will feed into our discussion. Let me start with Professor Morrison. the diverging futures that we're witnessing are suggesting that the external pressure is not enough. For 3 years, we've seen the revival of the enlargement agenda, and we have a camp that thinks this should be enough for both sides, for the EU to do something and for the candidates to push for reforms. The Enlargement Commissioner, Marta Koos, said several times that there are no discounts. The geopolitical card will not be sufficient. So how comes it's not sufficient? What our forces are at play that do not allow for this one European future?
Thank you. And let me begin by saying what a pleasure it is for me to be here at the To Be Secure Forum in Budva. I'm a long-time friend of Montenegro. I've spent a long time in the country. I wrote my PhD thesis on Montenegrin politics between the period 1997, which was a pivotal year for Montenegro because of the split within the Democratic Party of Socialists, all the way through to independence in 2006. So I really did witness this country on its steps towards where it finds itself today. I suppose as a historian, one thing that's worth mentioning, and that all of you know, but it's not always understood very well, certainly in Western Europe and in the United States, is that every time that there's been periods of very significant geopolitical flux, so in the 20th century we can think of 3 pivotal moments, 1914, 1939, or in the case of this region, 1941, and then, of course, the end of the Cold War. With all of those huge geopolitical shifts at that time, this region has always been exposed to danger. And there have always been problems emanating from those large geopolitical shifts, or the shifting tectonic plates. In a sense, it's no different today, because this region remains relatively vulnerable. I'm personally a huge supporter of European Union accession for all the countries of the Western Balkans. I just spent half an hour with a group of young people from across the region who are very European in their orientation and their outlook. It's where they belong. It's an unfinished project, and I think it's one that we need to attempt to finish. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the underlying trends that exist, the negative trends that still exist in the region. And a lot of this can be explained by divergent foreign policies. And I'm going to use 2 countries to explain those divergent foreign policies, Montenegro and Serbia. If you look at the trajectory of Montenegro since its independence in 2006, it made Euro-Atlantic integration absolutely pivotal to its future. Its whole foreign policy agenda was centered around NATO membership and then EU accession, EU membership. In Serbia, you see a very different state of affairs. So most of you will know that Serbia's position is one of relative neutrality, in which they don't want to commit for historical reasons to join NATO. But that neutrality, sitting on 2 chairs, the policy of Alexander Vučić, has created space within Serbia for other actors to operate, primarily, of course, Russia and China. So Russian influence, and that's something that we have been speaking about today, Chinese influence is somewhat different in the sense that it takes a very different form. It's normally in the form of loans or infrastructural projects or so-called debt diplomacy. Russia exercises its influence in the region in different ways, in much subtler ways in many respects. One of the channels that's used is essentially through soft power or softer power. We know that Serbia, for example, is the only country in the region that still allows Russia Today, Sputnik. They're quite widely watched in Serbia. It has shaped, to some extent, the perception that some young Serbs have of Serbia's position in the region. And Serbia's position in the region is absolutely pivotal. I want to say one more thing, and we can pick this up hopefully in the Q&As. For me, I think the biggest challenge that exists in the region today is trust. It's trust that young people have in democratic institutions, in political elites, even in the EU accession process. because they've been in the waiting room for a very, very long time. And I've been to many of these conferences where it's 2022, 2025, 2028, 2030. And there's this sense that they're constantly in the waiting room and EU accession is not going to happen anytime soon. That trust or lack of trust in institutions, be it domestic or international, is, I think, one of the biggest challenges we face today. And we've seen an early manifestation of this in Serbia over the last year with the student protests. The young came out in large numbers in the streets because, in a sense, they had nothing to lose. The older generations didn't come out onto the streets. They may have supported the protests, but didn't come out on the streets for the very reason that they're trapped within the system of clientelism and patronage that exists in Serbia. So expressing yourself in such a way can cost you your livelihood. That issue of trust, I think, is key going forward in terms of creating stability or ensuring stability in the region.
Thank you, Kenneth. We'll return to trust, I'm sure, with Zlatko. But first, over to you, Marian. You're very well placed as an MEP to watch the alignment of the futures and the shared understanding of the future of the region in Brussels, in some capitals, and in the region. Is there such an alignment? Or are also within the Brussels institutions and Brussels politics, in particular in a very difficult European Parliament, do you see there different ideas and visions of the future?
Well, in the Balkans, even the past is uncertain, so it's no wonder that we don't know how the future will go. But since at the beginning you mentioned my experiences, I was present at the European Council when we took the decision in 2019 that the negotiations with Northern Macedonia won't start. So I think there was a big mistake, and Macedonia stagnated since then. It was quite a front runner then. So we have to be aware that we mustn't repeat this mistake that we did with Northern Macedonia. So yes, it's quite a diversion between European Parliament, between European Commission, and between member states, of course. And this process of Montenegro, which I'm dealing with, it depends also on the member states. We always emphasize the preparedness of Montenegro and Albania, but we forget that the process will end with the ratification in all the members. So I think we have to be aware that this is a process which will take a lot of effort to persuade. In some states there will be referendums also, or might be. So we have to do more on this unity, because we all agree that European Union needs Montenegro and Albania or new members as much as they need us, because European Union, strategically speaking, today is on very weak foundations here. We are not the player as we should be and we could be. And enlargement process is the essence of our being. So my experience says that we are too much discussing about how to discuss, basically, and we forget to deliver. And Northern Macedonia was the case that did their homework, or at least a lot of it, and didn't get anything. So let that be a lesson learned in the future, that we must do everything what is in our power to make this process, to deliver this process to the citizens of Montenegro or Albania, or in the future any other country. But yes, things are very complicated and it's difficult to explain in a few minutes.
We'll come back. Thank you. Zlatko. Late German President Walter Scheel said, my translation, it's not the role of a politician to do the popular thing. It's the role of a politician to do the right thing and make it popular. We'll come back to this when it comes to President Macron. But how do you see the relationship between the public opinion and the political processes and elites in the region? Is there a relationship on the support of for enlargement and what the politics actually does in the region? And does it cross the borders? Do countries' differing progress affect the politicians and the people?
I think that your quote that you quoted is referring to the difference between the statesman and the regular politician, those who are shaping, who are ready to fight and to, through debate, to get support for the ideas in which they believe, even that they are conflicting sometimes with the general public opinion at that moment. But what we are facing right now, it's something much more dangerous. It's not the debate of arguments. It's more like, I'm talking about Western Balkans, is that some political centers, they believe in that idea that they should use the media in their interest. But buying those media, controlling those media, and shaping the public opinion in their favor. And this is something that is happening now in the region when we are talking now about the president of Serbia, Mr. Vučić, who is controlling the most of the media and buying through different kind of the combination. In Montenegro now, when we are talking about who is owning the media, we can say about national broadcaster, public broadcaster, the national frequencies that all media except one are owned by individuals or the companies from Serbia. They are not all controlled by Vučić, which is good. But we can say that this is actually now producing what we were referring before, that the public opinion is shaped by the foreign actors. In that way, you can influence domestic politicians. Right now in Montenegro, we have a huge number of politicians, but not many statesmen. I would say it's very difficult to find at least one. This kind of politicians are easy to influence by the public opinion. Maybe you are familiar with the negotiation between Croatia and Montenegro, this conflict that started, provoked by some Montenegrin politician. So what I noticed is that the target was the Croatian politician in order to provoke them maybe to block the process with European integration Montenegro. But I believe this hasn't succeeded, but the other target is now Croatian public opinion. How to influence, radicalize the Croatian public opinion in order to influence the policymakers in Croatia in order to prevent. So I think that now it's quite a complicated game that is played in the Western Balkans using the different sources. We were talking about the Russian assets, but we are talking also that Russia is using the Serbian infrastructure, media, political Serbian Orthodox Church to influence public opinion in the region, to control the governments in Montenegro, and to control process of European negotiation. The interest official of the Serbia is not to allow Montenegro to join before the Serbia-European Union. And now, as we are approaching closer to the European Union, that actions are becoming stronger. Serbia, once European Union was quite popular in the Serbia, now it is less than 40% of the support. Even if this is the biggest donor. Some surveys were saying that actually the European Union is not the bigger donor, but some China, Russia, or some other countries, which is completely reshaped. And that was happening during negotiation between the Serbia, done by the media under the control of Milosevic. Now, someone mentioned the high support of to the joining European Union of Montenegro. It was up to above the 80%, but now is less than 70, 12 points is the difference from the last two surveys. So what is saying? We are now witnessing very soft campaign anti-EU in Montenegro. And one part of the electorate
is not pro-European oriented, because they are supporting the parties that are anti-Western. And we have to say even that some of the leaders are saying publicly that they are for EU, but sometimes it is ridiculous to follow the debate in Montenegrin parliament. Those who are really strongly against European integration, if you read what they were saying in the parliament, you would be surprised, because in the stenogram everything is good. But actually they were mimicking, they were laughing, they were using irony very often. So everyone is laughing, but what is written is very positive about that. So now I'm really concerned that the media and public opinion would be used against the accession of the Montenegro in the EU through this model, influencing the Croatian public opinion, but also influencing and shaping Montenegrin public opinion that support to the EU is going to go down.
Thank you. Frauke, the influence, when it's so easy to change the influence, or the public opinion, it's probably related to the lack of trust, but also to the lack of understanding, knowing, to the distance. Your research into the perceptions of European citizens of the Western Balkans countries and the Western Balkan citizens of Europe. What underpins those differing perceptions that allow for, let's say, being strong anti-Europeanists and talk of things that perhaps are not really centered about what forms being a European, as we heard on the previous panel?
Yeah, thank you, Sabina, and also thanks to the Atlantic Council of Montenegro for inviting me. Sabina, you mentioned the Eurobarometer results that we recently saw published last month with a lot of enthusiasm by the European Commission, because we saw on average we have a 56% support of EU enlargement among EU citizens. But as you already pointed out, there are some caveats. It was also very celebrated because young people were very much in favor across the board. But as you already said, in some key countries, one might argue, especially France, support is much lower. And as was already mentioned by Zlatko, is that France is one of the countries where we are likely to see a referendum. Czech Republic was mentioned. They have a very important elections today and tomorrow. And then we also see another trend, and this was alluded to a little bit, that there is a difference in the public opinion and the government rhetoric, let's say. And this is especially strong in Austria, where we have actually, among the population, much less support than in the government that is actually one of the champions, especially for Western Balkans EU integration. And I think this is also part of a bigger picture that we see. Since 2023 at least, we have this embrace of and return towards enlargement, right? Among all the EU member states, is in the Granada Declaration, all the subsequent declarations of the EU. But if we ask them, who do you want? How do you want it? When do you want them? We have completely different answers. Research has been done on this. And I think this is, of course, a really big problem. And then I think when you ask about the perception, I think it's very different perception throughout the countries, throughout the different parts of the countries. And there's really a lack of strategy. Apart from the Commission, I think the Commission is working with timelines, but when it comes to the member states, there's quite a difference. And at the same time, you were alluding to the research I was doing, and you and your colleagues have been doing. I recently published something on this where I was quoting your research as well, where we see that the perceptions of belonging and of what is Europe have also really changed, especially with regards to the region we are talking about, especially when we look at the period since this disengagement, or slow disengagement, at least since the financial crisis, so 2008, and subsequent disengagement, where we see that in the perception of many EU citizens and politicians, the region has gotten further away somehow in many regards. While, of course, in fact, it has much more integrated, right? Like the two regions have integrated much more, on the one hand, because of the EU accession process, trade, human contacts, right? But also, of course, because of geography, right? Surrounded by EU countries, it's in the heart of Europe. So obviously, we know there is much more exchange, and yet we also see the same feeling copied or perceived in the region, especially among the young generation, where we see still a very strong support. You mentioned, apart from Serbia, for EU accession, but some upcoming research, which I had the chance to already see, also suggests that especially the young generation is saying, we want to be part of the EU, but we don't necessarily share the values. And there's, in all of the countries, I think there's less than 50% support for what is perceived as EU values, and it's more this kind of transactional understanding of what the EU membership is, and then also this lack of identification with as European. This is especially the case in Kosovo. We've, of course, seen a protracted rapprochement process, but it is true across the board. You can see some youth studies from Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung, for example. So yeah, and then to your question, so indeed, how can we actually come to a common future vision if we have these growing divisions in the perception? And in the course of what we're discussing here, security and perceptions, I want to come through it from true strands, I would say. We've talked about strategic autonomy, European strategic autonomy, and I think it's a really good starting point because it's not, EU versus the rest, but or it can be, but I think at the moment we are having the conversation wrong because I've been at a lot of events recently where we've talked about what can the West and Balkans do to contribute to European security. Instead of asking how can we have better partnerships and harmonize our approaches to meet the security needs of all the countries, right? And not only of the countries, this is the second strand, also of the citizens. I think the communication has been really insufficient, the inclusion has been really insufficient when it comes to the citizens, and I think we really need to have more communication, have more inclusion, and change the narrative to a much broadened discourse. And I think one key element, and I will soon finish, but one key element I think is when we talk about burden sharing, because we have all these military expenses that are increasing, and there are a lot of suggestions, social cuts need to be made for this. But when we look at threat perceptions of the people across Europe, in the region, in my country, in the EU, we see that the biggest threat that everybody perceives is the rising living costs and housing costs. And I think we should really consider if we should put this new burden of militarization on a population that is already struggling with structural poverty, or if we shouldn't think if there is a part of the population that is also to a certain extent maybe profiting from the ongoing crisis, and where it would be a bit fairer to shift the burden a little bit in that direction. And I think this is especially a question for the youth who is now burdened with new debt. Very last point, I think it's also really important for the EU to defend the core values and to make it deliver for the people. If we look, for example, at Serbia right now, the EU has really lost its credibility with those fighting for very elemental EU values. And last sentence, I think Europeanness, the idea of Europe and Europeanness has changed throughout the centuries, throughout Europe's existence. So I think it's really on us to develop this vision together and stand up for it.
You answered my sub-question to you, where I wanted to relate to Valbona's call for listen to Draghi and act on it, because without being able to ensure the social peace, democracy and security at the same time, all of these three triangles will probably collapse. I'll go to Zlatko now. We decided to go in the reverse turn, but Frauke ate up her sub-question. So I'm going to Zlatko. If we can't rely on the media and the politicians are not stepping up, how can we build resilience of citizens and politicians, actually, on both sides, as you showed by the example of Montenegro and Croatian negotiations?
Oh, very difficult question, So, but I believe in the civil society actors. I believe in academia. But in some countries, just look what Serbia looks now. The protest of the Serbia. So the academia, students, civil society organization, somehow the impression is that they are alone, Yes, opposition or politicians are supporting, but there is a lack of the support from those centers that they are used to get in this similar situation, I remember 1996 when the first student protests were against Milosevic, with huge protests. The Western partners were really supportive at that time. Even that Milosevic was, let's say, the hero from the Dayton, in 1995. But there was more support. Now, somehow, this support is not really visible. And I really think that in this kind of situation, solidarity should be used, and this kind of the let's say, the actions, even that they are not supported from the traditional partners, could be very strong. But in some other countries, this is not possible. In Montenegro, we have very vibrant civil society, very influential. But on the other hand, we have very weak academia. academia is quiet on anything. It's so hard to bring someone in public to comment on something. They are really scared. And we had a similar protest in Montenegro, but without any real support from the professors to support their students, you know. So it's different scenario always, but I really believe that social actors could initiate and fight back to those tendencies that are really authoritarian that we are facing in the region very strongly.
So I understand resilience of institutions whereby the government cannot affect your, let's say, job or your position at the university if you go and protest or support students or make comments on TV. But we see that even in the US that's difficult this day, and that is also, I guess, feeding into the argument. Marian, may I put you in the shoes of the advisor to the French President Macron?
Rather not.
For 2 minutes. How could he sell enlargement to his people who will most likely have to go to a referendum and support enlargement? There is a way to sell, uniting of Europe, but it seems that we need to somehow go further to be able to win the hearts and minds of the Europeans these days. Despite being illogical, as you say, you look at it at a map and you see just a hole in between, and it's logical, but it doesn't seem to be anymore.
Well, I agree very much that we forgot people, because we are doing all what we are doing for the sake of people. And nobody in European Union never explains to the people why something is important. And today we live in very difficult world. You mentioned United States. In the morning is like this, at noon is different, and in the evening is again like it was in the morning. So it's very difficult to deal with such a politics. And the people are confused, and people are sometimes even tired of politics, like you are tired of us now. But it's people see things differently, and they don't. They just read the titles. So it's very important issue how to what kind of PR will we make for the people in European Union or even in Montenegro, because people see things differently. When I come home, what have you been doing? And I try to explain something. So that's the main issue. It's unawareness. It's sometimes ignorance, and we are talking about strategic issues, about geostrategic position, but yes, as Frauke said, they're interested only in their wallet. Is it full or not? So President Macron has a lot of difficulties at home, because it's very confused politics. So Montenegro or other state can be collateral damage. It isn't connected to Montenegro or their deeds, but it's collateral damage. So that is what we must prevent. So government of Montenegro will have to be more active on persuading capitals of European Union, or even more to the people. My role as a standing rapporteur is not only to discuss with politicians or even civil society, it is also to discuss with the people of Montenegro and to tell them that when Montenegro joins European Union, there will be a lot of silly stuff, but benefits are a lot higher than the risks. So this support for joining is not unimportant. It is crucial that we maintain this leverage now as we have. So we have to deal more with the people. That's the main recipe, but how to do it is a question for $1 million.
I think the narrative around the new multi-annual financial framework actually fits what you're saying. You might here be complaining that there's no extra money insured in it, but what the French public is getting is, it's not going to cost you anything. Your farmers will be getting the money. And there is this calculation that suggests that 0.03% of GDP of the member states will be dedicated or lost because of enlargement. That's nothing, that's peanuts. So, two different messages. You will be getting enlargement support, but to the French public, it won't cost you anything. Not sure how this aligns without competitiveness increased, but somehow it should. Kenneth, last question to you. Zlatko was saying we're missing the international support for the civil society. You exposed the prominence of the foreign policy differences. Do you see opportunities in today's international situation for anyone international to step in, and other than the EU and UK?
Well,
to step in?
The first thing I would say, just picking up on what the other speakers have said, is that, back in 2003, when the commitment was made for the countries of the Western Balkans to join the European Union was a very different beast to the one it is today. We've had the 2008 financial crisis and the shock waves and their significant shock waves, and to some extent we're still living with the implications of that today. And then, of course, you had Brexit in 2016. Now, Britain leaving the European Union, Britain was one of the main drivers of enlargement, there's no question. It was very much encouraging the European Union to take the line of let the Western Balkans 6 in more quickly than they subsequently have. I think Britain leaving the European Union has been a disaster for enlargement. I do think the UK has actually managed to somehow recalibrate its influence in this region, and it still matters. And what Britain can really do is through soft power. Not hard power, but through soft power, because it's what we do really well. Now, when it comes to another thing Zlatko said that was very important was civil society. I was in the States in April, and it was the same week as that the US government had announced that they were basically closing down the US Institute for Peace, Radio Free Europe, Voice of America. All of these media organizations and civil society organizations had an influence here. At least they were part of the story. Unfortunately, what's happened is that the US money has been withdrawn, and I know this has had a significant impact in Montenegro, but it's had an even more significant impact in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where the situation is far more febrile and dangerous than it is in Montenegro. The removal of those funds, the fact that no European country or even the EU can step in and replace the kind of money that USAID used to spend in the region is a problem. So there's a loss there. There's going to be a loss of capacity, a loss of people who would have gone into the NGO sector or journalism that are no longer doing it. And that means there are less opportunities for those young people. And what do they do with their lives? Well, many of them will leave. And I think one thing we haven't mentioned, of course, is the brain drain and the impact that that's having on the region and will have for the continuing democratic capacity building in this region. Because what will happen to those young students in Serbia should they fail? Should this situation result actually in what appears to be a much harder line being taken by Vučić and the Serbian Progressive Party? They didn't use violence on the streets other than potentially the use of a sonic weapon in Belgrade during the large demonstrations. But I was in Sarajevo at the time the demonstrations were going on, and I was watching one of the Vučić TV stations that were playing over and over again leaked conversations between student leaders, and there was a banner running underneath saying these people are plotting to undermine the state, these people are criminals, and so forth. So as Zlatko said, when you have control of the media like that, and you can control the narrative, control the message, that's not a good place to be in. And because of the withdrawal of a lot of these funds, I'm afraid that the narrative to oppose that is weaker now than it was a year or 18 months ago.
Let's open the floor to the audience. We have 7.5 minutes. I see a hand here in the front. Mic, please. And light to see more hands. Thank you. I'll try to collect, so please do show me lights, show me hands, so that we collect, present yourself, and specify to whom the question is addressed. Otherwise, someone will pick it up.
Rank, name and number.
Ja sam Esat Aslani iz Ohrida, Severne Makedonije. Pitam gospodina Šarac, pošto je u Europski parlament. Rekli ste da u Makedoniji ste napravili neku grešku, što niste primili u Evropske zajednice. Ja mislim da ste pravi put za u tim prostorima, u to republiku, ne postoji sud. Ne postoji policija i ta država ne može da opstane bez sudstva i policije. Nego vi, kao Evropski parlament, treba da postavite crvena linija dok ne naprave pravi sud u Makedoniji, ne može da ide napred.
Vaše pitanje, gospodine?
Molim te ovo prašanje da se postavi u Evropski parlament.
Hvala. Imamo do we have any other questions? I'm looking at hands up. No? Then I can continue with my questions. It's always good to feed my curiosity. Please. Kako želite?
Dobro, mogu objasniti još jednom. Nisam rekao da je bila greška da se primi Makedonija, nego da se počnu pregovori, a ti pregovori mogli bi potrajati još 10 godina, tako da to je čitav jedan proces. Tako da mislim, nismo mi napravili grešku, napravili su grešku neki pojedinci, ali nismo svi, neki smo bili na snažnom stavu da treba početi te pregovore, jer bez početka nema završetka, tako da ja stojim još uvijek na tom stavu, a slažem se, pravosuđe i to su teška pitanja.
This confirms earlier talk by the Hungarian State Secretary who said there was a strategic mistake made. I would just add there were several of them. It wasn't just one. It seems like a series of strategic mistakes, but still they were all taken in a certain context. None of them was taken in a vacuum. And talking about the futures, we're trying to get over that. Is there a way to, or let's put it this way, there were several times today allusions to change in decision making to ensure that we can move forward. And we have on a plate this idea that the intermediate steps in enlargement negotiations could be decided by a qualified majority vote and not unanimity, whereas, according to the treaty, the very last step should still be in unanimity. And we see very diverging views of the member states for that. Frauke, any insights on that? Because Germany, and I know you know the positions, was very vocal, together with Slovenia actually, on pushing for this faster procedure. But why were then France and others afraid?
Yeah, and I think just to add also a bit to what Marian said, I think he gave us just another argument of also why this is really crucial, because it is also an opening for malign influences, that because we have this practice of deciding every single step in unanimity, which is actually not a requirement in the treaties, right? I mean, you know this. We don't need to have every chapter opening according to the treaty with unanimity. So there has been an attempt, you mentioned it, by Germany and Slovenia to change the decision-making process from unanimity to qualified majority voting. I would say this has failed for different reasons. There were some countries that were against it, but there were also some countries that said, look, we want to have a discussion about, or we don't want to have a discussion about treaty reforms, and so we don't want to have this discussion just about something small like this. There has been a new attempt brought up by Antonio Costa during the recent leaders meeting. I know that in the background, let's say, the Commission is already working on changing the procedures as much as they can physically. And last part, we also saw an open letter by 4 member states, Germany, Austria, Italy, and Slovenia, which were addressing Marta Kos, saying, look, we need to change the enlargement process in a way that it would deliver faster, and they will follow up on this with a non-paper. I'm not sure it's already published, maybe Zlatko already knows, but what I heard from the Commission is that there will be a non-paper, and one of the ideas is that we move bilateral disputes from like that they are referred to the Commission for their assessment whether or not they have any connection to the acquis, and if they don't have any connection to the acquis, they can then be moved to a separate body and not disrupt the enlargement process. That's an idea. I'm doubtful there will be unanimity on this, but I'm happy that there is some driving on this.
Kenneth might find this amusing. The very first veto, bilateral veto in the EU, was simple French veto against the UK joining. What if the discussion is actually not about the treaty change, but about why are you afraid of enlargement in the end? What if that is perhaps the idea? Yes.
Who is afraid of enlargement?
So you said what we now perhaps wrongly opened is a discussion about the need for a treaty change from unanimity to QMV. But what if the discussion is actually about why are you afraid of voting in favor of enlargement?
Yeah. No.
So I do see it as a possible pressure on those countries that hold others behind for reasons that are perhaps not valid or seen obvious to all of them. Kenneth, Zlatko, do you perhaps see the merit in that argument?
Well, I think in terms of further enlargement, one of the big challenges, I mean, we're kind of assuming that enlargement is going to happen without European publics taking much of an interest in it. The reality is the political situation within most Western European countries has completely changed. We've seen right-wing or populist parties come to power. They're anti-immigration. There's a pretty hostile environment in some European countries, even actually from people that were refugees coming from Bosnia or Croatia in the 1990s. The tone has changed. And while we're talking about these technical processes that are part of EU enlargement, we have to ask ourselves whether there's actually support for this among the demos in Europe, among the people. And currently, I'm not sure there is. I think we're in a worse place now than we have been for quite some time. I mean, the research probably demonstrates that.
Yeah, I agree. Any final thoughts that you'd like to offer? Of hope, perhaps?
The best hope was Bob Hope.
But the next best one is the 00 on the clock there. And I hope we know, so that we don't stay in that, I think a statement that from folk to friction, the last sentence was, we are at friction point here. There is no doubt about that. You're all invited to share over the reception with the panelists amongst yourselves ideas on how to persuade the French public to, and I'm saying the French as a synonym of the Europeans that have to support enlargement as well, and also, of course, how to talk to your neighbors, colleagues, friends, parents at schools, doctors, on the merits of progress in social, economic, environment, law, legal, public administration reforms to ensure not the European integration, but I guess the better future for their kids and for yourselves as well. On that positive note, I would like to say we'll continue this tomorrow. I'd like to thank you for staying here. I guess stretching of the legs is on the menu before we meet at the reception, but for this are others in charge. We here would just like to thank you very much for listening. I would like to invite you to applaud the panel, and thank you very much and have a good rest of the day. Thank you very much.
To the most patient of all of us, thank you so much for your energy, wisdom, and commitment you brought into this room. We now invite you to the reception at 7 p.m. in the pool area, since the weather is serving us well. And of course, we hope to see you tomorrow at 10 a.m., where we will reconvene to carry this momentum forward with renewed vision and purpose. Thank you all so much.